Government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans. Residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Naija Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
Zone. Yes, so Ijo Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don't come now. Tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijo Nation. Barrister Ayibakro Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, and Naimi currently Secretary General Bayelsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijo people rights for all Naija data. The support for Tantisa Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija data agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijo youth for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary we go pilot the affairs of the Ijo Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, we'll make you vote Barrister Ayibakro Igbeta, PhD, for Secretary General Ijo Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua Onua.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop. But we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z-TIN for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
My country people, as the second phase of nationwide continuous voter registration don't end so, INEC go begin display the preliminary register of voters from Wednesday 29th April go reach Tuesday 5th May 2026 for all INEC local government area office where the registration happen. Once the display start, chance go open for we country people to check whether their informate correct or any mistake they for how they take spell their name, date of birth or address. It never finish oh. Our people say if you see something, say something. People still fit do amebo give INEC if dem see name of person wey don die or foreigner wey im name don enter the preliminary register of voters, make INEC fit take comot dem. Make una join hand with us make our national voter register for better well. Now INEC dey bring una this message. Now we dey make una vote count. Now we dey make our democracy stand gidigba.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support? Participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable Abi Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
I want to see what they
It's on. Yes, so Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don't come o. Now tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijaw Nation. Barrister Ayiba Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, and Naimi currently Secretary General Bayelsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijaw people rights for all Naija Delta. The support for Transition Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija Delta agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijaw youths for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary. We go pilot the affairs of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, we make we vote Barrister Ayiba Igbeta, PhD, for Secretary General Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua Onua.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop, but we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z-Tin for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
My country people, as the second phase of nationwide continuous voter registration don't end so, INEC go begin display the preliminary register of voters from Wednesday 29th April go reach Tuesday 5th May 2026 for all INEC local government area office where the registration happen. Once the display start, chance go open for we country people to check whether their informate correct or any mistake they for how they take spell their name, date of birth or address. It never finish oh. Our people say if you see something, say something. People still fit do amebo give INEC if then see name of person wey don die or foreigner wey im name don enter the preliminary register of voters make INEC fit take comot them. Make una join hand with us make our national voter register for better well. Now INEC dey bring una this message. Now we dey make una vote count. Now we dey make our democracy stand gidigba.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
It's on. Yes, so Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don't come o. Now tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijaw Nation. Barrister Ayiba Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, and Naimi currently Secretary General Bayelsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijaw people rights for all Naija data. The support for Tantisa Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija data agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijaw youth for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary wey go pilot the affairs of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, make we quick vote Barrister Ayiba Igbeta, PhD, for Secretary General Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua Onua.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop, but we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z-Team for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
My country people, as the second phase of nationwide continuous voter registration don't end so, INEC go begin display the preliminary register of voters from Wednesday 29th April go reach Tuesday 5th May 2026 for all INEC local government area office where the registration happen. Once the display start, chance go open for we country people to check whether their informate correct or any mistake they for how they take spell their name, date of birth or address. It never finish oh. Our people say if you see something, say something. People still fit do amebo give INEC if then see name of person wey don die or foreigner wey im name don enter the preliminary register of voters, make INEC fit take comot them. Make una join hand with us, make our national voter register for better well. Now INEC they bring una this message. Now we they make una vote count. Now we they make our democracy stand gidigba.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, we are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all not for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocks, canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe haven.
Hello, good day, and welcome to Sports 15 Teens Tournament that is going on in Kayama. And I'll not be alone, it's the Appa's edition because I have a big uncle. Yes. Before I continue, he bought me food, so please, more than respect and well. But a very humble
food
guy.
Food and juice.
Yeah, food and juice. You have to add that. But I have to tell you that.
No, by the way, the food came from the Caritana Smokehouse.
Okay, you've heard that. So in case you want good food, he has already told you where you can get it. But his name is Engineer Gabriel Appa. Good to have you, sir.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here again one more time.
Yes, one more time, because it's not the first time he has been here. But another thing I like is the fact that it's not just about sponsoring the tournament. Engineer, you've always been around it. You don't just let me just sit. At least you've known what is happening. You followed it, and it's very much commendable. But we have up to the semi-final stage. I know there've been so many challenges, so many calls, so many this and that. Even the other time off camera, you had to say that there are some people that will call, and because you don't want to be biased, you don't want to, you just allow the people that are supposed to do their work. It's none of your business. So I really like that. But we've gotten to the semi-final stage, and I'll reel out the semi-final fixtures. We'll talk about the semi-finals, and we'll also talk about the tournament more proper. But semi-finals that we will see, the first one we'll see would come up on Wednesday, and that one is between Future Stars of Kayama versus Citizens FA of Azikro. Let's see if Future Stars can get a revenge, because this Citizen FA, they've already removed one side from Kayama already. So let's see if they can still do it, or Future Stars will say no, I haven't done too much. And the second semi-final will be King Warriors of Igbedi. And I told you the other time that I'll be sentimental on this one because my mom is from Igbedi, so I'm rooting for this Igbedi side. But they will be taking on the Kings International FA of Port Harcourt. So Engineer, these are the matches that we'll be seeing in the semi-final.
Yeah, okay, so the truth is there is no bias in these games.
Yeah.
Let it be played for the beauty of football.
Yeah.
These guys are young guys, so they just enjoy their game. Yeah. So I don't want the emotions are very high. Somebody sent me a long voice note after one game. I just listened, and I said, sorry. They decided what they want to decide at the pitch, and that's the correct. In fact, the coach of the Port Harcourt team sent me a long. I told him, "See, guy, don't worry yourself." I was at the field. The officiating was good, right? It was good. The guy worked properly with the referee, so there's no need to argue. You even won the match. It was because it was good. Otherwise, so the guy just said, "Okay, thank you very much," and make adjustments. These guys are playing now. We are playing Igbedi
Yes.
Against Port Harcourt.
Yeah, Igbedi against Port Harcourt and Kayama against Asikoro.
Then we are playing Kayama against Yenegua.
Yeah, Yenegua.
Now we have just one Kayama team. Remaining.
Mm-hmm.
Funny enough, the Port Harcourt team gets more home support than any other team in that pitch.
Wow.
Even against the Kayama team.
Why is it like that?
Because they play fine football.
That's true.
You know, they take their time, but their last semi-final game was a big test for them. You know, if you have to beat
that's their quarter-final match.
Yeah, the quarter-final match. Yes. So you know, if you have to win the trophy, then you must win the champions to get the trophy. Yeah. You know, so they were playing these guys, and they scored them first, and the entire pitch, the emotions were so high. Eventually, they came and equalized just in the second half started, and then now scored the winning goal. The winning goal was I had to post that goal so many times from the back, just 2 players. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 into the post, and it was the entire field was like, but that's the beauty of what we're doing. We just want to enjoy the game. Let these young people play this football and enjoy it. If you win, fine and good, you go with your money. But now what we've done, even if you don't win, there are always compensations for teams, you know. We try to do the basic things. If you come for the first game and you play and you don't win, we'll give you some money for transport.
That's nice.
Right? So come again for the next game. We'll do that again for you, so that even if you lose out completely, you never lost your money. You will have gained the experience, you know, and like I told you before, that's not going to win Atletico.
Yeah, you did. You did.
You see, you are growing small.
But also there was another thing that you mentioned that day, and when you said you guys will upgrade to the level that you don't have to come to Kayama to start picking forms before they'll start checking, do screening and all that from a website that you can do that. So you spoke mostly about the next edition, but now today you came into the studio and I had to bring that up, and you're like, it's already there, it has already been done.
So this is the truth. If you want to make good progress, don't keep ideas for long, especially when you can fund them. And for me, most of the times I've grown with a lot of guys. So I will just say, bless, I want 1, 2, 3, 4 done. Go to this site, pick the videos, call this person, get all the things you need, and then they'll tell me, just give us card details to make payment of domain and the rest. And trust me, in like a week you will see what you are asking for already out. So it's just egappa.com. www.egappa.com. It's supposed to be very simple. I don't want any complication, because of course engineer Gabi. Yeah, so E for the engineer, G for the Gabi, then appa.com, and then you go there, you see even other trainings that we have done for youth, and you see the football part where you see the goals, the games, as it were, and then the plans for the future. So you don't need to do anything. Just go there, you check. Once it's time, we'll open the space for you. You fill your forms, and we'll see from the back end, then tell you, okay, because for me now, we are doing proper accountability. You must upload every player's passport. For this one, we came to take them pictures by ourselves. We came with our team, just to be sure that there is no infiltration.
Yeah, no foul play.
Yeah, so because before the game, they'll just go and do some screening and check. Your face is not here in this group photograph. No, you're not. There was a team that was disqualified because they feel the wrong player. The side that lost petitioned the organizers that this team brought in 1, 2, 3, 4, and they reviewed it and it was true. Just okay, sorry, I was the Kayama team that disqualified.
Wow.
They called me and explained and said, Kayama said there's no.
There's nothing like Kayama.
Did you bring a player that is not supposed to be in the pitch? They said yes. Then I said, even the other people too are saying his story. You know, so we have to just stick to what we made the rules of the game, you know, and then enjoy the game. So we will not stop. Whatever we think about, we'll do it. Somebody, while we were discussing some days back, somebody tapped me and said, I like to give people their credit. It's Professor Jerry. He tapped me and said, this is what you guys can also do. Try to buy players from teams that have lost, that are very good.
Yeah, like a window.
That if we want the best of guys to play, because one of my problems has been, you can be very good, but out of the 7 players on the pitch, you are the best, but all the rest are not so good.
Not up to your standard.
So if your team loses, you are out of the game.
Yeah.
But we can have a window to buy back that guy. The modality we are going to check is not expensive by anyway. It's just something to say, okay, and exchange officially we have signed up this player that was in this team to join our own team, so that we can have all the good players, so to speak, play till the end of the tournament. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that the good guys are not leaving.
Yes.
So we can actually have everybody. So if you bring scouts from semi-finals, they are still playing in the semi-finals, so you can still see all the good guys and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll keep improving on what we've done, and trust me, we are going far.
It's just the starting. But also another this thing is the fact that this whole online thing. I know the other time you spoke about the age thing. You said already these are people that we know ourselves, and there's a team set up to counter this age cheating something, because it has been a problem in this part of the world, not just Nigeria, not just Bielsa. So with this going online, how can you be sure that this person registering is not ABAPA? This is someone that is much younger. This is someone that is under 15 or 15 years before the said date or so. How can you be so sure about that?
Okay, so you know, first things first is documentation. If you want to apply for a job, the first thing you do is to send the documents in.
Yes.
And they will now match you the real person alongside maybe any of your national passports, NIN or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So if you send your documentation, your name, your passport, and your ID card to us, we are going to see, and we still retain our screening team. That's the professional coaches that we use in screening. I am not involved. I just get to see them and then gist with them and move on. Just to bring some light into the activity. But I don't get involved at all. So they will still come for screening. That one is now a lot more easier. So we can just say team A, B, C, D. It's not crowd screening now. What we have, sometimes you see as much as 500 persons in a particular place, sitting down around the podium. We're just waiting to be screened. Now it will not be team. We already come as a team.
Yes.
So you just see everybody and say, no, we look at your documents. It's age declaration, birth certificate. But of course, if you tell me that you are 15, if your age is 15 and document is saying it's 15, or you are very big, but it seems we think that you are 25, against what is actually a proper government document. But it should make logical sense to say this person looks this way, but we will have to go by documentations, because even if you want to send people abroad for anything, you have to show documents to show that these persons are this. So it's screening first, now the documentations, before you go to the real physical. We're not doing bone marrow scan and all that. It will be too much. What are we trying to catch?
Yeah, MIR scan. We're not doing that. Yeah.
So it will be just first send your documentation with your team players. When you are done, then we can now do the physical assessment and all that, and then I think we should be good.
Okay, that would be very nice, because we've seen age cheating. I've been to some national tournaments for junior players, and you look at some people just because of the sole aim of, I want to be the one to win this. I want my state to win this. I want my country to win this. You see them fielding players or athletes that are not eligible when you talk about age, but you see them, most of them going to reduce their age, and you want to ask, how can this person, I know in terms of growth it's different. You see some people that are 15 looking 20 already. These things happen, we understand that, but there are some cases that you look at it and you cannot explain it. You're like, no, if this cannot be explained, the documents does not tally. How come there was a change, there was an alteration in this and that? I think those ones, they have no choice than to be left out.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, because national team too, I didn't want to always mention his name, but I always like using the Taiwo situation where there were reports then that his twin brother was older than him. So I was now wondering, that is it that his twin was being given birth like 2 years ago before I could not even explain, but these things happen. You see players play under 17 with other players, like maybe other Europeans. I'm not trying to say it's only Africans that do it, but Macaulay Chrysanthos played the under 17, was it 2017 under 17 World Cup? That was the last time I saw him. You don't see him anymore, because if you falsify, I'm not saying that he did, but if you falsify, maybe you're already 29. I came across someone that according to him, he played in one of these big leagues in Africa. Then he was 29 years old, but his football age was 17 years old.
No, so that's what the problem is. You cannot lie for too long.
Yeah.
If you are the human body will always give into age.
Yes.
If you are 30 and you are claiming 17, when you are supposed to be 27 years old at your peak, you are already 40. You're getting tired of the football.
Yes.
So why I don't like the cheating thing is this: you cannot be there for a long time. We want young children that if eventually when we put them together, they can play for a long time, right? So they are growing and then they are playing together for a very long time. So for me, I'm particular about the ages. I just want to see little children playing for the passion of the game. Yes. Of course, because of growth size, some persons are fed. Yeah. You still have some big people, some small persons in the game. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. But I want to stick to the fact that there has to be the correct age, so that you see there's a guy I saw, he was 9 years old, the last game. I just said, these are the guys that should be playing this game. And then you see the real passion, in the game. So I don't want to allow age cheating. I always try to push the bar slowly. This year we are more strict. Now that we're going online, which is we are doing the first part of the screening online before we now come to the physical venues to do. Because now what they do is a team will just come, for example, with 20 players. So the coaches will now begin to look at them, ask questions, and then now pick maybe 10 out of them. Take the other ones to go out. Some teams, everybody's going out.
Wow.
Yes, nobody's qualified.
Wow.
the team that came, they picked only 3 or 4 of them. They say go back and get more players to complete your squad and all that. And then this also goes to those who are playing around the Kayama side. They get too many teams playing. I don't blame them anyway. It was supposed to it started as inter-compound games. Yeah. So they get so many teams. Zado Stars, Jeps. These are clubs that are playing continuously together. The King Warriors, they are playing together. The Port Harcourt guys are playing together. So whenever they come to play, you see the difference. They are not playing tournament now and then going to sleep onto the next games. No, they are playing. Yeah. So the teams around Kaima now will not need to sit down together, pick out teams, then train them like that for the next tournament, stuff like that. So we need to work around the age. We are working around the age thing, and we'll continue to improve on what we've done. Yeah,
we'll definitely. But also, is there any fee attached to these forms? Okay, in terms of this is what you pay to get the form also, so that people watching would know.
I leave a lot of things to the organizers, the LOC. You cannot make money from these games, so to speak. You cannot make money from selling forms. The game is too expensive. It's too expensive to make money. To think like the last time I said, when you asked, is anybody signing the contract documents with these players? And I said, if we can put up these games, spending so much money to put up these games, why do you think that is on one player's head that I want to make money? The game is bigger than trying to make money. This is a game for our people, right? Let young people who do not know anybody get to play, get to be showcased. We are showing always live on the internet. This particular here, every game we have at least 2 or 3 reels of the games, and they are all stored. So when the tournament is over, we will now sit in the studio in Port Harcourt and begin to release the tournament games one after the other. We will, like Premier League, put all the goals of the tournament. Wow. Take our time to start doing these things until we get to the next game, because we have just about 1 or 2 months break. And then start discussing the next edition, because the next season we are now, like I told you, want to play at Akwa Ibom. We want to play in River State. We want to play in Delta State. So these guys will need to travel to all these states, play 1 month here, 1 month here, and then when they are done, we'll now come and play in Bayelsa first before we now come to the tournament. So it's going to be a long journey, and then of course, big money spending involved in it as well. Yeah.
But you're doing a very good job, because you look at it, and most people would always want to ask, why would he just want to spend his money or put his efforts or make sure that he sources for funds to make sure every year this thing keeps improving? What is behind? And you've already told them your answer. You've already heard it from him that he likes seeing children come and have fun.
I had plenty of I wish.
Okay.
I wish. I wish I had this thing when I was growing up. I wish I had this when I was growing up. So I say this repeatedly. Life is not just about you. Life is about you, your family, your community, and the church. That's what life is about. Church is for a Christian.
Yeah.
If you have another faith, your faith.
Yeah.
But your community. I said the last time, I said we fence the streets and drive out, quote and unquote, bad children. Those ones that could not go to school because their parents cannot afford it. And they will now go and wait for us in the bush.
Yes.
So that we cannot even pass the bush again. Things have changed. Why don't we try to change this culture? I say it all the time. I have stopped complaining about Nigeria. I want to do what I can do as an individual.
Yes.
When I do, and my time is up, Anybody wants to continue, should continue. But we need to now, going back to the home front, a child, we used to look for ball to play. We don't even see the football to play with. If you are the ball, you are a king. When you come to the pitch, you must enter. They must put you in the game. And even if you are not playing very well, you remain in the game, because if you close and say, I'm going home, that's the end of the match. So everybody wants to make you happy and keep it. They will pass ball to you. Ball that should not come to you. So people have this kind of wish to have a very nice environment to play football and all that. Small children. So we are trying to make that happen. And for me at home, Isaac Boro must not be forgotten.
Not at all.
So we have to do things that will keep this name going continuously, year in, year out. We must come and play at home, the Isaac Boro under 15 soccer tournament. Eventually, we must start doing other games, board games, indoor games like that.
Yeah.
And my focus is still children. So go to school, let schools get involved in the tournament, then bring them out to come and play those games, let people win awards and prizes and all that. Some things will change in the house when the child wins something nice. It brings a lot of happiness, so we will keep doing these things, because if we want to change the world, then we must start with ourselves. If I go to the pitch to watch these games, I get very excited. Everybody is happy. So what do you want to do? Stop the happiness? No way, man.
So you've heard it from the man. You've heard him, and we have to see what we can contribute to society. I think that's something that has been missing. We've been too quick every time to say the government this, what has the government done, what's the platform it has given me. But at least those of us that have a little platform or something that we can give back to society, or in a way that we can improve the society, our environment, our immediate environment, in a way that we can improve it. He has already told us that we can all do it. We can all do it. And I like the fact that most of these children, especially in the communities, they only see some things on TV and they only wish, just like the way Engineer Gabriel has been wishing when he was a child. These things still happen. It's not like times have changed, different years, but those kind of things still happen. You see children look at Bukayo Saka and feel like, one day I wish I can be like Bukayo Saka. One day I wish I can wear a football jersey, I can buy a football jersey. I wish I can have a football boot. In as much as you think these things are small, these things make a family, a child happy. And we all know what it means when a child is very happy. So I like the idea that with time, subsequently, it might go beyond just football. Football will be there, but other games will be added. But it doesn't change. It's still for children only, just for kids only. You want kids to have fun. And of course, Isaac Adakaboro can never be forgotten. We'll still come back to talk about the final after the semi-finals. We'll talk about the finals, because I've already seen the flyer, a lot of side attractions that we will see. But we'll come back and give you all that. We'll talk about that. We'll tell you reasons why you have to be in Kayama on that day. You don't want to miss it. You don't want to miss. There's someone from DSTV that will be coming too. I don't want to say it yet. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but you just have to be in Kayama. But the semi-finals, you can also come around and see it next week, Wednesday and Thursday.
Yes.
That's when we will be seeing the two semi-finals.
They'll be heavy crackers.
Yes.
Come on, watch these games, man.
Come and see these games.
I'll be around all through. Man.
Okay, I'll come to already. After now, I'm going to eat my food. But imagine engineer getting food for me, even here in Yenagoa. Come on now. Maybe Kekefia also might be in Kayama. So I'll definitely be in Kayama. But the time is 4 p.m. or so. So don't forget, the venue is the Maracana. You only hear of Maracana in Brazil, but there's Maracana in Kayama. So just go to the Maracana Stadium and then have a fun time and come back to Yenagoa. But if you're too busy, maybe because of work, you can always follow Engineer Gabriel online on the social media platforms.
Facebook and YouTube,
and you can stream YouTube and Facebook. You can stream this match.
It's steady.
Nothing like say it hang or something. I love the fact that he loves the media. He likes using the media. Some of us, we don't know the importance of media. We are doing things that are very good, but because we don't bring it to the media, people don't necessarily even know about it. But for this, you see this tournament, forget them. You see media. The other time I told him that even in most professional leagues that they are playing, 4 cameras or so, I don't see it. I don't see it, not for hype or something. I don't see it, but he's trying to make sure that maybe subsequently even improve. He spoke about stadium. Don't worry, all those things would come. But before I let you go, Engineer Gabriel, would you like to say something to the viewers out there?
Okay, so first is a big thank you to all Kenya people. You know, you guys keep making me happy. You know, the pitch is always full. If we're selling tickets, so to speak, we'll be selling out the pitch continuously. Always. Sometimes there's nowhere to park cars at all.
Wow.
If somebody said they want a situation where a team can come from the north and come and play, just to also satisfy our brothers, our neighbors from the north that are actually settled here.
Yes.
And I said, yes, that's interesting. What I'm going to do, we're going to play something similar in Abuja, and then take 1 or 2 teams and just bring them as special kind of stuff to come and play here, so that we can also give their brothers that feel. You know, these things can be done anywhere. It's not cast in stone. You just make adverts and then they begin to push. It takes a while. You know, you said you're going to talk about the final when we come back. That final will be the final day show.
They don't talk, no worry. That one a special edition because we have to take our time and really talk about that final. Because
let me just give you small. There are guys from Channels TV, DSTV, even ex-internationals. Some of them will be around.
Wow.
You know, and they're not just going to come on the football day. They are coming to town before the games.
Wow.
So they'll be in town, move around, go here. But I must also thank those who have supported us in this project. My little brother is here amazingly. When we're doing the first games, he's always been a strong supporter of whatever I do. You know, get plenty brothers, so you know also not get choice. You just have to do it. So those very first time I came to do training here, we're sitting down. They said, "Okay, let me do something," and then they sent me $500,000.
Wow!
I'm like, "Oh boy, this is big for the hall. I want it for training." And that has continued. You know, he has Caritana Smokehouse, where I go to eat my most times lunch, you know, and even dinner. I like their indomie. The smokehouse is known for pork meat. Funny enough, the pork is from his farm. So it's not pork rolling inside mud. It's a pork reared cleanly from his farm. You know, so every time there's pork there, now they have plenty of variety. As a traditional man, he has fish, he has tilapia, everything there. So if you come to Caritana Smokehouse, I'm saying it because that's where they give me food. So you come to Smokehouse so that they will give us more food, because they're going to bring a lot of guys, you know, for the games. You know, so yes, that's it. A lot of people are supporting us. In the pre-Brazil also, majorly, he just sent me something like, wow, what's going on here? You know, he too has been supportive, just good at medical consultants. A lot of persons actually just doing things. Me inspection system, that's where my best friend worked. And from the beginning, the first year they bought kits for first and second teams, boots, every single thing. Wow. You know, these guys, when they come to play, they don't worry about jerseys. They know that we are going to give them kits to play the football, and when they deck on their kits, it's always very beautiful to play. That time we used to do wear shirt, no wear shirt.
Wear shirt, no wear shirt. One side push shirt, one side wear shirt.
One side. Crazy. But here now we try to just make sure that it's actually very beautiful. We'll pray to God for a nice weather that day, and trust me, you don't want to miss Kayama, because the show starts at 11:30. There are 6 dance groups, mad choreographic groups. Those guys that flip everywhere around. So those guys will start. We're going to play World Cup finals. That's what we are bringing in. There are about 8 comedians. All of them are A-list comedians coming to perform that day also in the show. You know, so tell me, there will be 2 live bands coming to play. 2 very solid live bands coming to play. So tell me, it will be fun till the games will start. High emotions, and when the game is over, trophies given. We go again now for the 9th session.
Wow.
So it's going to be a long day, even for us. You might get tired, but trust me, You don't want to miss that show.
Yeah, it will be very, very interesting. And talk about his elder brother. He's a Manchester United fan, so
yeah, you guys have nothing. You guys have nothing.
Come on now. Why do you like banter like this?
Yeah, no, I didn't say banter. You guys know.
Why do you like banter like this? Because you want to win a trophy eventually. Is that why you are just?
Don't move us forward too much. Kiroko na worry. Let's not go for let's be carrying them as this small as we are going.
All right, you read it all. They said I should just keep them just gradually.
Let us take these things small, and then we can make noise.
But already I'll be sentimental. I'll choose his elder brother because he's a Manchester United fan. I'm a Manchester United fan. And for those of you that would like to see Ebiapa, maybe you've heard about Ebiapa on radio by Elsa, Naija Live TV. You've been watching Ebiapa. Don't worry, that day I'll be in Kayama.
But they're seeing you now.
Yeah, they're seeing
they can touch you physically.
Yes, physically. So you'd want to okay, so this is Ebiapa.
Please come with bouncers.
So that day I'll be in Kayama and we'll have fun. But I promise you guys that we'll still come back and talk about Isaac Adakaboro on the 15 teen football tournament. The final proper, we'll talk about it. Not just be just me and Engineer Gabriel only. We'll have another person that will really talk about. We'll bring a rundown of each of the finalists, the matches they've played, how many goals they've scored. We'll give you all that. But until then, please do well to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget, you have to be in Kayama. Kayama is the place to be now. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Ebiapa. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, Ebi.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doyiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support, participate in community engagement forums, and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together. Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency, Senator Doyiduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocked canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, they can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board EDTF. From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bielsa. Vocational scaffolding.
Hello there, you're watching the Global View on Naija Live Television, reaching you from Bielsa's capital city, Yenagoa. I'm Henry Ahamwifula. In the news, Governor Diri honors late mother during 13th memorial service in Bielsa. National Judicial Council queries judicial officers, recommends 12 appeal court judges. President Trump says U.S. Nigerian forces kill senior ISIS leader in Africa. In Lebanon, Israel extends ceasefire agreement by additional 45 days period. Now, a quick reminder for viewers and partners that Naija Live TV is officially open for business. If you're looking to boost your brand through paid adverts or sponsorships, we are ready to partner with you. You can reach us right now via call or WhatsApp on our studio line on 0812 9340 000. For physical consultations, visit our head office at number 122 Mbemayenagwa Road, Amata Yenago, Bielsa State. And don't forget to stay connected. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok and X at Naija Live TV, or visit our website at www.naijalivetv.com. Welcome back. Bielsa's Governor Doye Diri has paid tribute to his late mother, Mrs. Rose Diri, describing her as a woman of virtue whose kind deeds remain evergreen in the hearts of many. Governor Diri, who spoke during her 13th memorial service held at Ayamasa in the Karamo local government area, said mothers occupy special places in the lives of their children because of the love, care and warmth they provide. He noted that the late matriarch positively impacted the lives of her children, family members and others who came in contact with her. Diri said although his mother passed away in 2013, her memories and legacies would continue to endure. The governor explained that every May 15th he and his siblings quietly honor her memory. But this year's memorial attracted dignitaries from different walks of life. Among those at the service were Deputy Governor Dr. Peter Agbe and his wife Dr. Favor Agbe, Senator Kombowe Benson, Honorable Ofoji Oboku, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Oil, Senator Henneken Obri, Speaker of the Bielsa State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Abraham Ngobere, former Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Peremobowe Bibi, and former APC governorship candidate Chief David Leon and others. The governor read the only lesson from 2 Timothy chapter 4 verse 6 to 8, while special advisor on religious matters Reverend Godspower Simba urged people to live exemplary lives worthy of positive remembrance, which were later laid at the tomb of Mrs. Rose Diri by the governor and members of the family. The National Judicial Council has queried 256 judicial officers over various performance-related issues and recommended the appointment of 20 new justices of the Court of Appeal to President Bola Tinubu. The decisions were reached during a meeting held on Wednesday under the chairmanship of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun. The Council also adopted a policy affirming the eligibility of retired public servants for judicial appointments and further approved disciplinary measures, including the suspension of 2 judges for 1 year without pay. The NJC also rejected appeals filed by 8 compulsorily retired judges from Imo State. Troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Harden Kai have rescued 6 women and children abducted by Boko Haram during an attack on a community in Borno State. The rescued victims included 2 middle-aged women, 2 girls and 2 boys. The victims were intercepted and rescued on Thursday at a terrorist crossing point along the Moda-Gava area in Gwaza local government area. In a statement, Operation Harden Kai spokesman Lieutenant Colonel Sani Uba said the operation was carried out through coordinated efforts backed by credible intelligence. According to him, the rescued victims are residents of the Ngosha community who had been held captive by Boko Haram and the ISWAP terrorists. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has dragged the Attorney General of the Federation before the Federal High Court in Lagos over fuel import license granted to marketers and the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. Court documents show the refinery is seeking to nullify import permits issued or renewed by the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, insisting the approvals violate an earlier court order directing parties to maintain the status quo. The suit marks renewed tension in the downstream oil sector nearly 1 year after the refinery withdrew a similar case challenging fuel import approvals issued to NNPC and some marketers. Dangote argued that the fresh filing that the licensees issued this month threaten its operations and contravene provisions of the law, which permit fuel importation only where local supply is insufficient. However, regulators and petroleum marketers have continued to defend fuel imports, maintaining that they remain necessary to ensure adequate supply and prevent fuel scarcity across the country. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump says American and Nigerian forces have killed a senior Islamic State group leader during a joint military operation in Africa. In a post on his Truth Social page, President Trump said that U.S. and Nigerian forces carried out what he described as a meticulously planned and complex mission. According to the U.S. President, the operation targeted Abu Bilal al-Minuki, whom he identified as the second in command of ISIS globally. Trump said al-Muniki, who was sanctioned by the United States in 2023 over ties to the Islamic State group, believed he could hide in Africa but was tracked through intelligence sources. He stated that the ISIS leader would no longer terrorize people in Africa or help coordinate operations targeting Americans, adding that his removal had significantly weakened the group's global operations. Trump also thanked the Nigerian government for its partnership in the operation. Away from that, Lebanon and Israel have agreed to extend their ceasefire agreement by an additional 45 days. The ceasefire, initially scheduled to expire on Sunday, was extended following 2 days of talks between Lebanese and Israeli delegations in Washington, D.C. Although both countries agreed to a ceasefire in mid-April, Israel has continued military operations and airstrikes in southern Lebanon. The continuous attacks have reportedly left hundreds dead and many others injured. And that concludes the news on Naija Live TV at this hour. I'm Henry Ahamwifla. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to Chat with Naija Live TV. My name is Barbie Mparu and I'm joined by
Henry Moifula here.
Yeah, so today we examine issues surrounding governance, political loyalty, continuity in leadership, and the evolving dynamics of politics in Bayelsa State. We have a very interesting person joining us to do justice to our amazing topic. He is Barrister Aibakuro Igbeta, PhD. He is a two-time Secretary General of the Center for Youth Development, a legal practitioner, public affairs commentator, youth advocate, and political figure from Bayelsa State. He's widely known for his engagement in political and youth-related issues within Niger Delta and is currently frontline aspirant for the position of National Secretary General of the Ijaw Youth Council, IOIC, worldwide, ahead of the council's forthcoming national elections. Today he joins us to discuss governance, loyalty, and continuity, why I still support Governor Doye Diri. Barrister Igbeta, welcome to Chat with Naija Live TV.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for having me here.
You're welcome. So
it's good to have you, really.
It is. Let's start with the center question.
All right.
Why do you still support Governor Doye Diri's administration?
Okay, well, first of all, let me thank Naija TV, our staff, and almost our esteemed viewers for having me here today. A lot of people do not understand that the prosperity government is our brainchild when it comes to the youth wing. I remember in 2019 when I served out my tenure as special assistant to the then MD of NDDC, Professor Nelson Brambayefa. Before then, I have been linked to my late boss, the late deputy governor, Senator Lawrence Orijakpo of blessed memory. He's my boss, somebody I served for almost 14 years before his demise. And I was his essay on youth. I was his #1 youth mobilizer. And I think in 2019, he called me and we sat, I remember, and discussed that, see, we are ushering in another leadership in Bayelsa. And he would want me to play a very key and pivotal role, as I've always done. I was the DG of the Orijakpo options when he was going for Senate. I was in charge of the youth. I'm not from Sagbama, I'm from Nimbe. I'm from Bayelsa East. He's from Sagbama. But my political affiliation has always been with the West, strongly. I was one time also DG. I formed the Keneba Youth Vanguard, the President House of Assembly member serving Sagbama constituency too. I'm just trying to narrate my political trajectory. And at the end of the day, I was called that a new leadership is coming in, as usual. Come up with a youth organization. So I formed the Diri Law Youth Project as at the time. I can boldly tell you that was almost the #1 youth organization as at the time, because a lot of people that can reminisce that era, it was engulfed with a lot of political tide shift from the PDP then to the APC. The whole state was like 60-40. A lot of persons were clamoring around in terms of the political cycle, not in terms of population, around the new bride then, the APC leadership. And we were the one that stood with the PDP. Another youth organization sprang up as at the time also the Diri Law Youth Network, headed by my brother and friend Ibilade Kerefe as at the time. And we were the only two youth organizations that were inaugurated by the governor of the day, Doye Diri, and his late deputy. Okay. Were inaugurated, we had our secretariat. In fact, the whole youth organogram was resting on our shoulders. And we fought even when we lost election. We were like orphans because we were in the political quagmire, not knowing what channel to take in terms of our political journey. And by God's willing, as God may have it, on that fateful day of 20th of February, that landmark judgment of the Supreme Court was pronounced, and we came into office. You know, you can see where we are coming from. We are not people that came to join the prosperity administration of His Excellency Senator Doidiri halfway. We were part of the baking process. We were there when the odds were down. We were there when the whole odds were against us. And we fought and we stood. And today we are proud of what the governor is doing in all sectors. And this is what we saw, that we tried as much as possible to stand with the governor, because we know that Bayelsans will be the major beneficiaries. Today I can boldly go anywhere and say to people that the decisions I took 6 years plus ago wasn't the wrong decision as far as the political future of this state is concerned. So we are not people that are just coming to identify or recognize with the government. We have always contributed our quota. We have always stood with this government. We have always been very vocal and very visible in the policies and programs and the organogram of this administration.
Okay. When you say that the decision you took several years back, you're very comfortable with them today and you're happy, I mean, what really is informing this? Is it the projects that the
yes.
has done? Is it the policies of the government? Is it the fact
yes.
that you went to APC? You comfortable with that too?
Well, like I will always tell people, we live in a dynamic society. What is the essence of politics? What is the essence of leadership? Delivering the needed dividends of democracy to the people. Trying to achieve and actualize the campaigning promises you made to the people. Trying to keep to your word by walking the talking. And that is what this governor has brought to bear.
He's kept to his word.
Yes. One of the most cardinal things that we have always enjoyed in this state, that is underrated up till date, is the peace that we are currently enjoying in Bayelsa.
Security.
It wasn't like this. The security, the peace, the free will and the expression. Everybody can go around, do their normal day-to-day businesses. Private sectors are booming, doing their own businesses. And when you also talk about why am I so comfortable, you can see what is happening with infrastructure. You can see the road network that is cutting across the whole senatorial district. I'm from the Bayelsa East, and I can tell you that the Nebe Brass Road is mind-boggling. If you don't have an elephant hat, you cannot embark on a gigantic project of that nature. Conceiving and conceptualizing the idea alone is very challenging. And this governor took that bold step, because I remember those were part of our campaign promises when we were campaigning in that axis. And when he started the project, I can understand that he meant whatever he said as at the time. You can see what has happened to the Oproma people. Today, you can drive to Oproma, a 630-meter bridge that was almost looking impossible. I think the longest right now within this part of the world, especially within this South region. And is it about human capacity development? Is it about security? Is it about the health sector? You can see what is happening with the BHIS scheme. You can see what is happening with civil servants. You can see the new civil service secretariat that is ongoing, the 9-story secretariat that is ongoing. That project was it was the foundation laying ceremony was done just less than a year, and you can see where they have taken the project to. What about the sports sector? Look at what is happening with the new Bayelsa Stadium at Igbogene. You can go on the road networks. You can go on and on and on. And these are the things we want to see. These are the essence of development. These are the essence of governance. These are the essence why, or these are the reasons why we go into politics. Politics is not about wooing people to come to support you. When they support you, it's a social contract. What are you giving back to them? And that is what this governor has proven. And you talked about is decamping to the APC. Well, like I told people, politics is dynamic. Leadership is about loyalty. A lot of people asked, I remember when my late boss died, and they were like, why didn't you go to the NDC? Because most of his people are in the NDC. Why are you with the governor? I said, well, one thing I've learned from my late boss is absolute loyalty. Until his demise, he has shown that, and he has always drawn my ear to that. that this is a project we started. Remember, whether good or bad, you must stand with this project until the governor finishes strong. That is how you take full responsibility and liability in every of your actions. And that is what informed my decision. Probably if my late boss would have been alive, I would have maybe, who knows, maybe taken either this same twist, because I know the governor also, my boss also believe in loyalty. So when a lot of people try to have these innovations, that why would the governor go? The governor sees what we don't see. And as a leader, we must be ready at all time to try to follow his lead, because you can see what is happening in the country. You must connect with the center for you to be able to attract more development to the people.
Well, if your late boss were adamant and had remained in the PDP or perhaps defected to the NDC, would you have joined him to defect to the NDC, or would you rather defect to the APC? This is an if.
No, that also depends on the political circumstances and dynamics as at the time. Like I told you, I served the boss who, if out of conviction, political conviction, either personal or otherwise, you decide to take a different political twist from him, is somebody that will not cajole you to say, why didn't you go my way? You understand? Because he has always shown, because I'm an appointee of the governor, and if the circumstances as at the time demand me showing loyalty, I think my decision that I've taken now wouldn't be different if that may have been the case.
The thing is, political parties in most cases have ideologies.
Yes.
Which do you think would have really appealed to you? I mean, the NDC is there. Former Governor Dixon and the Senator represented by Bayelsa West. The political ideology of the NDC, do you think you'd favor that over the APC? I mean, if you really keenly observe both manifestos, the party manifestos, would you have favor that? Or no, that's not you.
I am an academic doctor, and my ideologies are quite different from the main conventional reasoning. I believe more in leadership, in individual conviction, than party followership. Party followership is just a vehicle for you achieving a particular political ideology. What makes a political party to be very pronounced is when they can be able to produce good leadership. So I tail more to individual leadership prowess than blindly following a political platform based on their ideology. When I see leadership in an administrator delivering the dividend of democracy to the people, trying to do what the people had expected him to do, I think that is where I see ideology come to play, not the political party he belongs to. We have gotten to a time where it is now very visible that we should pay less attention to our political party affiliations. Rather, we should pay more attention to individual capacity, individual technical know-how, individual leadership prowess of whomever we are following in leadership. And that is what this governor has shown.
Okay. Yeah. Your response now shows that you favor Diri's leadership style over
political affiliation.
Maybe NDC leaders' leadership style.
No, I would not say. They are leaders in their own rights. They are leaders in their own right. And again, I want to also make people understand something. We all know ourselves in these states. You getting in new clothes doesn't make you a born again. Just because you've been wearing one particular shirt and you got a new clothes, that doesn't take away who you are. It only changes your identity. It doesn't change the capacity or the character that you possess of. So in all way, that's why I said the political platform does not matter in most cases. The question is what the leader at that particular time is doing. Is it what the people want? Is it leading you right? There is what they call blind followership too. You must be very careful. Is it giving you the needed opportunity to also express yourself and to build yourself? And I always tell young people, there are different patterns of followership. Now, a lot of people follow for reward. If you follow for reward, you may not have the needed reward and you will never be contented. But if you follow for experience and for knowledge and for, how would I put it, to develop yourself,
That's
for
also
to know.
rewarding, is it not?
No, it is rewarding, but when I mean reward, the other reward is a material reward. People follow a particular system because they want this and they want
Pecuniary
that.
gains.
Yes, pecuniary gains. You will miss it. A lot of the times I discuss with my people, I said, the only way to make money is to pay less attention to looking for money.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Well, that's a life lesson.
Pay
right
less
there.
attention to looking for money.
That. Oh, really?
If you pay attention in looking for money, you will not make money.
You will make it.
Money always run away from those who are desperate coming to them. But if you create relationships, if you create avenues, if you create baits here and there, and leave it, it will germinate and money will come. You know, that is one thing a lot of people like.
You should make your book available so we'll come and purchase it, because we really have a lot of lessons to
Thank
to
you,
take
sir.
from them. But yeah.
Okay, so I want to ask, you are loyal to Governor Diri?
Yeah, 100%.
From your everything, all the points you've given.
Yes.
But you'd agree with me that critics still condemn Governor Diri's administration when we talk about the fact that we're still suffering unemployment for fresh graduates, underdevelopment, you know, and then there's been a whole thingy with the Bielsa State International Airport. Why is it flying once in a week? And so many things have been coming. So, Barrister Aibakuro, let me hear from you. For Governor Diri, are you defending results or relationships? Let's look at it that way, because you mentioned something also about relationships.
Yes.
Relationships.
Yes.
So are you defending relationship or results?
Well, it may shock you to know that I don't have any personal relationship with the governor.
You've not gained anything from him?
Not that I have not gained anything from him, but I don't have any personal relationship with the
You
governor.
are an essay to him.
Yes. My appointment came from him. But when I mean I don't have, I'm an aide to the governor, as per the status of my appointment as Secretary General, Center for Development, but I don't have that personal relationship with him. Now, coming to your question, you know, in every system, or even in our personal lives, if you don't have critics, then there is something wrong. Something is wrong. You know, criticisms are beautiful way of reassessing and re-examining yourself, your policies and program, so that you can do more better for the people. It may even surprise you. I tell people, if you are leaving your house and you see one beggar and you begin to give him 100 naira, 100 naira, 100 naira, one day the beggar will grumble, will I die with 100 naira? Can't you increase it to 200 naira? That is the human nature. What am I saying? You cannot please and satisfy all your citizenry, everybody. You are leading. Now, you talked about a lot of factors. I don't follow people because of relationship. I have a lot of bosses in this town, cut across all sectors outside the states. But one thing you will not see me do, you will not see me in my leader's house unannounced or trying to go and find favor. I don't believe in that. I believe in visible projections. I believe in what I can see. Today I've mentioned a lot of areas. If you tell me to mention what the Governor Doidiri have done, I can mention them. I can go ahead and ahead. You're talking about unemployment. I know a lot of people who have benefited from this recent 1,000 civil service employment scheme. And I can tell you for free, a lot of them do not even know anybody in government house. This employment went seamlessly and a lot of them got the jobs. Let me also shock you. There is a particular situation. I think the teachers' recruitment that was done of recent, before my lead boss died. That recruitment was done and some names were published. Then later, I think another list came on board, replacing those ones. They cancelled that list. Do you know what the governor did? Because that first list was on merits. We don't know how the second list came about. Some of us also complained. Some of us did the complaint to my lead boss too. But the governor, to the surprising of everybody, took the decision that that list that was cancelled should be retained. and rather the subsequent one that we don't know how it came about within the system was stepped down. And that is who this man is.
Okay.
He talked about the Bayelsa International Airport. The Bayelsa State government yesterday was just awarded with the license to operate, the NCAA license, issued by the Minister of Aviation, Festus Kayamo. It was issued to the Managing Director of the Bayelsa State Airport, and it was handed over to the governor yesterday. You know, aviation sector is highly intense and is very demanding. For you to get those licenses, I think I have a little bit of, I have a colleague somewhere in NDDC where I have a retainership with. He dealt on aviation, and I know I went through some of his writings because we all did PhD together. And I saw that the licenses, some of them has a compulsory period of inspection. Okay. You can't just go there and they will just issue you. There are some period that you must. It's just like building a house. If you do the decking, you must leave it for, I think, 21 days or something. There are licenses that you can't just get. After your airport is there, they must come and reassess it. They will give them a time frame. They will come again and reassess it, give it a time frame. Sometimes it takes up to 12 months. Sometimes it takes up to 24 months before those licenses will be issued. And they must also guarantee the viability, the commercial stability of that airport. And the aviation sector is highly capital intensive also. You must understand that. You know, with the rate of funds, paucity of funds, and number of projects going on at the same time in the states, you can only understand what the government of the day is going through in trying to see that they try to satisfy to an extent all sectors within their ambit. So criticisms are part of governance. These people criticizing, there are people we've seen that criticize the government. Then at the end of the day, you also see them commending the government. When the government, see, without criticism, you just be like a blind leader. You will not know. When everybody claps for you, then you know that there is something wrong in leadership.
Oh, criticism you have mentioned.
Yes.
Loyalty you've also mentioned.
Yes.
Do you think that by virtue of a position as Bayelsa that wants the development of Bayelsa State, there are areas you could point out in Doediri's administration that, well, he's not getting it right at all. We all want development in Bayelsa State, even though you point at areas where, I mean, it's commendable, yeah? Well, are there areas you think that the governor needs to rejig, do something, appoint someone else, or do something better to have a better result? Are there areas like that?
Yes, of course there are. The governor is not doesn't fall from the sky. The governor is full-blooded like you and me. And the governor is not omniscient, neither is it omnipresent, that he will be able to fulfill the yearnings and aspirations of all Bayelsans. You know, there are some areas that we know that there may be some vacuum or some lacuna in terms of governance. Nobody can have it all. Governance is continuum. And again, what I use to assess the level of development in every administration is the equation, the ratio. When you know that the person is scoring 70, even in school, or 80, that is a pass mark, a very good pass mark. Somebody must not score 100 over 100 for you to know that the person have scored a very good grade. You understand? And again, one thing we should also be very careful. You know, there is what they call ideological change, psychological change in psychology that is going on. I give an analogy some time back. I said, when you are going through the tutelage of leadership, you must understand that the style of leadership you follow will also reflect in your own subsequent exhibition and relationship with other people in society. If you are following a leader who is peaceful, if you are following a leader who is stable, if you are following a leader who is very subtle in taking decisions, it only goes to show that you are learning a new phase in terms of leadership. You know, fine, there are a lot of maybe some areas where people may feel that the governor has not done well. I also know that the governor has also shifted grounds in terms of the political conventional political arrangement in the states. For instance, you can see what is happening with the party primaries. A lot of people want the governor to use the style of other of his predecessors, where when his primaries, the governor should just unpick A, B, C, D and just make them whomever he likes. You understand? I can also tell you for free that my own stakeholders, the NIMBY stakeholders, were called yesterday to Government House to make a decision and vote it in front of the governor, when the governor even have the sole right to choose whomever he want to choose. But the governor deemed fit to call stakeholders from areas where there are conflicts, where there are worrying conflict and where there are visible crises, to say, okay, you people are the stakeholders from this area. You don't expect me to impose a candidate on you. Come and decide for yourself. And they go into ballots indoor. And whoever maybe decide takes the day. And that is what the governor has been doing, carrying everybody along.
If the governor is really carrying everybody along, why are there people who are defecting from the APC? He's such a loving governor, one who would bring all sides together.
No, you don't. Let me also address that point. See, God in his infinite mercy knows a way of actualizing the dream or the political aspiration of every individual. A lot of people defecting and not defecting because they have an issue with the governor, because they don't like the style of the governor. Some people have the conviction that they are the ones that should be there in that seat. So if they don't stand a chance in actualizing that dream in that particular political platform, and they have other platform where they are favorites, they want to go there to explore the opportunity there, so that if they emerge, they will still support the governor. And also, the governor brought in an innovation in the political cycle of this state, which will stand the test of time and which will also be an indelible print in the annals of our history. When he came on board, I think he was one of the first person that appointed people from the opposition. He appointed, then he was in the PDP, and his appointment on second term were people from the APC. I think the APC had over like 4, 5 or 6 commissioners in his cabinet.
Wasn't that a response to the evolution, the kind of politics, one introduced by the present FCT minister, anti-party kind of politics? These persons were probably rewarded.
They are different. They are different. The FCT minister has brought a very negative political.
The anti-party kind of politics.
Yes. What the governor did was an inclusion.
Those persons, you're saying they did not play anti-party.
No, if you don't have any I believe in fact, I'm a lawyer. If you don't have any verifiable facts or evidence, you don't stand a chance to accuse anybody. Now, I also subscribe to that ideology, where it's not because of the fact that you've been fighting with your brother. If you look at even my campaigns in my IYC election I'm going into, I've always told people that everybody contesting with me is qualified. And the governor plays that kind of politics too. And I learned that from the governor also. You know, you understand that we are all Bayelsans. And something is happening. It's the governor that brought it very open. I also know that previously, state government also tried to recoup expenses of those who contest with them after a governor emerges. This one, the governor has brought in that love and togetherness, an all-inclusive government, where people who has what it takes should not be denied the opportunity of serving their people just because they belong to an opposite political platform. That is not anti-party. That is a different kind. But I think what the FCT minister, to his credit, is doing is visible, where you are here and you are cutting the short here and you are doing this and you are doing that.
What the FCT minister is doing is anti-party.
Obviously, strictly.
How is that anti-party? Because you're one who does not believe in making statements without facts.
Anti-party, you can see that the governor, the FCT minister, I believe in fact, like I told you.
He's one who is still in the PDP till now.
He's still in
and PDP. And all PDP governors have left.
No, listen. It's not about leaving. He's in PDP, and he's obviously telling you who is in PDP that nobody should field the presidential candidate against the APC government is working for.
They have a presidential candidate, are you aware?
No. He said it.
Okay.
He said it. And he also said that anybody that works against the re-election of the president whom he is serving, that is going to fight the person to stand still. And that is what he's doing. That is obvious anti-party.
So you're saying the likes of the minister, for petroleum, state petroleum, did not support Governor Doideri to emerge as governor, and neither did David Lyon, who have people, supporters, and proteges who are commissioners in Doideri's government today. That's what you're saying. You want to tell
they may have supported them out of camera, behind the scene, but you will never see them make proclamations affirming.
So you're saying
publicly
that support was an anti-party?
No, for me, anti-see everybody in life.
Even if at the end of the day, the support jinxed the chances of Chief Silver for him to have emerged as governor.
that is a personal thing. That's what I'm saying. See, they said everybody may be a thief, but who then cash na him be thief. You understand?
Right.
Everybody may be a thief, but who then cash na him be thief. So that is where the wisdom comes in.
Okay, as they no cash am now.
Yes, if they no cash you for something, they said maybe in the scene of crime something happened, if not for the fact that there are accessories before, during, and after a crime. If maybe even if you are the one that was with the gun in armed robbery scene and they did not find the gun in your hand, and you just claim that, well, I'm just here, but one person was just with his gun, that person is the one that is a criminal, even if you are found within that perimeters.
Alrighty.
It is until when you are proven.
Let's backtrack.
Okay.
We have a lot to cover, so let's backtrack a little.
Okay.
I had asked a question around areas you think that, well, the governor should probably do better. I mean, you mentioned that you gave a lot of talk around that, but you did not quite mention specific areas where you noticed that, oh, the governor, there is a felt need here, and you've not quite addressed this felt need.
Well, it's dynamic. Areas whom I may feel that the governor may not be doing well, others may feel the governor is doing well. And also areas where I feel the governor is doing well, others may also feel the governor is not doing well. So it's dynamic. So for me, like I have said, it is an omnibus statement I made that in governance you cannot satisfy and please everybody. There are still areas where there are vacuum, where there is need for improvement. But we shouldn't forget governance is continuum. So where it didn't finish, where it didn't do well, other people will come and continue from there.
All right, so let's look at IYC.
All right.
Yes, let's look at IYC. We hear that you once served as the legal advisor.
Yes.
In 2017.
Yes.
But you stepped down. Why? Why did you step down? First,
you were asked to step down, right?
Yes, you were asked to step down. You mentioned loyalty, but I don't know if we are supposed to be scared of loyalty. I mean, there should be a limit to loyalty. You had your ideology, you had your everything, all your plans to serve as the chairman of the IYC Central Zone. Why did you step down? What was that about?
Well, that is, in fact, I don't know, you caught me on the web. That is one of the very few and foremost areas where my loyalty was truly tested. It was one painful decision that I have to make for the interest of sacrifice and for the interest of our government.
Okay.
I served as legal advisor from 2017 to 2020. I was appointed special assistant to the MD of NDDC. I was the youngest special assistant then at the level of level 16 of the civil service hierarchy, and I left as SA and I was engulfed with this IYC Central Zone aspiration. And I think that time, do you know where the loyalty, where the temptation was so paramount? I was having my money to contest that election without resorting to government.
Okay.
And I was having money to pay my delegate. I think I was one of the predominant aspirants at the time.
Because usually some people would see your stepping down as maybe his godfathers did not fund him.
Yes. And now, at that time, a lot of people knew that was not the situation.
Okay.
As a young man who was SA, of course, you know what SA means in NDDC. And I served.
We don't know.
No, people know.
We don't know.
We have the likes of Blessing Olomu. He was SA2 while I was SA.
It's okay. We're getting the picture now. We're getting the picture.
My leader. So now I was engulfed with calls. I think the governor was looking for me and my stakeholders, and my lead boss called me the member representing Yenagoa Kolokno Federal Constituency, Honorable Forju, was there, and the then Commissioner of Police was there in his office. And when I went to my Oga saw that I was crying. He said, "You have to go and see the governor. You are, for my sake, you have to go and see the governor." Because I already
your
knew.
relationship with governor started.
Yes. So now you have to go and see the governor. I said, "Oga, they will ask me to step down. Allow me just to contest this election."
Just to put in proper context, Governor Doyediri.
Governor Doyediri, yes. That your stakeholders are with the governor. You know, the governor is not also somebody that likes suppressing or imposing any candidates. That's one quality we have in this governor, we have in Bayelsa today. So when I approached the governor, my stakeholders were there, and the governor said, "I heard from the security report," I'm quoting him, "I heard that you are one of the best in this election. But your stakeholders and some people said you should step aside for another person to go for now." And I said something to the governor. I said, "Your Excellency, sir, that is not the situation. They said I'm deputy governor's boy. That is why they said I shouldn't contest the election." Then the governor said, "No, the deputy governor and the governor are the same people." I said, "I know, Your Excellency, but I cannot be taller than you, my leader." They said, "Okoro cannot be taller than its owner. So for your sake, I will heed to your counsel and your directive." And I also said something. I said, "Your Excellency, I hope tomorrow, when a particular situation arises again, for you to use that same machete you are using on me, hope you are also going to use it on another person too." And I think I discussed and I left. And I was not the only one. Other candidates were also called, but they refused. About 3 or 2 of them refused to step down. The governor called them the way they called me, and they went into the race. In fact, on that fateful day, in the evening again, I got a call that the governor said I should follow them to all the hotels where the delegates are camped, because the delegates find it very difficult to believe that I have stepped down. So I have to go and convince them. And when I went there, you know, I answered a lot of names as at the time. Betrayal, I've betrayed them. They stood by me. Now I've gone to government house to collect money. You know, those kind of petty. But it's normal. It's usual in the circumstances like this. Yeah, very true. So I made that sacrifice. The following day, on the day of election, I also went to the venue to announce my stepping down openly. And I see some people were also crying, some people were not happy, you know, and I have to now calm wounds. That was how the chairman as at that time emerged in Central Zone. And today again, I am still vying for the office of the Secretary General.
If the governor calls you to step down, would you?
Especially because you say you don't have a relationship with him.
No, you know, the governor is a very objective, fair, and very equitable character.
Okay.
The governor I know is a very fair, just, equitable character. If a governor have asked you to step down and there is another situation, the governor will never ask you to step down again.
What if the person
you're saying that's absolute?
No, I am telling you who I know Governor Doyediri to be.
So if he's asked you to step down once,
he will not allow you. He cannot strike you more than once.
This confirms that you are likely the governor's candidate.
I am not. Even right now, I can also tell you for free that there are some candidates who are contesting this election that still believes that the governor will still ask me to step down. They are bragging. Okay. They believe, they said, is it not the governor that asked him to step down even when his late boss was there? Now, it's a matter of letting him be jumping. We'll just ask the governor to ask him to step down again. Especially now that his late boss is not there. Nobody's even speaking for him in government house.
Well, you contested, you've been legal advisor of the IYC Worldwide.
Yes.
Contested for Central Zone Chairman.
Yes.
Asked to step down. And now you're looking to be the National Secretary. One would ask, why don't you raise this bar up and go for the president? I mean, why are you running for president? Right?
Yes, IYC is a very unique.
Why run for secretary?
Is a very unique organization. The Secretary General is more or less like the de facto president of the zone. You are the leader of the zone. And again, council is built around 3 major offices in the IYC. Okay. The president, the Secretary General, who is the head of the secretariat, who is the policy maker, is that the policy drafter of the entire council, then the spokesman of council. So if you must get it right as president, you must rise within these pyramids for you to be able to garner the needed experience and prowess for you to deliver. I'm not also somebody, I like what my trajectory has always been service to my people. Especially, I don't like overpricing myself. Even when a lot of people feel like you are more than this, why are you doing this? I like serving people. I like coming down to serve people. And I feel I'm a stabilizing factor in whatever I do. I think I was secretary to the Prosperity Youth Coalition, as you know, when Deborah Konoko was the DG for over 2 years plus. And you can see the stability I brought into that organization. And that has been my style. I always don't like maybe being at the forefront most of the times. I like serving from behind. I like service a lot. I like loyalty. And that is what I learn. And that is why at this time I'm picking up the challenge. Because if you look at council, one of also the very fundamental reasons why I took up the challenge is to give council some level of image laundering. You understand? To give council a new face. It's better that everybody cannot sit somewhere and some minister from somewhere from another ethnic background will come and say thunder will fire a nation, and it better will not take the media to respond to him. It better will respond to him. That is the kind of person.
You're seeing the current Secretary General or even the President?
No, everybody.
I mean, I know that
everybody have their style of leadership.
So you're radical?
No, I am not radical.
Okay.
I address issues for issues.
Hold on.
The
and you're saying that you would rather do different. I mean, he did not address.
He has his own style of addressing issues regarding to that. We know what he did. He also responded to those issues beautifully. Jonathan tried with his neck. This issue of Fubara being an Ijaw man, we know how tactically there are so many times Jonathan came on to challenge them and to also say stop to most of those things that were happening. He defended the Ijaw interests very perfectly. But I have my own style. There are some things some of us nip at the head. We nip it at the head, so that at the end of the day, they said when you allow your child to always come close to your testicles, to come and play with your testicles always, he will see it as if it's a rope, so he will now always be drawing it.
You've taken after your late boss in doing proverbs.
It's not the other testicle that my late boss that
your late boss
must first inform the second wife.
The same testicles proverbs. But
so that is how it is. So everybody have their own style. You understand? But for me, I like addressing. That is my style. I like addressing the issues as they come.
The gay style.
No, that is another area we are.
Because we have two styles that I think I know: the gay and intellectual approach.
I told people that when you grow in terms of when you are vast and experienced in terms of academics, you begin to understand that. You begin to understand that there are a lot of things that you can achieve with negotiation instead of violence. A lot of things you feel you can use violence to achieve. You can even achieve more if you are passing through the right channel. Like I tell people, we are going into the pen struggle with the IYC. We are not going to that Bikini style of IYC again. Now, for instance, if you have Fugados in my area operating, or maybe Ajip or maybe ExxonMobil operating in my area, and you feel they are not keeping up with their corporate social responsibility, or they are not adhering to the Local Content Acts by trying to resort to indigenous people in carrying out their assigned jobs, and they are bringing in outsiders maybe to come and do those jobs, what do? It's not for you to go there and make the noise. You first of all, you petition them to the NSA, you go to the National Assembly. There are the institutions that are responsible in trying to checkmate and oversee them. You first take up the matters in those areas. They should, for me, that is one of my campaign policies, where we are going to return power back to the clan structures, where every clan, if you know there is a particular firm or IOCs operating in your area or doing any servicing job in your area, we must approach them to show us the certificate of local content compliance first. You must show us the certificate, so that let us know our people that are from that area that are engaged by your firm. those are the areas. And again, we must have a comprehensive database. I know that we have suffered enough in this region. Even if we house the economic base of the nation, or maybe we are an economic powerhouse of the nation. Now, most of these companies and most of these firms hide under the guise that they cannot get the needed skill sets within our space. You know, everybody must not go to school. Everybody must not be skilled. We have skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled labor anywhere you go in the world. There are those who are scaffolders, there are those who believe in painting, there are those who are skilled in electrification, there are those who believe in tile making, you know, mention them, a lot of them. So we must have a comprehensive database where you just go into that setting and drop your skill sets, what you are good at, your local governments, your community, the kind of skill you engage in, your phone number, your contact address, then a shortee, somebody that you know from that place. If those informations are imputed in that database, all what we do is that any company going there, it is very easy for you to just go into that website to go and check at the people, or maybe those who are in that particular community who will feel have those needed. You know, it also helps in need assessment for me to know what a particular people need at a particular time. That is another wrong way of empowerment. If you empower people with what they don't need at that time, it will be a wasted effort at the end of the day. So it will not be business as usual. The peculiarities of every of our Ijaw communities and whatever they do must be taken into consideration.
Oh, you were legal advisor of the RIC Worldwide. And when people hear that, I'm looking to run for the National Secretary of IYC, they'd want to immediately backtrack, piggyback on some of the things that you probably had done. But they will also be looking out for you to tell them, remind them, these things you did then as legal advisor, the changes you helped bring to council. Maybe this on this premise, they're likely to say, okay, yeah, we can support you.
Yeah, we did a lot of things as at the time. In fact, a lot of people do not know who legal advisor of IYC was until I came on board. Yes, I can state it boldly here. Legal advisor was one office that was very salient in council, because it's like the second to the least office in the organizational chart of council. And when we came on board, we take up issues. IYC cut across the entire Naija Delta. I think I came up with people, with lawyers who are in the various states where Ijaw people are, handling Ijaw matters. We had a lot of cases in court. As at that time too, we had a case about another faction who was claiming leadership. We did a lot of bail application for our youth. Although one thing that we're supposed to engage in, which I'm very sure that the elders have started, was to take the federal government to court. I think we're about starting that process before our tenure rounded up. Because of the fact that Bayelsa is the least marginalized, I think the matter is before the Federal High Court for the creation of more local governments in Bayelsa. And I can assure you and assure Ijaw people that as a lawyer, in collaboration with NEC, the 10th NEC, when we come on board, we are going to take over that matter. Those are some areas where the IYC is going to take over the responsibility of that matter. In line with, also in collaboration with the advice of the legal advisor that we emerged as at the time, and NEC, because those are key areas that we also started. We started the process as at that time when I was legal advisor. So you can count them, number of boys, Ijaw people who were languishing in prisons, who we bring up, we maybe went to either one state high court or federal high court to seek for bail applications, bring them out. And we also, I think Ibiwari too, as at the time, Ibiwari was also languishing, and we know a lot of things we did, a lot of letters we wrote. And one other things I think we did was, there was a case in Shell, as at the time, where there were some Ijaw people they wanted to relieve of their jobs in Shell. I think in NAPIMS or thereabouts. The office of the legal advisor took up that matter. I think we petitioned the NSA, we petitioned the IG, we petitioned the presidency, the Ministry of Petroleum as at the time, and those jobs were secured because they wanted to step like 4 or 5 Ijaw people. They wanted to relieve them. You understand? So that they can step up some expatriates to fill up those spaces. And we fought vehemently against that, and we're able to get victory against them.
Okay, Dr. Igbeta, what if, just what if again, what if the governor picks a consensus candidate? What if?
No, well,
and it's not you, maybe.
No problem. All what I have been asked by people, do you want to be a consensus candidate in this election? I don't like consensus. I don't like being a sole candidate. I like being when I contested as legal advisor, we were five persons. I was the least. Then I was just how many years at the bar. Today I'm 15 years at the bar. Then I was very young. I was the least. I had people who are 20, 17 years at the bars at the time that contested with me. And by God's grace, I pulled the highest vote in the history of a generation, 73 votes out of the 110 delegates.
Did you have help from like godfathers?
No, I never had.
Okay.
I think the only person that helped me with my campaign as at the time were some stakeholders. Then my brother and friend, Alfred Kemepado, I must give him the credit. He was contesting Secretary General at that time. So I was attached to his campaigning processes. So most of his delegates, I was also seeing them. So he played also a pivotal role as an elder brother for me.
Well, you did mention that you're affiliated with the Bayelsa West even more than your Bayelsa East.
Yes, because I am from the Bayelsa East. I have a very cordial relationship with them.
Okay.
You know, a lot of people do not understand that IYC goes beyond Bayelsa. Bayelsa is just 30 delegates. We have 117 delegates. We have the Western Zone, we have the Eastern Zone, stating from Akwa Ibom, the Ibani people. We have the Western Zone, the Ondo, Edo. We have the Abuja chapter, we have the Lagos chapter. So the delegate cut across almost all the zones and chapters. So it is a very rigorous process. So before you are contesting a national office, you know that the tax before you is huge.
Yeah.
And it's Eucalian. So you must devote your time. You understand? So I don't like consensus candidacy. And even when somebody, I am very close to this guy. In fact, nobody that is contesting with me in this election that will say they've contributed more to this government than me. I can state it boldly anyway.
Okay.
People knows my antecedent with this government. And even when I was asked that, do you want to be a I said I don't want. All I need is for everybody to go into the field and everybody to be given a level playing ground. Anybody that wins is a win-win for the government.
Okay.
It's a win-win for the government.
The IYC is established as a pressure group. 1998, I believe.
Yes.
Now, a pressure group. But the governor is one who says, this candidate can go. This candidate, please step down for this candidate.
No, the governor, let me correct that impression.
Good.
The governor is not the one that decides who goes for where and what.
He tells you to step down.
No.
He told you to step down in 2020.
That is what I'm saying. He is not the one that asked me to step down. My stakeholders went to him in order to form a truce, in order to arrive as a truce, to say, well, we have two of our sons that is contesting. Can you please help us talk to these our sons and also other people from other areas, other local governments? As a father of the state, can you please talk to them so that we can have some level of tolerance in the contest? You know, you must also agree with me that IYC is one of the most, in fact, is the most formidable youth organization we have in the whole of the Niger Delta. So the risk of having possible crisis during the electioneering process is very high. So that is why most of the time stakeholders come together to see how they can harmonize interest. So if you don't agree, then if it's just a very jovial and a very coordinated way of pleading or playing with us to say, see, at this time, why don't you people come together and see how you can amend your interests and your aspirations to see how this person can go. But other people also to tell you that the governor is not the one that decides.
So he's basically resolving
a crisis, trying to preempt it. Now, those who do not step down as at the time, those who do not heed to the governor's admonition, went into the election. Yes, they went into the elections. And the person I stepped down for won with just a very slim margin, I think 7 votes. So out of the 100 over 100 delegates. So had it been me that was the leading candidate as at the time also went into the race, what would have happened? because I was sure of about more than half of the delegators at the time. So these are the issues. So the governor do not decide. The governor only come to see how he can manage a crisis-prone area, because he is the governor general of the
Let's
nation.
have you state it clearly. A lawyer you are. A doctorate. You have a doctorate in law. Let's have you state it clearly that you do not believe in the governor's interference in matters of the IYC, electoral matters of the IYC. Let's have you state that, because, well, the IYC is a pressure group now.
No, the governor do not intervene.
No, so I do not believe in terms about the governor.
No, I do not believe. The governor does not. The governor does not interfere. I can tell you there are a lot of crises where the governor will only advise and call parties. You can see anytime any of these groups went for, or maybe go and pay him a courtesy call, you can see his word of advice. Look at the electoral committee went there. You can see the charge he gave to them. Give everybody a level playing ground and make sure that the election is fair, credible, and just for everybody. And that has been the governor's charge.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's conclude with a final question. Let's have you give Bayelson a word of advice. I mean, you are a man with capacity. We've heard that you've served as a 2-time Secretary General, Center for Youth Development, SA, NDDC, so many. Your list goes on and on. So let's have you talk to Bayelson with a final advice on governance, loyalty.
My advice to Bayelsa is that we are going into another electioneering season, and that we must understand that our tomorrow is bigger than today. First, no matter the ambition you have, you must remain alive before you can be able to pursue that dream or that goal. By remaining alive, it entails you trying to be peaceful and trying not to give yourself as a political thug, or as somebody who imbibes in violence, political violence, just because of the fact that you are supporting a particular candidate or you are in the train of a particular political boss. I would charge Bayelsa you to be peaceful, to be loving, and to always remain united. That is my major charge, because a lot of us, like I tell people, is because of our lack of unity that there is a lot of infiltration. I remember what my late boss said of blessed memory. He said something very striking before he died. He said, you must be ready as youth to be united to push us out who are fading out, or else we will not leave the scene for you. He said, if we are not united as youth and push us out intentionally, we will not leave the scene for you. Nobody is willing to leave the scene. But if people are united, people can push us out. So that is my charge to everybody. Well, to all the job people, like I've always said, everybody contesting this IYC election with me are credible, qualified. We are all the job people first before we have different aspirations. So all what I'm pleading with everybody is to play by the rules, to love ourselves, that even after the elections, we can always sit together, dine together as brothers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Ibakuro Igbeta, PhD, for sharing your thoughts and expertise on this topic. Really do appreciate you. My name is Babi Umparu, and I've been joined by
Henry Armifula here.
This has been Chat with Naija Live TV. Thank you for watching.
Well, 2027 election is only a few months away. So there's been a lot of politicking, there's been the endorsements, there's been the defections. The political conversation has also been very hot this period. And well, we're looking to have this conversation especially around Bayelsa, and specifically in Southern Ijaw constituency too. And, so we thank you plenty for staying with us on this episode of Chat with Naija Live TV. My name is Henry Armifula, and on this episode we have someone who is an aspirant, someone who's been a member of the APC before now, and well, recently, resigned from the APC. So we're joined this episode by the comrade Signy Linus. It's good to have you. A very good day to you and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Henry. Good day to you as well. Thank you.
Welcome again to Naija Live TV and to this episode of the program.
Thank you very much. You have such a nice place here, and I will say everyone should come here for their interviews and any program.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's jump right in. Southern Ijaw Constituency 2. That's where you hail from. And exactly why are you seeking to be a representative of that particular area? And how would you describe development in Southern Ijaw Constituency 2? Let's start with just 1999 to 2026. That's the start of the Fourth Republic, right? Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Henry, I want to appreciate you for this very germane question, because the Southern Ijaw Constituency 2, for sake of demography description, we have two unique clans, unique people, two unique people. You know, we have the Oproma people and the Tarakri people. Though politically it is divided into two wards, that is the Oproma Ward 1 and the Oproma Ward 2. Now, you asked why I am coming in for this political exercise. It's same question, just like why do you come into politics? You know, growing up as a young person, as a little child, growing up, from my background and also from what I've been exposed to over time, I've seen that our people, especially in the Niger Delta region at large, we are faced with numerous immense challenges. And the aim of politics is to bring development to your people. How best can you bring in development to your people, to the child, to the mother, to the adult, and everyone that makes up the constituency? So my aim of coming into politics is to see how best I can attract development to my people, in this case through legislative service. So it's all about the people. So yeah,
what are those things you think you would like to do? Those problems, particularly, you know that Southern Ijaw Constituency 2 are being rocked by, that you would like to help solve.
Well, you know, in fact, every sector of human endeavor, there are problems. Even the first world countries, second world countries, third world countries, they are classified, all have several challenges. And what is the essence of man is to solve problems. So to me, as an aspirant coming in to represent the people of the Southern Ijaw Constituency 2, specifically in the legislative arm of government, is basically to bring in development and solve the problems in the educational sector, in the health sector, in the agricultural sector, in the business and enterprise sector, in every aspect of life, infrastructural sector, and every aspect of life that can make my people, because the essence of governance and the essence of the government in the Nigerian constitution is simply for the welfare and security of the people. So if you cannot deliver welfare and security to the people, then the purpose has been eluded. So I am looking at these areas because I've observed that as a healthcare professional, I'm a nurse by profession, and meanwhile, Happy Nurses Day to all nurses internationally, because yesterday was our day. So I have observed that our primary healthcare system within the constituency, and because of course when you get into the House of Assembly, you're not going there just for your people, you're also going there to serve the entire Bayelsa state, and sometimes even Nigeria at large, because there are these are the core aspects of service to the people. So I am looking at these areas, using these tools and these legislative tools to bring in development to my people. If there are no health facilities that are working, because let's for instance the health sector, we have what we call the B-Mong and the C-Mong facilities. B-Mong facilities are classified in the primary health sector system, while the C-Mong are supposed to be secondary health sector system. You know, until recently that we are having a referral system, thanks to His Excellency Governor Doidiri for providing the Opurma Referral Hospital, and also the infrastructure, the road, that bridge has really bridged a lot of gaps. So most of our women will not be dying from simple conditions like PPH, that is a postpartum hemorrhage that occurs sometimes because of poor handling of pregnancy and delivery system. So what am I here to do? Let me see that the basic healthcare need of our people, because definitely I will be a member of the House Committee on Health, or I'll maybe, if God willing, I may even be the chairman of the House Committee on Health, and I'll be able to drive these policies, these laws that will ensure that our system works.
Well, typically, as someone who is a nurse, one would wonder exactly why a nurse would be going into politics. But then again, of course, nurses are those who care, who nurture, right? Yeah, that's a different, another way to call the nurse. You nurture, you take care of people. So typically, you're here to take care of the needs of the staff of your constituency.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so I mean, that makes sense. And bias at large, that makes sense a lot. But then, as a nurse and also one who is into the healthcare system, you'd also know that one of the problems we have in our primary healthcare system, like you had mentioned, is the fact that there are barely people at the health centers. If you check, you'd probably find that at best 2-3 communities you must find one health center, in Bayelsa State, and also in your constituency, right? Well, there's a problem of lack of practitioners being present. There are only a few healthcare facilities, primary healthcare facilities, that are actually operational. I mean, that's not having skeletal operations, properly operational. You're going to the assembly. What exactly are you going to do? Is this by way of bill, by way of motion? I particularly don't quite think motions do anything, but I think bills could actually help the day in many cases. But what are you doing particularly to ensure that staffers who are employed go to work, or those who, I mean, if there are places where staffers are not quite employed, or where you want to use ad hoc staff, I mean, typically, what are you going to do to ensure that there are much more staffers who are working?
Okay, I already have drafted a motion, because this problem is to be solved by a motion. And motions help. Bills, even a law, if there is no willpower, political willpower, nothing happens. But the motions, it is a motion of public importance, urgent public importance, that can solve this issue of staffing and also the attitude of staff to work. Now in Bayelsa State, we have 105 wards. I developed a motion called Project 105, that is the 105 wards, that we must have adequate primary health system, working systems in each of the 5 wards, so that nobody would rush to FMC or NUTH for primary health care needs. Now, our system is that for now we don't have sufficient manpower. Good thing that the primary health care board recently advertised for intake of healthcare practitioners, healthcare workers, including nurses. I believe that they will take at least 800 nurses, because we need, in fact, in every community, in my community, we have, in our Naija community, we have a primary health care center. We have 2 cottage hospitals that are not operational, but the primary health care center is operational, but not 100% up to its ability. The functionality is not 100%. There's no primary health care facility that we can say is 100%. So these are the areas we need to liaise with the commissioner and the Ministry of Health to push up a motion and say that, please, government, we have our people dying. Governor, we have our people dying because of little preventable diseases. Can we load our primary health system with enough nurses, with enough doctors, with enough CHUs, with enough cleaners and secretaries and whichever persons that are supposed to be working there, because there is a minimum standard prescribed by the National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, that these are the number of staff that are supposed to be there. So can we abide by this? Can we work with this and ensure that our people have access to, because primary healthcare definition is just access to health, affordable health that are close to the people. So I will raise a motion specifically for this purpose, that and call on the attention of the executive arm of government to ensure that we employ enough manpower based on need, so that we will not even be rushing to the referral hospital at Okoroma, so that the people that want to deliver, let them deliver at Ayama or at Ludo or at Ebola Gobri that is even landlocked, instead of coming down. Then the attitude to work, if there is a motion like that, that means I'm a representative of the people, because God willing I am voted in. So I have to be always there with the people. I'm not in Agua-based the politician that will just stay here and be not even interact with the people. So I will go there to the health centers and follow up.
Currently in River State, are you going to quit that for politics?
No, that is a private non-governmental engagement. Okay. Of course, I've discussed with my employers that I am going in for this service, and God willing, I am voted into power. My workplace have already given me that leverage that okay, when you are voted into power, this is what we are going to do. This is service. That is service depending on the conditions of service of the employer. So it does not affect public or whatever area. So I interact with the people. I see that a pregnant woman, if I am there, oversight, having that oversight function, that is where oversight comes in. So a motion to ensure that nurses get there, then oversight to ensure that the nurses are there working, or the doctors are there working.
Affecting staff morale, and some of these staffers, from going to the primary healthcare centers and to administer their services is, like you mentioned, working conditions, not enough remuneration, even where they stay in these constituencies is a problem. Some of the houses are poor. Sometimes they don't even have a house to stay, because of course, the popularity and around Bielsa, that's not necessarily Yanagua, housing deficit here. That's one thing that maybe you'd like to...
All these things will be handled by Project 105 motion that's already in the bakery. It's already ready to be eaten. So immediately I'm voted into power, this Project 105 motion will be raised, will take care of the housing issue, because staff, if you send me to Lobia or to Okodia Zarama in a local government area, at least I should have a little house that I can lay my head and take care of, because there's what we call residential midwives. These are health workers that stay around the facility, so that midnight anytime, so far there's a pregnant woman or an emergency, they take care of them immediately, give them that succor, that immediate health attention before moving them. I'm just feeling that we are focusing more on the health sector, which we have one sector.
Primary health
exactly. I love it that you have good interest in the primary health sector, because that is also
that's your interest.
That's my heart. That's what breeds my heart.
That's what I'm
here. Yes, I'm here
in the local level.
Yes.
Right? You have mentioned that Diri has taken road there. There is a referral hospital in Okoro. But then there are problems with primary health care centers, and so we're expanding.
Yeah, exactly. So the referral system, the referral hospital, is to manage only cases that cannot be handled by the primary health centers. And also another thing is not just the state government, the local government also have something to do, because you have to augment the efforts of the state governor or the state government, let me put it that way, because while the staff do not have accommodation, the local government chairman can say, okay, I want to build per community 3-bedroom flats for nurses and doctors and other children that will be there to at least have a place to lay their head and be coming to work and take care of our people. And also electricity is a problem. I have a model called the PPE. The PPE is not the personal protective equipment that we know, but personnel, power, and equipment. That is it. I'm just revealing. I hope my competitors will not come and steal my idea.
Well, even if they do steal your idea and they use it, is it not to the benefit of the?
No, the thing about idea is that he who bears the idea knows how best to run with it. Okay. That's why even the Bible says, write it down and run with this vision. So this PPE idea is about personnel. When we treat the personnel issue, what about power? Now we have solar power system. I will go to the NDDC as health committee member or chairman on health in the state and tell them that please, our healthcare centers need an intervention because it's an interventionist agency or commission. Our people, please, I will need at least, even if it's 5 kilowatt or 10 kilowatt power grid in each of the health centers across the thing. You know, when there is power, people will even be going there more. Because when our women go, now touch them, they carry deliver also. How do we need to even go there? Make I no come go die for them because pregnancy and delivery is like a life and death experience. So everybody is very careful. They rather want to go to Naija than come to our primary health center because they feel that there are no sufficient manpower to handle their cases. Okay, well, so we will work on those areas through oversight and motions.
Okay, that's good to know.
And strengthening those where necessary.
Okay, that's good to know now. But prevention, they say, is better than cure.
Always.
Right? And so there is, I'm a journalist, so I travel the creeks, hinterlands. I know that there is this culture of drinking from the river, and we call it our water now. You know, do us anything.
I mean, that's not the true African man.
Well, that's a rather cliche notion, but this is one that I like to think is much more relevant. Something that we would often do. I mean, was it just 3 months ago? I saw people who would drink from the water, the river water. They say the flow.
I saw it today in my community.
They say the flow, and typically they scoop and they drink.
Yes. And someone else is defecating
somewhere. And I asked the question to someone who is a health professional sometime. When they say water the flow, it means say cholera the flow come out too. I mean, get possible say you go fetch cholera drink. So there is this notion, first of sensitization, second of how are you going to ensure through these emotions that we have some of the facilities we need, water, low cost water, water we can drink, portable drinking water is made available for those persons who are in southern Ijaw constituency. So how would we ensure this? Remember that most times the focus is on Yenagoa. Even when the governor says he's going to go to water after he does the power supply issue in Yenagoa, in Yenagoa, it's still in Yenagoa, not in southern Ijaw. So in southern Ijaw constituency too, what are the plans?
Okay, as a representative, you have very broad lobbying opportunities where you can liaise with even the IOCs, because in Oporoma, the headquarters of the local government, and also the headquarters of Ward 1, the people of Ward 1 that are representing, it holds oil wells, it even holds Shell, the RGP is there. At least these people should be able to also contribute to our development. Apart from the provisions that will come for constituency development from the areas, at least we should be able to have sustainability. Because another thing is that if you go to each of these communities, there are spoiled water projects. Sometimes they have stolen the solar panels, sometimes they have vandalized this or that. Now, why can't we also research on this and bring up sustainable potable water, because it's part of the SDG, the SDG goals, that is the Sustainable Development Goals. I think it's goal 8 or goal 3. I cannot get the exact distance. It's part of the Sustainable Development Goal, which everybody in this country and the world are getting money
all of the
from.
Sustainable Development Goals, I don't quite think of anyone that Nigeria has
achieved. So it's a work in progress. While it is a work in progress, we must also be consensually doing the right thing at the right time. How much is a borehole to be dug? If a very dark man is digging borehole for people, why can't I use at least my allowances if there is no money at all? But if there is no money, I still have access, because I'm already the healthcare professional. I have access to UNICEF, I have access to World Health Organization, I have access to Bill and Gates Foundation, I have access to CHAI and other platforms that I can lure and bring in to provide these boreholes for my people. Even if it is that one, we call it Bokobili, that they will just manually just shake it. Like in those days, we used to just shake it up and down, and before you know, the water comes out.
But can that happen in Bayelsa?
Yes, it is still functional. I think there is one still working at the community, but I think the treatment, they've not treated it again for a while, so the water is is
that's that cost effective.
Very cost effective. Something that can be operated by even a 10-year-old child.
It's manual.
It's manual.
You could just
you don't need a solar panel that will be stolen. You don't need a borehole generator that people. Even if it will need a borehole, then you just set up. Just 2 million can set up a good borehole for at least the people around 100 meters
solar
of
powered.
that. No, even if it's not solar powered, even if you get a generator, how much is the generator that will pump that this in? Then you make it their project. Let them see the project as their project, not your project.
And there's several
so that they will now even say, okay, water don't finish, let us contribute. But I can say, sorry for speaking in job, but this is my constituency.
It's
so
you can.
But I can say 100 naira to that, get 2 liters of fuel, and that's what I can be doing pump there. And most of them will be willing. In my community in Ayama Ejo, before now we were contributing 100 naira. I think as at 2010, 2012, we were contributing 100 naira per flat to power our community generator so that we can have light. So why can't such things be? Let the people own the project, let the people work with the project, and see how they can also protect. Because so far they own that project, they protect it. You don't just hand it over to one. At least there are chiefs in each of the compounds. There are opinion leaders. Say, and they carry this thing give on now, make on our own and title. If this thing is spoiled now, if it's spoiled now, we repair them. If the burden of repair is on them, you place it on their mind like that, and they will be able to also see how they can protect and maintain it. Because even the teams that will spoil those things are within the community now.
Alrighty. You know, there are many persons who would ask you this question. Mayhaps a tough question, but yeah, all the same, they'll ask you this question. You've been in the constituency, you're a stakeholder, you're one who's knowledgeable, and well, all of a sudden you're deciding to run for office, deciding to run for an assembly seat to represent the Southern Naija constituency too. They've had a representative all this while. They've had one particular representative for 15 years or more. I mean, that's like since 2011 up until now. They have one particular representative who's done 4 tenures. And all of these things you've mentioned are lagging, are not seen in the constituency. Did you at any time try to reach out to your representative, who's currently representing you now, by the way? At any point, did you reach out to him with these ideas to say, Honorable, this is important, we should do this? And what was the response you got?
Okay, like I think just recently, my leader, because he's still my leader, whether I'm no longer in the same party platform.
Talk about yes.
Right, Honorable, everyone has his or her own strengths and weaknesses. For me as a person, I have learned the ropes over the years, over his years of representation, and I'll consolidate on the areas of his strength, and also ensure that the areas of weaknesses, which he will even be the one to even say, by this area are not to do well, because there's nobody that is perfect. But this area are not to do well, you try and handle it like that. And also personally, I've been engaging with him. The recent one is the bill that was passed for resident doctors to be trained on scholarship. I now had a discussion with, I said, why don't we also include nurses and pharmacists? That will be also
a bill for resident doctors
to be trained on scholarship. Yes, yes. I think it was last year that it was passed. So he said
resident doctors native to Southern Naija constituency.
No, not native. It's Bayelsa State. You know, as a representative, you are making laws for the entire state.
Now,
yes, they do. So that was done, and after I approached him, he mentioned, "Don't worry, you know this bill will be easy way you come out to. So let us." And it's allowed to be implemented. We can always repeal and make adjustments. So, like, I already have that background of what he has been doing.
If he's a leader, what are the areas he really accomplished other than this bill you mentioned that you're happy for 15 years? What are the things that Obolobobo did that you're very, very comfortable with, and you can say, yeah, my leader, you tried?
I would not be the one to say his accolades.
I mean, you called your leader, that's why.
Yes, he's my leader. I wouldn't want to, because if I know a lot that he has done, the walkways that he has influenced, even the Purma Bridge that we just commissioned, and Ghana Purma Bridge that was commissioned, the referral hospitals, those things don't just come on their own now. People, there is always lobbying. There's always a lobbying person there. So if you had been following him, you can see that you always go to the sites an oversight. Those are oversight functions. He has been going to check the progress of the work and because he has interest, because he has lobbied this development to these areas. So definitely he has done his own part. And yes, there may be little areas that he must have not done very much well, but there is always room for improvement. That's why we that have learned the ropes are to take over and improve on those areas, concentrate on the places that he has done so well, and now serve the people better. That is the essence of leadership.
Alrighty. Your resignation from the All Progressives Congress, on what premise? Why exactly do you leave from the All Progressives Congress? A party that many persons will say is gaining popularity, especially with the miracle governor defecting to the APC. Well, that's where our opinions on some persons that the party is popular. But you're leaving the party at a time when it is most popular in Bayelsa, if that's the way to use it.
Well, in life, there comes a time where sometimes the things you see that are the best to do, or the platforms you see that are the best to stand on, becomes the platform that you have to leave to go to a more challenging platform to achieve that goal for the people. Now, why I left the APC, I've been there for over 8 years. I've served the party. I have served the party on various capacities. I was campaigning is it welfare? Yeah, welfare or no, not welfare. I was part of the campaign team for Andy Ziadna when he was running for the State House Assembly under the APC. I was one of the executives there. I cannot even recall the portfolio properly, but I will definitely get it. That's then just the last elections, I worked as the party ward agent. So I was the one that was collating the results with the INEC people alongside the PDP person who was one of the major persons that was working. So, and I also was the election committee chairman of the Ward 2, Constituency 2, Ward 2. But, you know, at this juncture, I contested, I aspired for this position in 2023 elections. In 2022, a committee was set up and I appeared before the committee, and unfortunately the party leader said, okay, let us hand it over to Chief Andy Ziadna, who defected as at that time from the PDP to the APC and was given the ticket. And he said, okay, let us run with it. And I was given that assurance that when the next time of election comes up, that definitely will be carried along and will be considered for this position. And these meetings were done at Newcastle Hotel, Ribatel Hotel. These are popular hotels in the state. And also my leaders called and said, don't worry, we are still young, the next time we'll definitely get it and the rest. So fast forward to 2026 here, I also expressed my interest to run for the position. And same leaders are still telling me that not all of them, because at least I had some level of votes from the committee to be part of the 3 persons that the governor had instructed the party to pick. I wasn't part of the 3 persons that was picked. Out of the 3, someone that was promised that, okay, you will be given the opportunity to push this thing the next time, wasn't even picked. Not that I'm not qualified. Yes, some of the leaders even confided in me that, see, I know that we are the best fit for this project, but you know, because of politics, the dynamics of politics and this and that, that's why I have that confidence that any party I run from definitely will make success and will take the victory.
You left the APC because you were not quite picked.
I was not considered because...
And you were one of the 3 persons.
I wasn't even considered as part of the 3 persons.
So they had this screening committee
because
you out?
Yes. Would I say screen out? I would say I wasn't considered, not screened out, because if you say screen out, it means you're
part of the screening.
Yes, I appeared for the screening. If you say screened out, it means you are disqualified. But I wasn't screened out, I was dropped, and other persons were picked. Even when some of the committee members said,
were you part of the screening?
Yes, we were 18 of
aspirants.
But it's the committee that, yes, it was the committee that, but I wasn't an aspirant, because until you buy form, that's when you become a legitimate aspirant. Okay. So the governor in his wisdom had arranged a committee to at least look at us, and so personal leadership for some interest came in, and I wasn't picked. That notwithstanding, as a leader, if you are determined to do something, not in desperation, such occurrences only boost and allowed other processes to take place.
So maybe a direct primary for that.
That is not my party, so I cannot.
No, you had. That's the party you just left.
Yeah, for now I cannot tell you what is invoked, because definitely the party have to choose the way. Because if every other person resigns or withdraws their interest, definitely it becomes consensus. But if, for instance, they go into there's a problem there, and maybe one or two other persons do not want to listen, definitely they will go into direct primaries where every party member will register party member.
Why you did not quite want to go into direct primaries?
No, not because
there could not be. There was not a consensus for you to be
not even a part of the three persons, because some of the reasons were like, I still have more years, and
to run,
youth, which means the youth do not have any say or any stake in the leadership or the leadership that was.
Well, you understand leadership now, right?
Of course, I do. So
as a youth now, they say just wait for your leaders to go. It will be your turn.
Which means you are not confident that what I have learned from you over the years and the Constitution of Nigeria allows me to run, and you even gave me a promise that next time it will be yours.
So you're running from you're learning from somebody, right?
Yes, the people I'm learning from is not the Bolobizon. He's going to House of Reps. He has given me the platform to come in. He has given me the platform to come in and represent our people. He has already trained me enough. He said, okay, this man is now fit. Let me live for this younger generation. That is the essence of him living. If not, it is the tenure. There is no tenure system in the House of Assembly. You would have system for 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th tenure. But he has felt that maybe I have trained some people, the youth, to take over, because himself was in his 30s when he came into power. The first person by Stafford Ngolo in the old right on Stafford Ngolo in the old River State, he was in his late 20s and early 30s when he was representing the constituency, and also target segment. But he was 26 years going to 27 years when he represented the constituency out of Hawkins Calabar. He was also in his 30s and 20s to represent. So why is it different now that something has there is a chronological system of allowing the youth to read in that space? Why is it that it is this period that the youths of today are supposed to benefit from this system, that the goalpost is being shifted to over 40s and over 60s and 70s? It becomes a system that will not favor the youth, and the youth, mind you, makes up more than 60% of even the party structure, the party system, and also the population of the country. And they are in touch with the people. And mind you, all the 33 persons that were picked from all the 4 constituencies in the state, nobody is there that is less than 35 years of age. They picked above 35 years. It means there is no hope for the youths in this system, not just Satan, even Bayelsa State system of selection. It means that you have to be 80 years before you can run for House of Assembly, which we as youth
that's probably an exaggeration.
No, it's we are.
But then you need old people.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give a figure of speech that you have to be metaphorical, hyperbolical expression that you have to be 80 years old, you have to do it walking stick. You have to be frail and old before you can get to the state assembly, or you have to be not in touch with the people again before you can now go into representation, which is what we the youths, because we have been told even in our primary nursery school rhymes that children, listen to your parents. You are the leaders of tomorrow. That tomorrow they were talking about yesterday is today. So now when the today has come that you promised me, you are not telling me that you are shifting the goalpost again to make my tomorrow another thing again. No, it's quite that's why I said it's not out of desperation, but it is. I'm acting based on the stakeholders, because also mind you that when these challenges come up, the stakeholders are not looking at you to just rest on your ass. They are also expecting you to take drastic effort if you are deliberate about representing the people. If there's no APC platform for you after 8 years of service to the party, why can't you see the constitution allows you to represent the constituency from any other platform.
So now you resigned from the All Progressives Congress?
Yes, I resigned from
the joined what party?
I've joined the party, but I will not make it public for now. For sake of technicalities, I'll call it like that. You are not a politician, so you will not understand.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a rather unconventional kind of politics. I know that. I mean, even let's deviate now from the APC. In the ADC, we had the factions to the NDC.
Yes.
But what political party are you running under?
I belong to a political party.
The people ought to know. So
they will definitely know.
It means that if you say I'm a member of the AA or the AMP or whatever names there is, it just you put that in the consciousness of people, and so when it gets to that time for them to do the thumbprint, it will not be hard for them. If you tell them I'm an umbrella man, I mean, if you don't tell them you're an umbrella man and get to that, then I don't know this person. Sometimes most persons don't know you.
Yeah,
not everybody in your constituency.
No, everybody knows me.
In your constituency too.
Everybody knows me. There's nobody that don't know Sickney Linus in constituency 2 Silga, both in the Puma clan and in the Tarakil clan, both in Ward 1 and Ward 2. There's nobody.
That is a very, very bold declaration.
Yes, there's nobody that doesn't know Sickney Linus.
We fact check around here.
Yes, please fast check me. Go and fact check.
In all of the Southern Ijaw
constituency 2, go and ask anyone that is of voting age,
as
18 years and
Monday Bolo boys. Do you think everybody in
everybody knows Obolo in constituency 2?
Have you done a research?
Even yes, of course. I live with the people. I am a grassroots man.
You might be popular, very popular, yeah, but to say everybody knows
how can you not know your representative? Because except the person is not even going to school, or the person has not participated in, because there's no way you will not see campaign posters and the rest in the constituency at least one time or the other for 4 tenures. No, nah. Definitely everyone that is of 18 years of age, they know him. They know me as well. As someone that has learned the ropes, I've not only learned the ropes in the state assembly, I've also learned the ropes in the national assembly through Piri Oseki, because I've worked with him, I've learned the ropes. That's why I am going to tell you about motions, tell you about bills, oversight function, lobbying, and those, because I've learned the ropes. I'm competent to be able to express what I have learned. So, and even a child that you said to be a leader of tomorrow, if you don't give them the platform to express what they have learned, at least there should be a test now. Even in school, they give a test to a child that have learned one or two to show whether he has learned. So give me the test of the state assembly by voting me into power, and I'll be able to show to the world, show to the constituency, represent Bayelsans very well, that they will get the right representation.
You're a youth. There is a number of things that you many would think you lack. You know, to run election successfully in Nigeria, you need money, a lot of money, and you may not favorably compete with some of those who are running in terms of money. And we know that politics is that is money dominated. You have to do mobilization, however you want to put it. That's one. Also authority. Those who are elders seem to be much more respected, and so when they say someone who is old enough to be your father is telling you to do this, and you're saying otherwise, it feels as though you're supposed to just close your mouth and do what your father is. That's subservient thing would often do around there. What makes you think that in Southern Ijaw constituency, to whatever party you choose to run, you will be voted for over these persons who are way older than you are? From your explanation, you are not even close to. You're not up to 40.
No, I'm 30 years of age.
No, I'm shocked, but that's fine. It's really kudos and commendable you doing this.
And I expect every Bayelsan to be like me. Every Bayelsa youth.
It's absolutely commendable. This is
because if we have all of us like this, nobody will play with me.
Yeah. How do you think you're going to beat this problem we have? The money problem, my leader, this one, my leader, this leader, senior, this leader, that kind of thing. How are you going to beat all of those?
Okay, I think first off, I would love to say that the area of money is not. Money is not just the paper you see. Money is the value that you have. That's why we have what we call investors. That's why we have called investment. An investment per se is that you see that this table here can yield you something, then it will attract investors to bring in money. The value you present out there, you may have all the monies out there to run for an election and maybe 300 million, 400 million to run an election. But another person just have value, and that value can attract even the money plus influence, because money is not influence.
So you think that you have enough persons investing in your ambition?
I have all my constituents investing in my ambition.
Financially investing in your ambition?
Financially and otherwise, because it is this time that people will see that somebody will use his hard-earned 500 naira and pay to his polling unit and vote for CP Linus and the party that
but if you have people, especially big men, who are investing in your ambition, do you not think they would want to collect when you get back in office?
Don't you think that if they want to collect when I get back, when I get to the office, if they want to get proceeds of the
your constituency project,
maybe they want to take from my allowances, because my constituency project fund is for my constituency now.
But somehow you have control of it.
That would be thievery. You are stealing from the constituents, and that's not what I am coming in for. You are not going there to steal money to give to your sponsors.
So if you're telling them this, you don't think they'll pull back?
There are several ways to convince an investor. Like I mentioned, I have link with international non-governmental bodies. When they are coming to donate, is it not companies that work these works? These are people that will be donating to my aspiration. Don't they have companies to work these works? And it is legal to have profits from the project that you'll be running.
Clearly.
Then
what you've mentioned is, if there's a contract and there is a bidding for the contract, you would rather favor those who supported you.
I would favor those who voted for me, because even the people that has voted for you have more higher stake than people that have invested. But these people that have invested in this because they see the future, because it's a give and take. It's a mutual benefit. Yes, if there's let me
pose this question. It's a poser. You have a question. You have a contract. To give out for a particular project, and there are those who supported you, even financially supported you, gave financial resources for you to be there, and then there are other persons who did not quite support you. They must have voted for you in some way, but then they did not quite give you any of the resources. Do you think it's morally justifiable that you would now give the contract to somebody that did not even support you financially, over somebody who supported you and spent a lot of money?
Contracts are done through bidding. So if there is a bidding done and whoever merits it will take it. For instance, if because you supported me financially and in votes, and I made it there, and you have a company and you bidded for that thing and you merited it to get it, why wouldn't I give you? Why would it be called favoritism? What is wrong in supporting who supported you? It's not. There's nothing wrong there, because he or she has merited that contract to be given.
In some way, you don't even think of.
It's for merits. It's not by. Okay, this contract must be for you because you supported me. No, there's nothing like that. It's through merit. You have to merit it, bid for it. Then the area of talking about age, leave it for the older people and rest. Then when will it be the turn of the young people to come in and also express what they have learned over the years? That is by the way. And let me also inform you. Of course, you know that there's an adage that says the child that washes his hands well, he can eat with elders. And also the Bible says that a man that is diligent in his ways, he stands before kings and queens and not before many men. So whether you are young or old, it's not about age. It's about what you can deliver, the value you can bring to the people, representation that you can bring to the people. That matters. It's not about the age. The age factor does not come into play, except for people that may want to be sentimental about age factor, and those persons actually, I would say I feel sorry for them, because they are supposed to look at value, what you can bring to the table.
Okay, let's talk some more about how you intend to convince people to vote for you and your party. Your party you've not quite revealed to the people as of this moment, over a party that has gained popularity, a party that the current representative is from that party, and the governor is from that party. He's not running,
the governor is also running in my constituency.
No, he's not. You had mentioned that the governor is
I'm the governor's candidate.
You are. That's a bold statement. You made a lot of bold and categorical statements here today.
Because the
governor come out and say he is my candidate.
The people's candidate is the governor's candidate. The governor cannot go against the people.
and you're not a member of the APC.
I am the people's.
But the governor will tell you that the APC candidate is my candidate to support. Why do you do anti-party?
Why I say that?
Oh, you're suggesting.
No, not suggesting. I am saying it in fact. I am the governor's candidate, not because he will go and do anti-party, but because he will allow the people to express themselves. This is democracy. The governor is someone that encourages democracy and values for different thing. So if he encourages democracy, I see myself as governor's candidate, not necessarily coming to give me money to go and run the election or to instruct people that this is the person I want you to vote for. That's why I say I am the governor's candidate, because governor is for the people and by the people and is of the people. So if the people say Linus is our candidate, the governor has no other choice than to say.
In case your opponent could still advance the same arguments. I'm the governor's candidate. I mean, you all just keep on using
then the people will not decide.
And whoever the people decide to choose.
Of course, I am confident that
really was the governor's candidate.
Yeah, people will go for me.
That's like just using the governor's name at the end of the day, because
he's
the
our
governor will tell you, hey, I did not quite support
the governor is our leader. He's the leader of the state. He's the leader of all political parties.
He has an opinion.
Apart from
have you heard from him that you are the one he's supporting?
He has mentioned that he's opening a fair contest. That's why he even mentioned that we have opposition in the state.
Did he specifically tell you that I am supporting you?
He has not said that to any other person.
Good.
He hasn't said that to any other person.
The government has not endorsed anybody.
He hasn't endorsed, but I am saying that by way of allowing democracy to take effect,
you are much likely to be supported by the governor.
Not supported, because it is the people. He has no choice against the people. The governor is not against the people. He is for the people. So if the people say, Linus, you are our candidate, the governor has no option than to allow democratic actions to take place, exercise to take place, and for the people to enjoy the dividends of democracy to them, the benefits that will come through quality legislative representation. That is what I'm saying, that the governor is endorsing me, how do I say it, indirectly, by allowing democracy to take its effect.
Wow.
So you were talking about how would I get votes from against the ruling party. Yeah. I think this response I've already answered it in a way, because if the people are for you, I have been in opposition before. APC was opposition party until the government came in to the party. We were only at this thing. Consistently, we have been running elections and making moves. The results are there. Our results are out there. We are in touch with the people. We are in touch with the electorates that votes. So that's why I say even the money factor is not as important as the people. It's the people first. By the time the people say this is who we want, the people will. I think there's also an adage that says if someone cooks for the community, they can finish it. But if the people cook for the person, for an individual, if the community cooks for one person, you cannot finish it. So if the people now say, okay, this is the person which they will do, this is the person we are going for, and even if it is 100 naira, they say they bring out, and they don't even need to give me money, they just need to come out and cast their votes and protect it to the end. That is just the essence of a political exercise.
We've talked about healthcare. That's like a priority area,
because I'm a health professional, and health is wealth.
Absolutely.
And wealth is the welfare.
Typically, health is very, very integral.
But every other areas are.
There are other areas, of course. The economy of your people, Southern Naija. What do you reckon is something you have as a comparative advantage over others, and how do you intend to push it? Is it sugar cane? They would often say that Southern Naija has sugar cane. Is that sugar cane? I'm not getting that correctly. Anyway, I don't know, but. In Southern Naija constituency too, what do you think as per plant, that you have as comparative advantage, and how are you looking to perhaps do small scale industrialization? I mean, you are not a governor; it's not an executive position, but I mean, by virtue of your position as assembly member, there are a number of things you could influence, and a number of bills, motions, sponsor to help the executive do all of these things.
Thank you for already seeing me as the assembly member representing the good people of Southern Naija constituency too. I am by God's grace.
By God's grace.
We are talking about economic stability in a constituency. And economic stability, trade, agriculture, they work together. And I have very beautiful bills
there will be statewide bills that will institute, because for now it's somewhat they are already doing the governor is already doing it from various skills and other areas that they are already doing. I am coming in to legislate on this issue, on the matter, especially for women and the youth, to ensure that they have support from the government. I believe you've watched Lions Den and the Pentagon, that people come with their business ideas, present their business ideas, and you see that, okay, this one can go, this one can fly, and they will now pick it for sponsorship. Investors pick it for sponsorship. I aim to bring in a legislator, a law that will give our youths what to do, and the influence will be from the government, so that everybody will not be focusing just on being a politician. Well, being a politician is good, but let us also have skills. From my own end, I'm looking at influence, because in the Southern Naija constituency too, we don't have any technical school that teaches our people skills. I will definitely, in my first 4 years, influence an institution that will be teaching our people skills, whether it is shoemaking, hairdressing, and these people, they are the basic crux of every economy, the petty traders. So as a person, I've looked at all these areas and carefully written a very beautiful bill that will fly and become a law, that our people will have the access to funding, because most times if you ask the youths, even someone that is in secondary school, they have all the mindset, all the ideas. Even yourself, you have very beautiful ideas, but the basic issue is capital, and capital does not just come from the air. It comes from investors, it comes from government, and maybe private support, or from your family, or maybe you save to establish such. So in my own view, I've looked at, apart from establishing this thing, immediately you graduate from there should be a sustainability plan that the executive and through the local government, because we already have what we call the rural development agencies, the areas are RODA, rural development areas. I think their job is to ensure that we engage these offices. We engage these offices to ensure that, and the councillors and local government, to ensure that there is what we call, don't worry, let me not reveal it, so that my opponents will not go and pick it for.
Yeah, but
we have lofty ideas to ensure that every Bayelsa youth, not just in constituency 2, every Bayelsa youth have access to the proper funding of whatever they want to go into. And even if they have already gone, like in this place, definitely as a worker here, you already know what is needed extra to bring in, expand your business, because business expansion is another thing where we can support as a government. So as a legislator, I have the expertise, the competence to lobby for grants, for loans, soft loans, and how many, if I ask my people, I don't even know how many persons have been benefited from the Bank of Industry or Bank of Agriculture in my terrain. I cannot even, because I don't know any, but I know plenty of people. But I don't know any because the people have not had access to these areas.
Okay, well, let's pack it up at this point now. Let's have you share your final note to your constituents on your capacity and the promise of effective representation, how you intend to do all of this, I mean, in a final note.
Okay, my final note is to the Southern Naija constituency to elect the people that will vote for me. Do not look at APC, PDP, NDC, SDP, and whatever party they represent. Look at the candidates that can bring value to you. You are not able to support your child that is in school with as little as maybe 50,000 naira for school fees. Now school fees are being paid. You will not be able to do that because there are no support systems. I am coming in to bring in that support system. I'm the key to bring in the support system for your child to go to school, for you to go to your farm and ensure that your farm brings in productive results. And the key that will bring in development, the requisite development in infrastructure, so that you can have access to clean and potable water for drinking. And the key that will bring in that needed development, so that our children going to the primary school, the public secondaries and primary schools, will have a comfortable pace of learning, that the teachers and the students will match up. I am the key to that. I'm also the key that the health care centers will be working. I'm also the key that referral center will be highly valued and work to become a CMON facility. CMON means you can have even surgical operations there, and secondary and even tertiary healthcare expertise or healthcare practice can be taking place in that area. That is a CMON facility. That and the sustainability for the future. And as a young person, I have the advantage of being in touch with you, coming down to your place to meet with you. What do you need? Individually, I will go to people individually to get felt need. Felt, what do you think we can do for you as an individual? What do you think we can do for you as your as a compound? What do you think we can do for you as a community, as a ward, as a clan? What do you think you need most? I am the person that can do that, that can bring that dividend of democracy to the people, in specific areas, in agriculture, in health, in infrastructure, in the economic boosting, a robust economy and sustainable. Let us have a constituency that will be self-reliant in economy and the rest, so that there will be money in the pocket of the youth, so that we will also avoid vices, drug abuse, and all these other things. You cannot always blame someone with drug abuse and the rest when you are not providing him with even anything to do. We engage them, and also the mental resetting. We have to reset our people mentally. That when you engage in this way, this is where you will end up. When you engage in a productive enterprise like this is where you end up. They need to see these things. The sensitization need to continue for life.
Alright.
And we are the ones to bring in that sustainability. And we know that government is behind me. And also the people, most importantly, the people of certain constituencies, they are all behind me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Comrade Linus Sipi. It's been an interesting chat with you.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully that when you are there, you'd also come here and do this.
I also bring in development to you.
That's
because I'm representing the entire Bayelsa, not just my people.
Well, that's because of your views, right? Yeah, so
yeah.
Of course, yeah. Well, yeah, thank you so much, Comrade Sipi Linus. Comrade Sipi Linus is an Ayama born, well, he's not a politician, but I was going to say an Ayama born nurse, right? Who, of course, is the secretary of the what's that union again?
I work with
Nursing Union in Rivers State.
Yeah.
Nursing Union in Rivers State. And he's one who looks to represent the Southern Ijaw constituency too, where there are a number of clans, like 2 clans, literally, right?
Yes, basically.
And then several communities.
Yeah.
Well, he's talked a lot about representation and how he intends to deliver effective representation on this episode of our program. Well, my name is Henry Ahamoifula. We wish him all the best in his electoral journey, and hopefully that he becomes the representative and does a lot of these things. My name is Henry Ahamoifula, like I said, and thank you plenty for being on the show.
Thank you so much. Please pray hard so that I will succeed. Thank you.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace. All for peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership.
My name was written down as chairman of Kolga, and this governor fought it out when he was senator.
Okay, so your personal grievance.
I don't know.
He prevented you from doing
I don't know.
assembly.
He has to say it.
Your name was written for chairman
He
of
has
Kolga.
to say it himself. I don't know.
When was the name?
Under Dixon's government.
Subsequently, he made you executive assistant.
Oprah Winfrey said, there is no racism when you operate in excellence. I know my job. I know what I was lecturing in NG when he called me, so I want you to come back to your job. It's only you that can hold office. I came back 9 months. They didn't pay me. I wasn't paid for 9 months. I even went to meet this deputy governor today. I've worked for 9 months and not paid me. So forget about it. When Dixon stood behind this current governor, if they are bringing Senator Doidiri as our governorship candidates, we'll wait for you at the pool. And they did what they said. And that's why your question of more people defecting, they might not defect, but they might be in the system to put the system down. They call me critic of his government because I'm pointing out things. Go check my page. Everything I point out, if he does those things, it will be for his credit, not for me. But his social media people, they don't like good things. They feel, and I told them when their own ship will be down, those same people will be the people insulting. Now check very well. I can count how many of them Dixon made social media SSs and essays. They're not insulting Dixon.
The people that leave the APC, they've been rumored to be attacked. Case in point is Youth Governor. A lot of his followers online have claimed that there's a threat to arrest him and witch hunted by the administration for his leaving to NDC. Do you believe that the Doidiri's government of the APC can go as far as doing that? And if you believe so, do you think that it poses a threat to people like you that have left?
My case, they told me to my face I will suffer. If they can do that to me, not to talk of you governor that is in-house, lose, anything is expected. But I want to also believe something. People act out of their own will and want to put the blame on the governor. Hey, we don't do it. Okay, now which one?
Leave it for me.
Leave it for me. I can handle it.
Hello there, a jolly good day to you. Thank you plenty for staying with us on Unfiltered 234, where we have conversations with people who are important. We have conversations get towards a development in our society. And today we have somebody who is as important, a very important person, someone who recently defected. For the past few weeks, there's been that defection, going on in Nigeria's political space, of course, as we look forward to 2027 election. But yeah, I joined on this episode by someone who, needs no introduction practically. But yeah, his name is Dr. Apa Soye. It's good to have you. I also have Israel with me, and it's good to have you in the conversation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, my name is Henry Ahamuifla, and we're discussing development and politics in Bayelsa State and Nigeria. Well, let's start with developing our state, Bayelsa. There's been a number of projects, by the prosperity government of Senator Doidiri. Let's start with asking you how these projects meet you. A number of projects, right? From the gas turbine to the 3 senatorial roads to the referral hospitals in Kayama, right? There's also a Kayama referral hospital. But how do these projects meet you?
Well, it's good news. Thank you once again. I appreciate the opportunity and your followership and members of the team. I really want to thank you for the privilege and opportunity. In Bayelsa State, to be sincere, after Henry Seraki Dixon left, there has been a gap in development, and that gap, it's something that I know those in government already know, because they were part of the government, that the restoration administration then was when they were in charge. So I know they know that gap is there. Now there is no new referral hospital or health center built by this administration, the prosperity administration in Kayama. It's still the one His Excellency Senator Resaraki Dixon built. In fact, he equipped it. But if you go there, it's a moribund referral hospital today. I even posted about it some months ago, and when I did that post, the commissioner ran down to the place. But as I speak with you, it's good you asked me this question. I appreciate that seriously. It's like you're a prophet. Yesterday, one of my mother fell ill. In fact, I didn't even know that she was ill until when I wanted to travel back. That's yesterday. I wanted to leave Kayama for Yenegua. They now told me that your mama, she's not feeling well, she not well. I said, oh, really? Bring her, put her in the vehicle, let's take her to my doctor in Yenegua. She was already about to follow me to Yenegua before. I thought it like, are there no hospitals? What about the referral they said they've worked on? The man said, nothing, no. So after you did that, your post, commissioner ran down to the place, checked the place, but nothing was done. And that place is a death trap. I said, so someone else said that, but there's a private clinic that the person is trying, that we should keep her there and observe her. If it is something beyond the person, then we'll move her to Yenegua. And reason because of my activities though, because if we move her to the hospital, they admit her, they hang around just to make sure I know what's happening, and there's nobody there to be buying her food and taking care of her, you know. But back in Kayama there, somebody, the kids that are there, you know, they will always take care of her. Yeah, caregivers kind of thing. They will be there to take care of her. So we had to move her to that private clinic. So if there was a functional health center or referral hospital, I can bet you she would have been there, and I know it would have been cheaper. You know, but now she's in a private hospital or clinic taking her treatment. So there is nothing that of course, in development, the governor knows. So
the Kayama Referral Hospital, you're saying is moribund?
It's moribund.
There are no staffers there. I mean, there's nothing going on there.
You see, the truth of the matter is, if there are staff, they need equipment to work. And if there are no equipment, you don't expect them to stay there, sitting there, do nothing. Yeah, you can take your cameras there and see for yourself.
We're saying also, or are you saying to us on this podcast today, that in the whole of Kulukumupu local government area, there is no functional hospital that, you know, one could take other than private anyways?
Well, the truth of the matter is, sometimes these things are well said when you go yourself. You know, because most of when we speak or when we write, they feel because we're not part of the government. So we're just critical to the government, you know. But I always tell them, when we speak from the point of facts. And there is nothing like such an hospital. If they have, they can put it online. Let's see. Yeah, I think the fact speaks for itself. Let them put it on. Let them go. So look at this hospital. The governor built it, equipped it, and it's working. People are using it in Kolga. I don't want to talk Kayama now. In Kolga, my local government area. Then we can now have justice to what they had presented, and what we have said is wrong.
The governor is from Kulukumupu local government area, and in all of the local government area, there are no functional hospitals, public-owned functional hospitals that one who's ill could go to be tended.
It's very pathetic. I can tell you it's pathetic. For the I know of Priya Ganaba that did one that people are using. That's individual.
So it's a private hospital?
It's not kind of private, but it's a kind of something you brought from partnership from federal government.
Is it as part of the SSDC, South-South Development Commission?
No, I don't
before
think
then?
That's before then. That's before then. And I think when I asked him, he told me he had to do it with his money because he made a promise.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Wow. That's what he did with his money. So I commend Priya Ganaba for that. But government under this prosperity administration, if they say I'm lying, the world is now a global village, according to Marshall McLuhan. Let them place it there. The world will see and justify what they have done, but nothing.
You are saying that the governor has not done enough development. I mentioned the 3 senatorial district road, Igbedi Road in Kulukumupu local government area as well. And also there is a mini stadium project that they have inaugurated, and they are about commissioning, constructing it. They've even started the construction of that mini stadium project. There's one at Ibogini, right? But there's also a mini stadium there. But you're saying the governor has not really done.
There's a 9-story secretariat still ongoing.
You see, diversion of attention should not be the tactics of governments. Don't divert people's attention to elephant projects. Do projects that should touch the ordinary man. Governance is about the ordinary man, the man in the street, the man that is looking for 2 square meal, not 3. In Nigeria today, if you have 3 square meal, you are a middle class. If you have 1, you are above poverty. Some people just have half. They don't even care if they are having gari in morning and that's all they have for the day. And that's half. Now, to be sincere, all of the projects you have read out, let's look at them critically. Let's justify them. First of all, I want to commend the governor for continuing from where his predecessor stopped, especially when you talked about the senatorial roads. Yeah, other government can just come in and abandon those roads. So when I saw that he has done some of these roads, taking them to a very good milestone, I appreciated him for that, because that should be what governance. We shouldn't waste money. You know, you take a project from one person comes, like he might stop somewhere, another government can come and continue. But the credit goes to the initiator. Who initiated this project? It's not that person that Henry Serake.
Is he the one that initiated the 3 senatorial roads? Is that something that they're working on since?
Yes, they know. Is everybody had the conception of the roads, but the person that said, I want to hit the ground running, is Henry Serake Dixon. We all know in this state.
So you're saying rather credit should go to Henry Serake Dixon?
Yes, because you see, just to conceptualize an idea is not the beginning of that idea. It's not the starting of that idea.
But little wonder they run on consolidating on Dixon.
That's why I commended the governor. That's why I said I commend him. Because if it were others, they might just say, it's Dixon's project. I don't want to continue from Dixon's project. And those projects will suffer. But today, I heard you can now drive to the Southern Nigeria headquarters, Poroma, which is fantastic. Ekirimo, you can go smoothly to Ekirimo, which is fantastic. But who are we going to say began this thing that he started? It's Dixon. So the credit goes to Dixon, but we appreciate Doyediri for continuing on what his boss started.
Well, Doyediri also has other projects that, well,
let me come to one.
Okay.
Which he started, which is the Brass Road. Because I know they did some work under Governor Dixon, but they didn't hit the ground running like he did. They did survey and all of these things, but they didn't clear and all of these things. But he came and started it. And now he has also given it to federal governments and coming to take over the project, just like what they did in the road in River State from Ogoni to Bonny.
That's like the phase 2 of the project.
This one, is it the one for
the Brass? The Brass is like the phase 2. That's the one that's been given to the federal government to continue.
The phase 2. What do you mean by the phase 2?
That's the words of the governor. Phase 2.
No.
The first phase of it.
No.
That's
That's just gimmicks. There's not like phase 1, phase 2. You see, when you say phase 1, you should tell us at what point is phase 1, so we know. At what point is phase 2? So we know at what point is phase 3 and the finishing. So anybody can just say anything. Phase 1 is phase 1. So what's the meaning of phase 1?
So have you heard the governor say that?
Yeah, I've read it, but I don't accept that, because there's not like phase. Is phase 1 only clearing or dropping of sand? And at what point, where did you drop the sand to? Because if you say we drop sand, then it should be across the length of the road. That you've dropped sand in the whole road, you've cleared it, and graphically we know that this is phase 1. So he has done phase 1 is to clear, survey, clear, and drop sand and all of these things. So now phase 1 is done. Phase 2 is to now maybe drop their cement and all of this, their mixtures, then maybe asphalt, bridges and all of those things. You
No,
understand?
the phase one they mean is they take the road, asphalt, every other thing, complete to an extent. That's what they've done to the brass road, and they stop there, and then the federal government completes, continues another angle of it.
So have you seen,
it's much like what they did with the Glory Drive. They built to a point, commission, and then wait, then they go to the next phase of the Glory Drive. There are several phases also in the Glory Drive.
Have you seen anywhere that there is asphalt in that brass road? Every time I see it online, I've not been there. Every time I see it online, that they post is sand and walking. I think they're walking on one or two bridges. That's all I've seen. Sand. So if it says phase one is putting asphalt, I've not seen asphalt there. That means they're still in phase one. Let's now say they're still in phase one. But in a milestone, whenever you're doing something by milestone, you tell us from here to here will be a milestone. That's what the government has not told us. That this is what we will see as phase one. They will not appreciate governor that, they've done phase one. Okay. But this one, they are handling everything. So for the brass road, I commend them also. I commend them where. So
a lot of commendations flying around from you to the governor. Perhaps we also would include that the governor purchased 2 new aircraft for the state. That's also consolidating on Dixon's International Cargo Airport. Dream. Yeah.
Two aircraft or one.
They said they wanted to purchase 2 aircraft, and they brought one of them.
So you have seen one.
We saw one on social media, and many persons went to.
So where is the one? Where is that one today? Is that an aircraft? That's a resort carrier. I queried it. I went online, searched it out.
That's a French ATR.
It's ATR, but the ATR doesn't go above 16 to 17,000 feet from sea level.
So many will claim that the 72 series of the ATR and it is a more recent, so it's 2007 series. So they claim it's faster and it's more maneuverable. So it's a win, some will say, for the government.
You see, for me, I really wouldn't want to believe in the rhetorics they put out there. You search it out yourself. When you search it out, I'm not even talking about the year. If you're talking about the year, it's not even recent, because they got other ones for 2010, 2017.
Yeah, the Bombardiers and the Airbuses.
They got other ones that are of the same listen. That one is even, the ATR is even old. But now for me, it's not about buying something that is like buying a Tokumbo. That's the best language to use for that aircraft. Is buying a Tokumbo. And when you buy a Tokumbo will disappoint you. Even His Excellency and his cabinet will not fly in that plane. So why are you buying a plane that you will not fly?
A plane that they have assessed to know that it's functional and operational and in good condition.
Why is it not flying? Where is the plane?
And
where is the plane? That's the question.
So if you go to the Bayelsa International Airport and you're looking to book a flight, that's
you can't fly that plane. I've got, when I wanted to come from Abuja, I asked, that plane is not functional. It's not. In fact, where that plane is today is in the hangar.
So
you have retired that plane.
In layman terms, sir.
Yeah.
If I go there now, I won't fly the plane.
No.
You not go see I'm flying.
You not go see. I won't see I'm flying. You can't see it. They know now that what they bought is not what the safety of carrying people. They know that plane, the history of that plane. People don't understand. The history of that plane is not from outside the country; it's within the country.
Scale, please.
I want to leave it there. If they say I'm wrong, we'll bring out. So you mean
they bought a plane that's been, it's not just second hand, it's been Nigerian used.
It's, of course, that plane is second hand. It's not even second hand, it's more like, if we want to start from the first owners. I know the first owners of that plane.
Oh wow.
The person that sold it to another person, up to the person that sold it, I've forgotten the name of the company in Abuja. It's like 2 brothers or so that sold it to them in Abuja. That plane was in Abuja.
So they bought it and rebranded.
But they have 5-star.
They brought it and rebranded the plane.
Yes, but they've not even rebranded it.
But they have 7-star global. That's a reputable company that manages, these things.
I don't want to talk about other organizations that I don't really know much about.
Okay. True.
Managing the company is different from what you are giving to the company. If I give this bottled water we have now, I've opened it and I say manage it.
Okay.
You will not look at it, but you've opened the water. I say yeah, but manage it. So it's your own idea on how to manage it. So you might be a good manager and decide to manage it. But look at the people managing Ibom Air. Okay, now the most recent one, Enugu Air. Enugu Air is functional, but Bayelsa Air came out first, or whatever they call it. I don't know what they call it, whether Prosperity Air, whatever they call it.
But the airline from Enugu Air, they use Bombardiers and Airbuses. Those are more.
Is Bayelsa not richer? My brother, do we deserve second hand? Do we in this world that someone like Davido will buy plane? That's one man.
A private jet.
And now own an airline in South Africa. This is a government that, if you want to talk about location, what comes into the state? 30 billion, 35, 40 billion. It's not like when Governor Dixon was there, when there was austerity, when there was COVID-19, when the world was in economic crunch. At that point, we knew things were difficult. The whole world was suffering it because everybody was at home. But yet, Dixon was able to manage through. But this time, they removed subsidy. The federal government removed subsidy and they are dividing this money to them. Brother, do you know what is 35 billion?
But the inflation is also chopping it now, right? The inflation before the removal of subsidy did not even get up to 20%. And now we've had an inflation that doubled since then.
All of those things are rhetorics. All these things are rhetorics. When you say inflation, the mama for village don't know what to be inflation. Mama for village don't know what to be inflation. When you say inflation, people when they go to school don't know what to be inflation. Primary school, they don't know. So if our government is not saying inflation is in economic terms. Inflation in reality is 1 billion naira. What are you using it to do in a state? 2 billion. What are you using to do in a state?
Have you heard that our terrain is difficult to construct? It's much more difficult to construct roads here than it is elsewhere.
You see?
They say Bayelsa is more river in the river state, more deltaic than delta states.
Yes. But if our terrain is difficult, is the market difficult to go and buy plane? The Enugu will go and buy a clean plane, and Bayelsa will go and buy a Tokumbo. The market is difficult terrain.
You speak as though you're very certain that was Tokumbo. You're very certain.
What's that?
You're playing the board.
Do you want us to browse it?
Can we browse if it's Tokumbo or not Tokumbo?
No, you see, if you bring that...
Or they're not manufacturing that particular series again?
No. You see, let me tell you how to browse. If you bring the plane, the picture of that plane, you will see the series. Put it, type it in ChatGPT. It will give you the history. The series is there. If you just call up that
what are we looking out for? Are we looking out for? Is it that they're no longer doing that particular series?
No, it's a Tokumbo. I've told you it's a Tokumbo plane now.
And even
that's why it has not flown. It has not been flying.
Doctor, sir.
They've not flown it for since they brought it. It has not carried anybody. In fact, that day they brought it, I even had the AC went off. Yes, the day they brought it, we are praying.
So these are serious things. I don't know why I had to.
I tell you, I had the AC inside the plane. I thought they were sweating and they were praying that this thing should land.
Doctor, a lot of politicians on the other side now, being that you are on this side, they always claim say these people they need to talk when they deal with. Only when they leave, now then they more vocal. They tend to be more vocal when they cross to the other party. Is he a
that's a very good point. You see, that's one thing some people don't. Some of us, we are not. I'm not scared of anybody. We're not talking. We're not talking because we want to talk. You see, the difference between administration has to do with people. When Governor Dixon was there, Governor Dixon will not just approve something for you. You must come to a point of bringing your strong reasoning. Yeah, Bible say, God say, bring your strong reasoning. Dixon want to see your strong reasoning before he approves something for you. Before you tell, okay. Now let me tell you what happened. People don't understand. I was in Dixon's government. I was SSA, a special advisor on NYC matters, and I was also a member of the student team. Do you know how the student, what they call it now?
The management committee?
Yes, the student management committee came about under Dixon. People don't know.
Okay. I thought that was a DB creation.
Huh? No, I was a member
of the SMC.
Yes, I was having two portfolio but one pay. Do you understand? I was having two portfolio but one pay. Do you know how that thing came about? Dixon called us. Said, look, I can't pay bus road. All is coming 6 billion, and 6 billion is not even able to pay our state civil servants. Everything is going up to 4 billion, so there'll be no money and all of that. So we can't pay bus road. So your Excellency, if you can't pay bus road, it will not be too good because we have students. It's our culture, it's our tradition to pay bus road. So I can't pay bus right now. So what are we going to do? Started brainstorming. So okay, set up a scholarship board. He did.
Well, it seems you're a Dixon's, you're in the NDC, so we'll talk about all those words.
No, I'm trying to he asked me a critical question, which I needed to
please respond to it, please.
Because I said, when we are in this side, we don't talk. Why is it that when we're opposition? That's why I'm trying to come. I said, this administration, it depends on people. I was also in this administration. We fought for this administration. We stood for this administration. So he will call you, Dixon will call you, want to hear from you. And if your argument is superior, Dixon is going to hold on to that. That's how we argued Dixon. I said, okay, SMC should come on board. People should now manage students' activities and also work in consonance with the scholarship board so that they will benefit scholarship to the payment of their fees instead of having 20,000, 30,000 for so many persons, and the very poor ones that their parents can't pay school fees will be suffering. That's how the argument came about. So when Bosre fizzled out, he brought scholarship board and SMC. You see what Dixon did? But now this government has a lot of money. The day I told them that, look, I was advising them. I said, look, this is the best time to pay Bosre. He said, scholarship board is there. Ask them how many people had benefited from scholarship board. People that is there money even in the scholarship board? Is there money? So let them tell us how many people since inception, since the administration, that had benefited from scholarship board.
So you're saying scholarship board is just a smoke screen?
Well, of course now they know now. They know. Do you know how many people went to abroad to study under Governor Dixon? You know that some of them they're your friends. Has this government sponsor anybody abroad with the money they receive? Now, how do you close your mouth? When I was in charge of NYC, I told Dixon, the camp that they are using today, it was argument. You see, not because I am working with Dixon, I can't tell him the truth. If I'm outside, I'm not working with you, I must tell you the truth too. But the other man, I told him truth inside, and the result is showing. You, I'm telling you truth outside, and you're opposing me. And you say I'm criticizing.
Is this the reason you fell out? I mean,
no. Fell out, no.
At some point, you had to.
I left because I was disenfranchised. And that's what they are doing again. They started the same method of things
inside of these.
So if anybody say it's because we're outside government, we're not talking to government when we're in government, they don't know. Dixon is a man that will not approve anything for you. Must come with reasoning. You must tell him why.
Okay.
So when they make such statements, they should also ask, where are the results? They are inside. Where are the results? I had the results when it was in my time. NYC. Alawi, the state Alawi that we usually pay 3,000, 2,000. We promoted it. We increased it to 10,000. Do you know why? I made the arguments.
All right. Let me come in like this now. Do you think, because you've mentioned His Excellency Henry Seraka Dixon a lot, but do you think there are areas where Senator Doyi Diri has outperformed? I mean, totally outperformed His Excellency Henry Seraka Dixon?
The answer is for you now. Is the answer not before you? Is Bayelsa any different from when Dixon left? Okay,
I just said different areas. I don't think totally. I just said areas.
Areas. Then I should know the areas. Because I don't know
like,
any.
Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Oh.
Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his relentless efforts to give us 24 hours life. Like his re You guys are just pushing me around. Why are you doing this now?
We're pushing
even the president is angry.
The president is angry. How do you know that?
Oh, so he's done the president.
He came to commission.
No commission work. Yeah. Something that is not working. How do you commission something that is not working? It's so let's say now your child takes you, say, Daddy, I got first. Only for you to sit in the classroom, waiting that they should call your son. They have called everybody and they now called your son as the last child. How would you feel? Say now want to call the final person. The final person is Jennifer Okoro. She got the 31st out of 31st. But your child told you that I took first. You brought the president, deceived the president. You deceived the president. Mr. President was deceived. Mr. President was deceived.
And so you have it on good authority. Is not
Mr. President was deceived. And let's also go further. Do we have a gas turbine or a gas generated or generating generator?
Well, explain.
We have modern generators that use gas. If you have this your small generator, that usually use fuel. Now you can use your cooking gas if they convert it.
Yes, you can use CNG.
You can use your cooking gas to operate it without using fuel.
Yeah.
There are big generators today that uses gas. They are not gas turbines. They are not turbines. They are not turbine engines. And if that is a turbine, it will work. But if you are buying parts for a gas using generator, then this is what you will see.
So you're saying they are buying parts for a gas?
I've asked question. It's a question to them.
Okay.
Be listening. Do we have a gas turbine?
You're doubting that it's actually a gas turbine.
It's a question. Do we have a gas turbine? If they say we have a gas turbine, let's compare. Let's know where they bought it from.
There was a reason I asked.
We'll call the country. We'll call the company. We'll call them. Let them hide it for freedom of information purpose. Let them.
Yeah, exactly. The act.
Let them bring it out. So let's investigate it. If it's a gas turbine or it's a gas using generating sets.
Okay. Now, the reason I asked that question when I asked you about whether you think there are areas Diri has outperformed Dixon, and you did not quite respond. You said the answer is glaring, and you wanted me to point you to areas as well. Civil servants might disagree if you would answer that Diri, or Dixon rather, outperformed Diri in all angles and aspects, especially because many of them argue that, well, Dixon is no one who paid salary as prompt as Diri is. They say 24th, 25th of every month they receive salary. Then again, Diri is paying off backlog of arrests for pensioners. And that's something that many also blame Dixon for doing. So in this particular angle and aspect,
payment of salary. Now, one thing people should understand is this. I'm not here to speak for Dixon, but I'm only making reference because these are two administrations, like twin administration. One left, another came in. So we're still doing comparison. Maybe I'm just making reference to that. Now, if you talk about payment of salaries, in fact, this government, is doing more harm to civil servants than Diri's time, than Dixon's time. Under Dixon, there was austerity, there was poverty, there was economic crash in the world. And I started that there was COVID-19 and all of those things. And our oil, there was this fire thing everywhere. So we're not even having enough resources. They know, they were in the government, they all know. Most times Dixon will borrow money from banks to pay salary. Most times. In Dixon's time, most times they will go for allocation. They will go to collect allocation. There is no money to share. Have you forgotten that it was in Dixon's time Buhari was helping states to pay salary? Buhari was giving people money, states money, to help to pay salaries. How is that Dixon's fault? And not only that, do you know that Dixon did not collect that money? Dixon, that's how prudent Dixon is. He did not collect that money. Now come to this time. This time that subsidy is gone, they're having billions.
Was it not during Dixon that we had the Paris Club refund?
Paris Club reform came towards the end of the administration, not the beginning. Find out. And it was not given in one tranche.
Yeah, even if it did, could he not have started the process to, for instance, pay off the backlog of arrears?
When you talk about back payment or backlog of arrears in pension is not paid like salary. I hope you know. That's why even this government is not paying pension like salary. They pay in badges. They took time to this committee that went and did scrutiny, those that have died and all of those things. They had to pick them one after the other. It takes time. It's not something that, even when they came in, they didn't start paying pension immediately. No, go and check your fact. I knew when they started paying pension because my elder sister is.
But they release money every month for that purpose.
That's what I'm saying. You said under Dixon, why were they not paying? Why was he not paying? I said there was no money. You know, I said Paris Club. I said Paris Club came towards the end of his administration. The end of his administration, there was no way he was going to pay it like salary. That's what I'm saying.
But they did start the process.
No, you can't even start the process that you have not verified. You need to verify these people now before you make payments. That's why I said I don't really know how much they did all of that. But his payment, I knew it was equal for him to pay pensioners. He was struggling to even pay salaries. He was struggling to pay salaries up to the point that he had to even do verification to drop workers in NDU because we are having too much of money they spent on the school activities. I know all of those things.
All right.
I know all of it. But the thing is, the fact, let me now bring it to today. So you understand. Let people understand today. Today, the money entering this government of prosperity administration, if an SSC in my time, because we were receiving 400,000 as SSC and 100,000 as running cost in the office. That's 500,000 for an SSC. If today an SSC is still receiving the same thing, that under Dixon's tenure, Dixon was still paying them out of that meager allocation.
Hold on. During Dixon's, SSA salary was 400k plus running cost of 100,000 and 500k. Are you saying under Dewey's government they're still being paid 400k?
No, that was Dixon's first tenure. I'm coming. That's Dixon's first tenure. When Dixon came in that time, things were a little bit rosy. Dixon was paying it as he was doing it like religiously, and even bought cars for SSCs, PAMSECs, essays, commissioners. But under this government that came in with so much money, when I mean so much money, go and check the allocation. Forget this story of inflation. What is inflation? Is you not buying something in the market? So what have you bought that the inflation is affecting your money? That's why I said those are economic terms. You can only say inflation when you are exchanging dollars to naira. It will affect you locally, bros. The money in your pocket. Now you go buy shingom, buy yam, buy everything naira to naira. Do you understand me? Inflation is coming from we exchanging dollars and lack of productivity. Any government that fails to engage in production will suffer because your naira is not being strengthened.
Well, that's a national matter.
No, it's a state matter too. Produce food in this state. Let's see if people not buy sheep. When I came in December, people were giving me plantain because everybody is resorted to farming. I didn't buy one, so my money was saved. So where's inflation there now? It's perfect. You see, that's the thing. They always tell it's federal. It's not federal, sir. Tinubu is not saying states. You are the one to affect the people direct. Local government, you are the one to reach the people direct. So now you now remove states, you now remove local government, you say federal. What about the money now? So why didn't you remove the money? You would have said the money federal government is not giving them. So forget this language of inflation is when it comes to it. No, it's because lack of management of our resources. When people don't manage resources, they tend to call terms, use words.
Okay.
If you imagine that the governor,
so this government is still paying.
The governor decided one day that I have made wide conversations, like he said. and I don't decide like this, say I dey go NDC, will the state of your argument change, being that you will not be in the same party with him?
You see, maybe you don't also know my kind of person. Even when we're there, we're criticizing. Even now, of course, you know, he came to APC. I was in APC. I stopped criticizing publicly, but I was criticizing internally. I was asking questions to top government functionaries. I said, why do people do like this? Why do in Koga nothing is there? I said, can't you people? What is the major thing in Koga people need to do?
Let me bring this in now. You were in the PDP.
I was asking questions even in APC.
You were in the PDP. You left to the.
But I don't come public. In fact, I had to stop coming public because I had to listen to some people I respect and love in this administration. But I still ask them questions. These people are doing is not correct. So it doesn't mean I must always come public to say these things. Like now, you've given me this medium. This medium is still advising them. His Excellency, start to pay your appointees well. If your appointees eat, the ordinary man will eat. Bayelsa State is of two very important factors. Number one, civil service. Number two, political appointees. We don't have industries.
Okay, well, you were in the PDP.
Medium to make money.
Let me cut in. You were in the PDP and you
pay
left.
them 400. The SSAs, buy them cars. Buy them cars. You can do that.
But you claim that he has not done enough, especially the projects that touch
civil servants should be paid well.
If he has not done projects that
sorry, let me say something. I used to not see River State. At the end of every year, don't you see what Fabara does? So you question that, and that's one thing I wanted to say. You mean this is our small states? Governor no fee give us 100,000 or even 50,000 as Christmas package. Did you see that last year? With the billions.
No, true with that. They said some persons got
some. Who are the some?
The stories we had.
Yeah, but if you claim, if your claim is that he has not done project that touches the lives of people, should his focus be towards SSAs rather than the skills acquisition that I know that he's organizing? He's rounding up to
those are old things. Those are old things. You know, you don't do. Those are some of the projects His Excellency is doing in his name, in quotes, is for local governments. Local government should handle those skill acquisition things, for God's sake. That shouldn't be the priority of government. If local government is handling skill acquisition, you will see the direct impact. Not when you are handling skill acquisition and people take these things to their houses and sell them because they need to eat. They need to eat. You know now, I've not eaten, so I should go and sow. So what? I'm not eating. You say I should take whatever you are giving. Starter pack. I will go and eat first now. Man must be alive before he does anything. So that's why the human capacity development is more important than the physical infrastructure. If you don't satisfy a human being, whatever you are building will rot. People won't use it because they don't have the capacity, the joy of using that thing. And it's just like Maslow's law, Abraham Maslow's law, hierarchy of need. Man must eat first. Man must look for shelter first. You understand? So that's why people still hail Alemesiati today. When we moved from River State, Alemesiati made it possible for people to build houses, made it possible for people to eat food. It's very important. People are dying.
Doctor, you talked about your time at the APC, not to visit that.
Yeah.
There was a time in the APC that, and still a time where the older, there's the concept of the old APC and the new APC, where there was APC persons, and then there's recent campees, including the governor now. A lot of people that are old, that consider themselves old APC, then claim that say the new APC just come muzzle us, as they come muzzle us, they hold us down, and we don't have space to breathe. And I think, and they came to control, and we have been there since. Were you a victim of that old new?
You want us to go into politics?
Yeah, we still play around with development.
No, you want us to go into politics?
Yeah, it's unfiltered. We are talking about everything.
Okay, now. Old APC and new APC. Old APC brought in new APC. Factionalized old APC.
Okay.
Brought in new APC. Now, ordinarily, I felt by now they should be living together in harmony and having a good time in peace. But are they having peace? They're not having peace. There is no way you bring a force that is more than you and you feel you can carry that force. You can't carry it. That's what is happening in APC today. They thought by bringing a force to back their section of the force. When I say their section, you know, of course, we all know that there is a Lopobri side of the APC and there is Timmy Presiva side of the APC. Before,
is it there is or there was?
There is still now. You can't push away Silva from APC. His support base in APC is still very strong. He is not here, but he has religious followers. There is still today. In fact, the day Silva comes into this state, you think is another hero that has arrived. So that faction is there. That's what I'm saying. So to get to your answer, now the Lopobri, they fraternized with the PDP government from the beginning, and they were working together and all of that, even during the election and everything. Yeah. So now that won, and now His Excellency says, I want to align with the center, and it's in the APC. But through the channel of the Lopobri faction into the APC. Now, Timmy Presiva is out of the way because of all of those lying talks everywhere about school, whatever it is, I don't know. You know, so he's out of the way, he's not in the country. Now they've done their congresses, they brought in whoever they like. But is there peace? Even amongst them that were friends in the APC, they don't have peace. They have serious issues among themselves. So coming to take office was easy for the prosperity administration, the governor's angle of the PDP, because they're in charge. And if you know, in APC, the federal government said, or Tinubu and the APC said, the governors are in charge in their states. So if you like, be a minister, the governor is in charge. Your leader is the governor. So he's going to decide it as he wants. So that's what's happening. So the governor wants, he's not going to have a baseless party. He must have his own base. And his own base is what he's pursuing for. Because how can you be a governor and you don't have the structure?
So,
especially the party structure.
So if I'm getting anything from what you're saying now, you're saying that he came to meet two factions already and it's a third faction.
Yes.
So there are three factions in the APC.
No, it's not. It's not. He was
through the second faction.
Yeah, the
okay,
second
you came
faction.
through the second
so
faction.
He wasn't coming as a faction.
Okay.
He was already taking sides with one faction that supported him during the election, because they didn't support Timmy Presiva. They were with the governor during the election. So they were working together, fraternizing together.
Okay. So you consider yourself a victim of the smaller faction?
Yes, to an extent, because especially in my place, I was available to work with them, but they came, they never called me for any meeting. I was around December. All of what they did, they never called me until when I left in January or February, that they had wanted to conduct the elections. They had selected whoever they want to select. They now told me, we have a meeting, that I should come for that meeting. My word, I should come for that meeting, and that is for the purpose of the Congress. They don't know I've already had the story, how they have picked everybody. So I didn't answer them until they called me. I said, oh, you people started sharing things from December. You didn't call me, and I was in the village. You didn't call me, you didn't call my supporters. But in Congress, tomorrow's Congress, or I think 2 or 3 days to Congress, you're not calling me that there is a meeting in Yenegua, in Susu place. I should come for that meeting. If I'm not around, I can send somebody. I didn't answer them. Because it's like coming to endorse with what they have done. You understand? So there is no way I'm going to go into such a meeting to endorse whatever people have done. So whatever people have done is okay.
Okay. Did you leave the NDC because you felt the APC rather, because you felt the the governor and those who are making the decisions would not favor your maybe political ambition? Do you have intentions of running for office again?
I left the APC because I was not seen as part of the APC. I was in the APC,
sidelined,
but not seen as part of the APC.
So Dili faced you out of the APC.
So let me put it this way: there was, as they came in, they now had a new APC from what was APC.
So you are establishing that there's an old and new APC.
That is what they came with
in the APC.
Yeah, that they are the new. In fact, they were telling us to our face that we are going to occupy all the offices, and you can do nothing. You understand? So of course I understand it's possible, because the governor needs the structure. But where I will not embrace is when I am a nobody to you. I can't stay where I'm classified as a nobody. at my level today in society, even if I had not gotten to an extent, I've studied to an extent.
So their unwillingness to recognize you and know that you have capacity and also hear your ideas takes you out of it.
Not really recognition. I might not even be very big for them to recognize me. So I'm not even looking at why didn't you people recognize me? No. Why didn't you people recognize me? No. What I was looking was how you guys would have called everybody together.
One house,
okay. And not divided house. You came into the house and you said, I own this house. From today, those that are in this house don't speak. Don't say nothing. Whatever I say is final. No, I don't. That's authoritarian. And I don't strive in an authoritarian environment. That's why I use Dixon as an example. Dialogue. Let me prove myself. Reasoning. And that's where even development comes. Because by the time you are the only one deciding everything, that means everybody will sing your praise. And singing your praise, you might not see the areas you are going down.
So
that's why, because they didn't embrace everybody. They didn't embrace everybody. No. Do you know that the meeting they called, the first stakeholders meeting in Kolga, they didn't send to us. They didn't send meeting notice to us. Nobody did. So how do you stay in such a place? Do you want to strive within the party? With who? With the governor and his party? No, you're not going to
So in the coming days, we should be seeing more disgruntled persons from the APC that are muzzled.
You see?
To moving to the NDC.
Advice again. I always advise. Do you know why I advise this government? Because I've been in a government that he was a major stakeholder, that we saw the trend of followership, the trade, where they ate from. We're in that government, which is the restoration government. Betrayed. These are people that His Excellency Dixon was feeding facts. Betrayed him when he stood behind this current governor. When Dixon stood behind this current governor, they betrayed him to his face. To his face.
How did they betray him?
If you are bringing Senator Doediri as our governorship candidate, we'll wait for you at the pool. And they did what they said. They did what they said. Some of us, some people making noise in his government and behind him today, told us to go to the APC when the chiefs were down. I stood my ground. I'm a very funny character. I don't move with money. I told them, I said, we're going nowhere. It's time to build the PDP. Now we have failed, right? It's not time to jump ship. Let's stay and build the PDP. Some of them, they have already gotten uniform to go to inauguration. But I stood my ground and said, no. See, so when you look at it, that is the same mistake that gradually this administration is making again. Gradually. And that's why your question of more people defecting, they might not defect, but they might be in the system to put the system down.
So you think what happened in...
some will defect, but some will be in the system to put the system down. Because you can't...
So you're saying Diri should watch his back? because there are snakes in.
He's my brother.
Do you really want him to watch his back, given that you're in the NDC now? Would you not favor
I've
you?
never wanted him to fail. They call me critic of his government. It's because I'm pointing out things. Go check my page. Everything I point out, if he does those things, it will be for his credit, not for me. But his social media people, they don't like good things. They feel, and I told them, when the ships will be down, no, well, that's for the past, not that Dixon. But when their own ship will be down, those same people will be the people insulting him. Now check very well. I can count how many of them Dixon made social media SSs and essays. They're not insulting Dixon. From Dixon's government. So an example of it should not fall on you if you are wise.
But I'm really concerned, Dr. Appa. You were Diri's executive assistant at some point.
Yes.
I'm very worried. I'm concerned about that. So how it all fell apart and you had to leave. Is it that he was not at all listening to what you had to say? Is it that like that? It wasn't listening at all? Yes. So you had to leave such position and left for APGA and all of those?
Yes. When it comes to that aspect, what happened to me should not happen to any other person. It shouldn't happen. Do you know what happened to me?
You said you were disenfranchised, if that's what
I was disenfranchised, but not only that, humiliated, cast out. Cast out.
People would like to know, so they would be watchful also, right?
I was not interested in contesting of House of Assembly. I wasn't interested. Never made that move. Never. I was supporting somebody for 4 tenure. Even spoke to the person in New York. Go for 4 tenure. I'm supporting you. Do you know my reasons? I told 1 or 2 persons. I said, if you go for 4 tenure, now that the governor is there, new set of people will come and stakeholders is going to nominate because it's his first tenure. So, but you have experience. So you are going to guide the house in favor of the governor. So we don't need a first tenure person from Kolga constituency 1 where the governor is from. So you go back and do the house arrangement for the governor. That's what I told them. So I wasn't interested. I was looking out for how the governor will succeed from day 1. Now, in course of all of that, my wife told me she needed to study abroad. That she wanted to do a master's. I'd stopped her from the first one. She wanted to study in Uniport. So I said, okay, that's fine. But know that I'm a politician. I'm not going to travel with you. If you agree, that's fine. She said, that's fine. That I'll be coming to see them. I'll be staying with them sometimes. I said, yeah, of course I'll do that. That's my kids and everything. So he studied and it's 1 year. And you can't keep the children. Say, yes, the children will go with her. I said, okay, that's fine. We had that understanding. So I was in Lagos processing my tuberculosis test for myself, my wife and kids. When the chairman of the stakeholders forum in Kolga called me that fateful Wednesday, 11 p.m. I was in my hotel room. I saw his call. He said, His Excellency said you should come and pick up your phone. Now with the mindset of whoever the governor calls will be favored. Now the 4 tenure thing was there, and we've been pursuing that thing, pursuing it from the back door, front door, stakeholders like that. I don't want to call names, but they know themselves when they listen. So we were pursuing the 4 tenure thing. I was in Lagos preparing to take my family abroad, and I got that call. So we heard that in the mindset that anybody the governor called is going to be the person. So when I was called, I was, wow. Is it me that the governor has favored? I'm surprised. You understand what I'm saying? I'm surprised. So I had to rush down. When I got there, it was already after 9. The person said I should go to government house, social lodge, go and pick up my form. I thought it was something that they paid for form for everybody. All I had that day on me was 400,000. Because I wasn't interested in those things. I wasn't even keeping money for those things. I had another project. Only for me to get there, they told me it's 1.2 million. And it's going to end that night. I pleaded, can I People wanted to send me money. Can I make transfer? I said, no, it has to be cash. My brother, where you want to go get 1.2 million cash for that night? Who won't give? We went to the police station in this time. Did everything. If I tell you where that money came out from, you won't believe. But I won't want to say that to the public. But miraculously, that money came out. We bought the phone. I was so tired. I had to go to church that night. I thank God for the privilege to be called on. The following morning, I went to the office. Everybody, people were in the village shouting. Social media was agog. So I just said, okay, I was taught by my father that when someone has done good, you go back and tell the person thank you. I said, before I take this form, do you know that I don't know the color of that form till today? Because it wasn't opened. I don't know what was written, how the color was. All I had was the brown envelope. I was so exhausted that I had to keep that envelope on my dining. It was on my dining table. So when I got the following morning, I got to the office. I told everybody in the office, hold on, let me go and tell His Excellency thank you. When I went to Government House, I went to see His Excellency to tell him thank you. His Excellency now called me in and called the former PDP secretary. He was the one that said His Excellency called me. So we went into the room. Immediately I prostrated on the floor. Started thanking His Excellency. I didn't do his own side. His own side is to kneel down, right? But I did Yoruba style to show the level of gratitude. My brother, I leave the rest for my memoir. When my memoir will be out, people will read the story.
So, well, he did not receive you. That's the...
My form was forcefully taken from me that day. So I didn't see the color of that form.
Said he did not want for you to be an assembly member.
I don't know. Of course, that is what it means.
And he had led you into doing that.
He led you into doing it. You paid for the form, and when you came, he...
Even my money to be given to me was argument. My form money was argument.
But your move to NDC, and you're a Kulukumu Pukuma person. What 5?
I never since, let me put it on record, because people like this spilled all manner of lies that the governor gave me 20 million to settle me. I refused. The day I left the governor's small cubicle parlor, or whatever they call it, I left that place till today. I've not spoken to the governor. I've not heard from the governor.
So all the while you were showing that you were not quite happy with the governor.
Do you understand?
He still did not reach out to you.
Till today, who am I now that the governor will call me? Am I anybody? So it's understandable.
I think it's a pattern with the governor.
I don't know.
He doesn't quite reach out to people who not exactly happy with his decisions.
I don't know.
Or who he offends.
I don't know. That's his personal life. I don't want to talk about anybody's personal life. But I'm talking of my experience. So I did not receive a dime from the governor. I did not collect even the least 50 kobo from the governor. In fact, when I was in London, I was in the same hotel with him. He said we should go and greet him. I said no. Because if I go, people will say, you don't go collect billions. You know the way our people talk. So I had to avoid even meeting him. So out of rumors and lies, not that I respect him. And I always respect him. I respect his office. And I always do that. But that doesn't mean I won't speak. I must speak when I see something going wrong.
So you're using can you use this platform to address the rumor, debunk the rumor that the governor tried to reach out to you to offer you a certain amount and that never happened?
My name is Apaswayo Kelvin. I'm a Christian who don't swear. But I use this platform, this very renowned platform, to call on His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State. If ever anyone was asked to call me for any amount of negotiation, of course I wouldn't have accepted, number one. But on your question, no one single person, no, that's even sorry, no one single person, even sorry, it don't happen like this, take it in faith, good faith. Take it in good faith. Don't put like this now. Do you know that my name was written down as chairman of Kolga? Chairman Kolga, and this governor fought it out when he was senator.
Okay, so he has a personal grievance.
I don't know.
With you.
I don't know.
He prevented you from doing
I
the
don't know.
assembly.
He has to say
Your name was written for chairman of
He has
Kolga.
to say it himself. I don't know.
When was the name written for chairman of Kolga?
Sorry?
When was the name written for
Under
Kolga?
Dixon's government. The second tenure.
But
My name was written as the chairman. Because they had written the names that should go and pick the form. So in Kolga, it was Sawyer-Pass name.
That was when he was a senator. He fought.
Yes.
But subsequently, he made you executive assistant.
When you know your job.
Was that something he was influenced to do?
Oprah Winfrey said, there is no racism when you operate in excellence. I know my job. I know what I do. So His Excellency called me. Can I also say this? There are things you want me to say. Well,
so we can allow you to say what you want to say.
You know that I served under this government. They didn't pay me for 9 months till today. As executive assistant to governor, when he asked, I was in NDU lecturing. I was lecturing in NDU when he called me. So I want you to come back to your job. It's only you that can hold the office. I came back 9 months. They didn't pay me.
And you worked judiciously for 9
months without pay under this Idris government, the first tenure. I wasn't paid for 9 months. I even went to meet this deputy governor today. Today, I am my former boss. Say, I've worked for 9 months, they've not paid me. Say, forget about it. So when people talk, they give me one project. That's why, you see, when they talk, I look at them. I said, do you know what you're saying? One project, including the NYSC project, was not given to me. That I initiated. That they are taking credit today. I initiated the movement of the camp from the temporary place to the permanent place under Dixon. And the fencing was an issue. Dixon had already given Dixon a proposal for the fencing before he left, but he didn't approve it. When they came, I told the governor said I should go and bring the proposal. I brought it. They took that project and give to another person. I did not do one project in my office, under his administration. So when people say things, they should get their facts right.
Previous Sunday, this Sunday,
yes,
I just fast. A big news happened in NDC. Peter Obi joined, Kwankwaso joined, and a lot of people were concerned. The concern is that he get us Peter Obi into your own politics. In politics now, you come because you love me, and you go back because you love me, and we are yet to catch up with that kind of politics. Bayelsa, you have to give us, empower us as we come. Maybe shape any name you use, column. You empower us more, come, empower us more, go. And his own politics is politics of I know they give shishi. Bringing that in, just hoping that he might be the presidential candidate. In gearing down to the election, in the campaigns, won't that kind of politics affect the normal Bayelsa thinking kind of politics? Because our politics, sometimes the needs of our politics, the shape of our politics, it will not affect us.
You see, one thing people don't understand is we have a two system in Nigeria currently. Nigerian politics has a two system now. The old system and the new system. Excuse me. Now, the old system is what you have just said. I can tell you people are coming out of the old system. Why do you think Peter Obi has this kind of followership? It's the new system. Have you ever heard in the history of this country that a man that did not pay shishi came out third upon the way they rigged it? If they had kept it transparent, clean, he won the election. In my own unit, Peter Obi won. No shishi. No agent. In fact, the Labour Party agent went and collected money from the PDP agents in my unit. Everybody paid down and paid back.
But did he later win what, 5?
What the ward? No, he didn't win the ward.
Okay.
So all I'm trying to say is this: a new system is being baited.
Wonderful.
A new ideology is being baited. Don't take it for granted. When an ideology is a movement, it starts like this. Before you know, people will reject your money. They did it last time, but they are giving back. They are growing. People think they are not growing. When it crossed over to NDC, over 11 point something million people tried to register. No way, the thing crashed. You see, people don't understand what's happening. It's a movement. P2B is a movement. Now look at ADC. If you say there was a power block, why is ADC now suffering what they're suffering? Now everybody is attacking one man. Oh, you want to shine in the man's glory? No, don't do that. If you have power, don't talk about the man. Focus on your cause. Everybody had left their cause and now they're talking P2B. And why would people play politics like that? Why should I be talking of personality? So you see, understanding what you have said is correct. There are people who want to collect money, but inside of our people that are collecting money, there are some that are saying,
waking up.
Yes, that we can't continue like this. After you pay us 10,000 naira, we now suffer for 4 years. How long are we going to continue like this? So that consciousness is gradually entering people. You understand what I'm saying? They are gradually waking up to the reality that look, we're in charge of, the people are in charge of government, and they want to take government and not take the peanut on the day of election and suffer for the rest of
but
their
doctor, is
their
the
tenure.
average Bayelsa person that is used to this kind of politics where we come on that song, we go with something. Is the average Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman ready to shape in their mind to know that if I come out because I love and I want to change the situation in my state? Do you think they are ready for that new kind of politics?
Yeah, they are ready.
That should be.
Yeah, actually. They are ready. You know why? P2B took second in Bayelsa State. Not actually.
We did not and then they give shishi.
We did not even, doesn't even have agents. P2B had no. It's now that it's going to have structure.
What do you think?
Because of former paper I know, the former paper, the national leader of NDC, we give him structure.
So you think P2B would win this? I mean, the NDC would win this town, this state.
Bayelsa State. Under which is it this one or the governorship?
The NDC, the presidency, the governorship.
Let's
talk about the 2027.
Not the governorship yet.
Let's answer that one first.
This National Assembly. National Assembly.
You think the NDC would win?
Of course now. You know now. Yeah. I don't need to tell you. NDC is going to sweep.
Okay. Why is that?
They are going to sweep in. You see, for me, one thing I've observed about two persons in this state that have become governor. Teme Presiva, His Excellency Senator Henry Seraki Dixon. They want the youths to grow. You see, you can't be pursuing things like you are the only hero. At a point in time, the baton must be released to the next generation. People don't know why I crossed over to APC. I crossed over to APC because of the kind of heart Teme Presiva has for the youths. You say we are the future leaders and you are still holding on to power. Where am I going to lead now? Is it by becoming a Facebook expert? Where would they want to take me to? Is it by becoming like, look at what people are doing, fantastic. How many studios have you opened for people like this? You pay them 150, 120 in Nigeria today? No, sir. No, sir. So if you look at these two persons, they want to build the next generation. So that next generation they want to build. By the time you will see our candidates, do you know that when I was in APC, when I contested the election under Abga, all the candidates ever filed were young people, all young people. that I was the senior. In fact, in my place, my younger brother that when I was in office that was doing student union thing was the flag bearer.
So it beats me to ask this question.
And that is what NDC is about to do.
Now you're doing campaigns with a Bayelsa state that the average person knows to come out and get some kind of inducement in the guise of mobilization. And the other party on the other side might be doing the same thing, speaking the language that the average Bayelsa knows, and you are not speaking that language. How do you think
ceremony?
If you want to call it ceremony, if you want to call it mobilization, you know, when the other party is doing that and might be actively doing that because it's a language they know that the people will understand, and you will not do it, saying that. So,
have you heard of the concept that money fails? There's a concept called money fails. It started from Egypt. When Pharaoh thought he had all the money and everything, there was so much hunger in the land that, just like Zimbabwe, they have 1 million naira notes.
Hyperinflation.
Hyper. Yeah. Now I don't use economy when we are talking these things. Let the ordinary man understand. You understand what I'm saying? Now I have been involved in an election where money failed. When we were supporting a candidate under Labour Party, then money failed. It was in my ward. If not on my ward, that candidate would have failed. I coordinated that election that brought that candidate. I coordinated it from start to finish. I knew how money failed in the hand of those that were in government. That time was Timothy President that was in government. The people were paying money up to the ton. Then 15,000 naira. You should know what 15,000 naira is then. Well, but yet the people rejected their money and voted our candidates. Money failed. You see, I want you to understand something. I said there is a new ideology coming into the space of politics in our country, and it's being driven by a man the people love, the youths love. Don't take it for granted. When you have such a youth movement, it will outlive the old ones. Because at the point the old ones will retire, so the new ones will now run with this vision. So it will come to a time Nigerians will not accept money to vote. They want to vote who they want to vote. It's an ideology.
But we need
ideology is very difficult to kill.
We need that ideology in 2027, according to
yes.
The NDC would want to.
Yes. So let's now see how it will operate. The last time, you see, the first time of doing it teaches you a better way of doing it. The second time, the last time, it was only P2B that drove the process. But now, people don't understand. Everybody has said happy to be. You can't continue. Nigeria is too big for you to continue like this. You need some of these old folks to teach you, because you can't push. In as much as we want the old one to hand over power to us, you can't push them away. They will be there to guide you. Because I've always said experience is not something sold in the market that any man will see on the tray to buy. So definitely they will guide you. They will tell you, this is my experience. This is what I've known. This is how to go about this. I have contested an election before, and I have an experience. But if you have not contested, you might not have that experience going. So you need to get my experience to know what the area you need to close, the area you need to open. So what I'm saying is, NDC want to operate the new ideology. And this new ideology we want to operate, we're not just going to operate it, but we're operating on the basis of stakeholders, including those opposition in ADC, everybody. We want to see how everybody come together. Once we have, let's first of all look at how can we make Nigeria better. So if in our state they say no, we'll collect money before we vote, that's fine. It's a normal thing. But what is the new way of doing things? And how many people can do it the new way? So at the end of the day, you might just see that Bayelsa State, if you're talking of presidential election in Bayelsa State, before you say we win the day, before you know we win the day, you know, because if we took second when our former people wasn't there and there was no NDC, now that former people is there and there is NDC, I can tell you we win Bayelsa State. Presidential election will be in Bayelsa State.
I want to believe that you have.
Then Senate reps. I would say NDC will sweep all.
But that's also hinged on the structure you have, right? And of course, all of the agents and the supporters you have, grassroots supporters you have.
Yeah, but let me say this.
Yourself being one who has a lot of local support.
Yeah, anybody buying from under APC in Bayelsa State should be careful, because they have an issue in court.
Why so?
Yeah, they have an issue in court for their leadership. I heard it.
You said the APC or the PDP?
Yeah, APC. Someone took them to court that he was disenfranchised, and that's the same situation in PDP issue. You can't disenfranchise somebody. You know, when they wanted to buy for the national contest in PDP, they disenfranchised, and that's why the court said no. That's why PDP is where it is today, because they refused to sell form for the man, even though it came late. The court said no, we would allow him to participate. Now you have disenfranchised someone, and the person has taken them to court in Abuja. They're in court. So if that court case comes, it could be Zamfara River State case in Bayelsa APC.
Okay, well,
that is ongoing in Bayelsa.
It's ongoing in Abuja. It's ongoing. They know now. They know. The leadership know that they took the chairman of their APC in Bayelsa City court.
You what?
Huh?
You what? Sorry, the national chairman. You said.
No, not the national.
The
state. I'm talking about state.
Chairman.
That's what happened in Zamfara. That's what happened in River State.
So in the coming days, we're expecting to see this blow.
They know. They know. They are just keeping it like it's not relevant. But I'm only saying be very careful. Because you might win your election somewhere else, another person come and take it free.
Well, yourself, you mentioned a lot about elections. Do you have intention of running again?
Well, I'm still doing my consultation. My people want me to contest, but election is about consultation, right?
But you think without the governor's support, you would still clinch your constituency seats in the assembly if that's what you're running for?
I need the governor's prayer. That is his support.
You need his prayer. Yeah. If he's not giving the prayer,
he should pray for his children. That was what I expected the last time, even as much as he came out dirty. That was the first time the governor was going around campaigning.
Well, if the governor
saying even if soil win, he's going to carry basket to fetch water.
If the governor prays, if he prays but still do not give you his support, do you think that you can best his team?
His prayer is better.
He prays but does not give you the support.
The spiritual
can you best his team?
The spiritual rose the physical. His prayer is better. You should know that we are his children. He might have favorites. That doesn't matter. Yeah, we're his children. I'm going to win the election. I'm still going to be loyal to him. Yes, I'm still going to give him respect. Yes, I'm still going to say, so I come here. I'm his representative. I will come there. Isn't it? Yes. So that doesn't mean because I'm on this other side. You know, in a family, you have this person supporting Chelsea, another person supporting Arsenal. You understand? And so when victory comes, the father will look at it. I had in the club, but I'm not too much
sports person, football person.
Premier League or football. I'm not that too into football. I like wrestling more.
Okay.
Wrestling thing is my one thing, you know. So there is this family that the father. He has two children. One plays with Arsenal, then one plays with Man U also. I don't know the two clubs, you know. So who would the father support at that point in time? But the father is an Arsenal fan. You see, you can't support. You must love one more than the other. So it's understandable if the governor say, "I love this person more." But can you please allow your two children to go into a free contest? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not fighting you. You are the governor. Yeah, anybody that win is your child.
I'd like to commend the wisdom with which you've answered that question. It's very wise.
You don't need to come out so low for assembly. No, we will respect you. We will love you. So be there. Say go. I'm supporting you. You must win soil. Go win soil. But not you coming out like I'm not fighting governor. I felt so bad. That when I saw that, those things during that time I contested, those things weakened me because I wasn't expecting the governor to go that way. I was expecting the governor to say they are my kids. If I even call me, say, "Well, you no agree," I tell you no contest, you no agree. Oh, now they contest, but I love this person. I don't bless this person. There's something I love about. Sorry, I have to say this. Ebekitin Jongole, when he was chairman of Kolga, I wanted to contest for councillor. He called me under the bridge. He said, "Call him." Say, "So why? You are my essay. Why you not tell me say you desire to be a councillor?" I've already. He said, I still remember the statement. It's just like Jacob and Esau. Isaac said, "I'd already blessed Jacob. I'd already blessed in blessed memory college." Like this, our brother will call college. I'd already blessed college, but I still bless you. Go. Take this money. He gave me money for drink, 50,000. Say, go drink with your people. You have done well. That's what I expected the governor to do. Say, come so welcome. Okay, you and Palmer, they go election. No, Palmer is my candidate. But well, since you say no agree, you want to contest, no problem. Oh, go. Anyone will win is fine. But not to come and say you go carry basket. If you win, you will take basket. You will take basket. Go fetch water from river. No, nah. Oh, those kind of things create enmity for life. And politics shouldn't be enmity for life. It should be about interest. So when you have interest in somebody, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Do you understand? But that interest should not go about killing this other person or
animosity.
Making this other person look like a demon or something. No, I still respect you as my governor. I don't need to come to the public to say, yeah, this is what governor is doing, this is what governor is doing. No, but I still talk to people that this area governor do well, this area governor do well. Like I've told you people that the governor had done well to carry on the project his predecessors started. There are some people that will leave those projects. Look at that tower now. That tower hotel is now a monument in our state. But Jonathan started it, but they couldn't because of litigation here and there and all of these things. Look at the road the governor is doing from this other side to complete. Yes, he didn't start it, but the completion matters. You share the credit with whosoever that started it. So all those are things. I drove on those roads. So why should I say the governor has not done well when it comes to those things? He has done well.
Well, there are stories we heard about the Tower Hotel that it was
when
defective.
It comes to those road prayers, sorry?
Yeah, that the Tower Hotel you mentioned.
Yeah.
There are stories we had that it was defective. The building, the structure was defective. That's why they could not.
There is nothing that cannot be amended, sir. There is nothing that cannot be amended. Nothing. The only thing that cannot be, most times cannot be fixed, is human body. But structure like that, they will amend it. Just payment. I heard they're still under payment issues and all of this litigation and all of those things. I just use that as an example.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, where the governor has done well, I give him credit for that. Yeah. But where he has not done well, I point it out. That doesn't mean I am condemning the governor. I'm not saying it's just like someone draft. If you are playing draft or you're a footballer, you're in the pitch or the football pitch, you might not know how to tackle, but the person outside is moving his leg. If I play like this, if I play like
they are seeing better how you can
so
do it.
I am now outside your government. Okay. I'm seeing clearer. By His Excellency, why don't you give scholarship to Korgans? Why don't you give scholarship to Membe Brass? Why don't you give scholarship? Why don't you build the next generation? Why don't you send them? Like some of us, we have links abroad that all you need is just your scholarship letterhead, and people will just move out of this country and start studying.
Well, there are many persons that would also say, you want to say something before I get to some other part. Go ahead, please.
They've been rumored that the rumor is sitting on the backdrop of the people that leave the APC. There's been rumored to be attacked by the governor. Case in point is the youth governor, Dr. Komoko. A lot of his followers online have claimed that there's a threat to arrest him and is witch hunted by the administration for his leaving to NDC. do you believe that the government of the Doyediri's government of the APC can go as far as doing that? And if you believe so, do you think that it poses a threat to people like you that have left, and as it stands as a deterrent for those who want to leave as a protective nation?
In my case, they told me to my face I will suffer. That I will suffer. I will not buy fuel to drive. I will sell my cars. I will not buy fuel for generator. My children, I will not be able to pay their fees. You know, some people, they make themselves demigod. They feel they are God that control the destiny of others. You understand what I'm saying? So, in my case, they came to my face. So, if they can do that, if they can do that to me, not to talk of you, governor, that is in house. So anything is expected. But I want also believe of their own will and want to put the blame on the most times they want to act in eye service, like we don't do am, okay, now we do am, now we do am,
leave am for me,
I go handle am. The governor I know is a peaceful governor, which everybody has always commended him for. Yeah, he should maintain that peace, because the hunter must be hunted. The hunter must be hunted. You see, the Bible says, don't be afraid of the man that can kill your flesh, but be afraid of the man that can kill both your flesh and your soul. You can only kill the flesh of a man, you can't kill the soul. So, but you now, because you have killed this man, God will now kill you and kill your soul.
Okay, what I'm getting from your explanation is that it might not be Joba Komoko's ordeal might not be directly from the governor, but from some
busybody people,
overzealous members of his
those around him just want to make sure they make him happy, or think that this person, they just say, are you sure this person is not a stumbling block to His Excellency? So let's do like this.
You're entering campaign. I can give it to them, so they must show working.
No, show working.
The reason why they want to show working, that they are capable of doing this kind of things.
Don't encourage that through your speech. You know why? You are a media person. You are the ears of the people. When you say show working,
no, I'm speaking on their. If they have to come and speak now.
Yeah, I know you're trying to do the devil's advocate, but don't do that now, because what I'm saying is, why you shouldn't do that is, the governor might not know, and I understand.
But it's everyone on the media. You should have at least told certain persons to stand down, you know.
Yeah, so what I should expect from you is, such people should desist from such. Yeah, that thinks such. Yeah, because of the disposition of the governor. You understand? Our state should not be thrown into crisis that cannot be controlled. You understand what I'm saying? Bayelsa,
moving in on Dover, I think
it should end its tenure peacefully. You get the point? Your tenure is just a year and some months. Why don't you end the tenure peacefully than going to fight this person? Where we all left somewhere. He was somewhere else before he left, so somebody must leave.
Do you think that he has seen this and his silence about the fact it's everywhere on the social media? His silence about it, isn't it okay in it?
Let's not say he has seen it.
Okay.
Because that will be an innuendo. Yeah, let's not say he has seen it. Let's believe that he has not seen it, and let's believe that if he knows about it, he will rebuke them. You know, because that is his cousin, that's his younger brother. Why do you want to attack your younger brother before he left?
Basically, to make him see that I can do things to you.
That's what I'm saying. What would that be? Why would such a thing be a credit for anybody to boast or pride about? You understand what I'm saying? That shouldn't be so. For me, anybody that is thinking of attacking youth governor is only being a busybody, because the man has not come to insult the governor. Even if the man does, the governorship seat is for insult and for praise. That's why some people are singing your praises. Some people are saying no.
For insult or for criticism.
That's criticism most times comes with insult. You understand? An insult is not only when somebody says you are stupid, you're big girl.
So some of the advice
could be indirect.
Some of the advice you have left for the governor and the prosperity government, many persons that will say, yourself, how have you been doing? I mean, in your own little capacity, you mentioned scholarships and all of those. Have you done any of these things you are asking the governor to do? At least lead by example, since you're the one suggesting these things. Like, I mean, if you had a foundation, what have you been doing with such foundation?
You see, I'm one person that don't like blowing my trumpet. I just believe that whatever you are doing, it should be done secretly. People should be the one to say it. My page, my foundation page, I just decided to post again because I thought, if you post there now, are you sure you're not telling the world what you are doing? Say, just leave it. You know, scholarship. If I tell you how many people I pay school fees for, you won't believe. There are some that are in NYC camp right now. Even today, I had to send them money. Those in camp, I had to send them money because camp. I've been to camp most times. You don't have something, I know it's a struggle, but you still have to sustain them. My manager will be going to law school. He'll be going to law school next year. It's under my scholarship. I trained him. When I was doing my master's in Uniport, he was always following me. I said, you don't see school environment. Now you have your work right. You are going to write your exam, and I want you to study law. I was the one that told him, because all of my life my father was a magistrate. He wanted me to study law, and I'd never applied for any other course when I was writing exam, only law. But they now gave me admission through mass communication. Through mass communication. So they told me after my clearance, they will fix me in law, but they didn't inform me until the deadline passed. So I got stuck in mass communication. So that's how I studied, from mass communication to development studies to communication and development studies in my PhD. So if it's scholarship, in fact, someone even called me as I landed the country. Someone that I also encourage, that one of these Obolobos. I say, hey, if you want to follow me, you must go to school. You can't follow me and not go to school. You can't be around me and be doing hey yo. No, I'm not interested. What I'm interested in is your education. When Timia Library opened his library, the Soyinka Library in Opokuma, I was student young president, and I went to meet his wife of blessed memory, wonderful queen of Bayelsa State, Alaire Alaibe. Do you know what she told me? She said, Swoyo, I don't need a physical award from you. The award I want is you to be the award. That's developed to the point that you are an award to society. That stick to my brain till tomorrow. She's gone, but that word is still in me. I don't even think her husband knows this thing I'm saying. So for me, scholarship, training of young ones. That's why during the flood, usually in Bayelsa State, they close down schools, right? Why are you going to close down schools for 2-3 months? This brain goes to sleep when you don't read. And in our society, because of hunger, mama, papa will take their children to farm. And they'll be farming that period. Or they'll just stay at home doing nothing, messing around. So I and my team, we came up together. I said, look, let's organize a lesson for these people. So in my constituency, we started that last year. So when all other local government students were at home, my constituency, they were still going to school. We had to organize lesson for them. I paid for them, bought books for them. You see? So for scholarship is something, it's part of me. I can't stop it. Because the people that said, I can't pay my children's school fees, that planned that and mentioned it to me, God said, my son, you won't see shame. Took me out of that pain, out of that situation. And my children now, wherever they are not paying fees. So if God has helped me, there are some people here that can't afford the fees. I should be able to now use that money that I would have used to pay my own children's fee. Because in the UK, your children go to school free. You don't pay a dime. So if I have that money, why should I eat it alone? Let me use it to do scholarship. And that's what I'm doing. Let me tell you, sir, if I had one House of Assembly that time till now, the least person I would have sponsored to study abroad is 3. The least.
As an assembly member?
As assembly member.
Would you be doing this with your personal funds or part
with
of the
my
project?
Personal fund, personal resources, personal connection, personal idea.
So you'll be using your salary, which how much does it amount to again, to send people, the list of 3 persons to UK or US?
You see, when you don't know the road, it's as difficult as you not passing the road. You see, the road is here. You can't see it. It's just like the children of Israel. The road to the promised land is straight. But God said, if I give it to them straight, they'll think it's by their effort. So let me take them around this place for 40 years and test their faith. And that's why most of them died in the wilderness. The road to these things are simple, man. That's why the governor should consult people like us. It's simple. It's simple. When you enter bus in the UK, you won't hear a Bayelsa man or a Rivers man. It's Yoruba, Igbo. Where are they coming from? Who is taking them there to school? Who is taking them there to school? What is the way forward? You see, so these things are simple. Until I landed that country, I never knew it was that simple.
But in lieu of sending people to the Yankee or the UK to school, how about bringing those persons here and having them teach the students here?
So I'll come to that. So for my foundation, that's what we do, and it's going to be for a lifetime. And we'll be doing it face by face. We'll be doing it as God blesses us. We'll do it. Then we also take care of the aged people in our society, our mothers, our aged fathers. If that is my own, that's my passion. You see the difference? With that mega allocation coming to the state, Dixon was paying those parents. Those are things I would say. Dixon was paying our parents. Why is this government with this huge amount of money not being able to pay our parents, even though it's 10,000 to buy paracetamol? My foundation does that. Then with other things, we fumigate. We do fumigation whenever the flood comes and leave. We fumigate the schools, fumigate the environment, all of that. You understand? Yeah, to get the mosquito and all of these snakes, all these things out of our communities. We do all of that. We even bought chemicals for these farmers to take care of their farm and all of this. Most times when we have this idea and we share it, before you know, we're going to jack it onto it. So I focus on we share books. This last time we had to, since I jacked that one, we have to go and share books in our schools. We also give money for petty traders directly. I don't have to know you. You don't have to support me. When I see that you are selling fish under the bridge, I say, that mama with that woman selling fish under the bridge, put her, I saw that woman selling akara, put her. Because if 50,000, just imagine a woman is frying akara with 20,000 naira.
Right.
She will eat from there. Do you understand? So if you had 50,000 now, she won't eat from there again. Her business will scale up. You get the point? So all of those things we do by God's grace, as God is helping us. Now to your question on sending people abroad or not sending people abroad and bringing the teachers here. Nigeria used to do that when Nigeria was good. Stella Maris, all of those schools in Port Harcourt those days when we were still under Old River State.
Comprehensive.
Yeah, you see Indians coming to teach. My elder brother, they were taught under such environments. The whites coming to teach us here. But today it's not possible, sir. It's not possible. It's more expensive to bring one teacher than to train 10 students abroad.
How's that?
That's it. Now, to bring a teacher here, you're going to be paying him monthly. So let's say you're paying that teacher equivalent of 5 million, which is equivalent of 5 million today would be around maybe 2,005 pounds, 2,005 pounds or 2,007 or so pounds. Yeah, because as a lecturer in abroad, you are being paid nothing less than 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Which government is going to pay that? Calculate it. That's almost 8 million to 10 million. Now, to train a student in abroad for the full section, 16,000 pounds to 18,000 pounds. 2 years. So 2 years, you train a student for 18,000 pounds. Then 2 years, you'll be paying a lecturer for 2,500. No lecturer is going to accept that, sorry, because that's for care workers.
That's for 5,000 pounds.
4 years. So let's just bring it down to 3,500. Yeah, you're going to pay a lecturer 3,500 pounds every month for 2 years. How much is that, sir? Can you equate it to 18,000 pounds for 2 years? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
The students going over that way.
The student gets there, the student works, the student makes money for himself, and if the student want to live there, you live there.
Doesn't that
so you see that
brain drain? Losing us
brain drain. I totally support that. That's why people like us can't live in abroad. Because how can I live in abroad with every little thing?
But then again, right?
Brain drain, I agree. But train the people, write an agreement with them, and bring them back. So the school.
What's the kind of knowledge that?
That's what he has said. Sorry, it's very important.
Alrighty.
Why people don't plan it well? If I'm with government today, if they ask me, so you come and run it today, your parents will sign. Nigeria immigration will sign. UK immigration will sign. The school will sign. So after your studies, they are not going to give you visa further. So you come back home. Then the government must make already available provision. Not after the people are come back, they are not using their brain. That's why our ministries are unproductive. If I'm governor, every ministry, you must bring nothing less than 100 million from your ministry every month.
And in the end, that weight will still fall on the people because they will have to look.
No, sir. Production does not fall on the people. Production employs the people. You are throwing waste. Go to a street, waste are flying everywhere. Do you know that you should pay for that? For throwing waste after chewing gum, you throw it on the floor. You should pay for that.
All right.
You are weeing by the roadside. You should pay for that.
I think
why can't government make available spots where people can wee? If you see you wee outside, you pay. Do you know that these drivers driving carelessly should be paying money? Well, you see, when you want to settle society, you must take certain steps. Do you understand what I'm saying? You don't need to put a burden on the people. The law breakers pay for those that are not breaking law. Their senses will be correct. Society will align, fall in place. But ministry would prefer government to give them money to pack debt. So how much are you generating? And what is the medium of payment on all of those things? Which ministry is giving government money and from what source? So when you say people will pay, no sir. Ministry of Agri today, what is their productive rate? Don't go and buy rice outside, sir. We are paramabri.
Oh, they recently also did some bags of rice and also showcased. I mean, the Minister of Agriculture, the State Minister
rice that they opened in their factory and bagged. Why are we doing this now?
They said these are Bayelsa.
No, from where? Who produced it? Where are the farmers?
There's a technocrat who is at the helm of affairs of the state ministry.
No, we are not talking on one person, sir. When people are farming, you will know now. When people go to farm, won't you know? They will tell you we are rice farmers. Tomorrow come here, you will see harvest.
And there's also been a release of grants. Is it 16 million or something?
When would they give? You gave it to politicians. When would you give? No, you give it to politicians. They are poor, they are broke. They will use some to buy cars, use some to build hotel, filling station. Then they will now give some to their boys.
That's like the most popular business around here, hotels and filling.
Yes, because nobody wants to produce. Government doesn't want to produce, doesn't want to encourage production.
Well, let's end on a political note. The NDC, I mean, you believe in the NDC, that's why you've moved into the NDC. If you had to give NDC an advice so they don't implode, like you suggest that APC will soon implode, if you were to give the NDC an advice, so they don't implode, especially because they need to win their 24 assembly seats and also win the presidency, the National Assembly seats. What would that advice be?
My advice will go two ways. Hold on to God, pray. Power comes to God. God said, He has said it once, twice, we all had it, that power comes from God. Power doesn't come from man. Even if you say Adolf Hitler, that'll be one. Have faith in God. If you're a Muslim, have faith in God. If you're a Christian, have faith in God. If you are a Buddhist, have faith in God. Juju priests, have faith in God. Everybody have faith in your God.
Do you think there are areas where a potential controversy or crisis might erupt from the NDC?
No. NDC is so solid that there are no egos to fight. There are no egos.
Did you hear that there talks that Goodluck Jonathan is consulting, wants to consult? He broke just this afternoon. Goodluck, he has started, he says he's going to consult whether he wants to, run for office. But many persons were already suggesting that there's an German party or a German founded party, the NDC, that hey, you should go into the NDC. Because, I mean, if he wants to run, where is he going to run under? He's not going to run under the APC. There's a president there already. Yeah. He's going to run either under the PDP or, well, the NDC. That's popular.
Now, Jonathan coming to contest the election is not going to be something that is going to trigger any panic in NDC if he wants to use the platform, because Jonathan and P2B, they are friends, and NDC has already zoned presidency to the south.
And Jonathan is from the south.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is they are not going to have issues.
So there's going to be a popularity contest.
I think they will have understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they will have understanding. There will be common understanding.
Okay.
So it will not implode because the national leader of NDC is a stable Democrat. Is I call him the Nostradamus of politics in Nigeria. So he's gonna paddle the boat rightly, straightly, and it will anchor on a successful note.
All right, let's have you drop your final thoughts, as we draw the curtain on this program.
My final note on all areas,
on all issues.
My final note is Bayelsa should remain peaceful. Bayelsans should remain peaceful. And they should all come out to embrace NDC because it's our own. We've been shouting, hey, PDP is his own party. Hey, this one is this. The NDC is now the main his own party. So every other person that has crossed over to any other party, come back home. Come back to the main his own party, which is the NDC. And support the NDC to win all our elections. And NDC is open to receive as many that want to come without acrimony or without bias. So for me, I want to invite Bayelsans to embrace NDC fully. Then I also want to commend your program. The opportunity and privilege is really a frank talk, because usually people televise such program, but you never did. So for me, I appreciate the frank talk. I appreciate Naija Television,
Naija Live TV,
Naija Live Television,
and Unfiltered podcast.
Unfiltered, okay, yes, it's Unfiltered, yeah. The Unfiltered program. I want to commend you guys, Henry and my brother. Commend you guys for what you are doing and all of your leadership and staff of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, plenty.
Thank you,
Dr. Sawyer. It's really been a delight doing this, and hopefully we would rub minds pretty soon again. Maybe before you know when you do your consultations and decide. Before then, But yeah, thank you guys. It's been Unfiltered 234. It's like he said. My name is Henry. I've had Dr. Sawyer and Israel on today's edition. Yeah, Israel with a Z. Yeah, we'll bring you very interesting conversations some other time. But for now, it's bye bye.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace. All for peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all not for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doye Duri, the Prosperity Government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocked canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Naija Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today.
Good evening, welcome to the World Desk on Naija Live Television, reaching you from Bayelsa's capital city, Yenagoa. I'm Henry Ahamwefla. In the headlines, President Tinubu confirms killing of senior ISIS leader in joint operation. Governor Diri honors late mother during 13th memorial service. Russian troops capture 2 settlements in Ukraine's Kharkiv region offensive. Now, a quick reminder for viewers and partners that Naija Live TV is officially open for business. If you're looking to boost your brand through paid adverts or sponsorships, we're ready to partner with you. You can reach us right now via call or WhatsApp on our studio line on 0812 934 0000. For physical consultations, visit our head office at number 122 Mbimayena Road, Amarata, Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. And don't forget to stay connected. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and X at Naija Live TV. or visit our website at www.naijalivetv.com. Welcome back. Bayelsa's Governor Doye Diri has paid tribute to his late mother, Mrs. Rose Diri, describing her as a woman of virtue whose kind deeds remain evergreen in the hearts of many. Governor Diri, who spoke during her 13th memorial service held at Ayamasa in the Karama local government area, said mothers occupy special places in the lives of their children because of the love, care and warmth they provide. He noted that the late matriarch positively impacted the lives of her children, family members, and others who came in contact with her. Diri said although his mother passed away in 2013, her memories and legacies would continue to endure. The governor explained that every May 15th, he and his siblings quietly honor her memory. But this year's memorial attracted dignitaries from different walks of life. Amongst those of the service were Deputy Governor Dr. Peter Akwe and his wife, Dr. Favor Akwe, Senator Kompewe Benson, Honorable Ofoji Obuku, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Oil, Senator Heineken Lepobri, Speaker of the Bayelsa State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Abraham Ngobere, former Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Madam Obawe Bibi, and former APC governorship candidate Chief David Leon and others. The governor read the only lesson from 2 Timothy chapter 4 verses 6 to 8, while special advisor on religious matters, Reverend Gospel Asingba, urged people to live exemplary lives worthy of positive remembrance. Wreaths were later laid at the tomb of Mrs. Rose Diri by the governor and members of the family. President Bola Tinubu has announced the killing of a senior Islamic state leader, Abu Bilal al-Manuki, also known as Abu Manuk, during a joint operation carried out by Nigeria and United States forces in the Lake Chad Basin. In a statement, the president described the operation as a significant example of effective collaboration between Nigeria and the United States in the fight against terrorism. According to the president, early assessments confirmed the elimination of Abu Bilal al-Manuki and several of his lieutenants during a strike on his compound in the Lake Chad Basin. The National Hydroelectric Power Producing Areas Development Commission has distributed 130 units of 13 horsepower tillers to selected farmers in Kebbi State to boost agricultural production and food security. Speaking during the distribution in Beni Kebbi, the managing director of the agency, Alhaji Abubakar Sadiq Yalwa, said the intervention aligned with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Tinubu's administration. Represented by the Special Advisor on Technical Matters, Professor Yassir Abubakar, the Managing Director, said the initiative was designed to promote agricultural mechanization, reduce drudgery, and improve productivity among farmers in benefiting communities. He explained that the distribution was part of the Commission's Agricultural Empowerment Program, under which 850 power tillers were procured for distribution across the 10 member states of the Commission. Africa's top health agency has declared an Ebola outbreak in the eastern Ituri province of the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said about 246 cases and 80 deaths have been recorded, mainly in the gold mining towns of Mongwalu and Rwampara. Ugandan health officials also confirmed one imported Ebola case from DR Congo on Friday. According to Uganda's Ministry of Health, a 59-year-old man who died on Thursday tested positive for the virus. Health authorities said this is the 17th Ebola outbreak recorded in the country. Russian troops have taken control of the settlements of Gorova and Kutkivka in Ukraine's Kharkiv region, according to Russia's state news agency RIA. The report cited the Russian Defense Ministry as confirming the development. However, it is said could not be independently verified. The battlefield reports. And that concludes the news on Naija Live TV. I'm Henry Ahamwefuna. Thank you for watching.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace. All for peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa State, the recent annual rainy season has brought severe consequences, including excessive flash floods and river flooding, causing untold hardship for residents. However, under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Doyeduri, the prosperity government has taken proactive measures to mitigate these effects. The establishment of the Directorate of Floods and Erosion Control, along with the strengthening of other related agencies such as the Bayelsa State Emergency Management Agency, demonstrates a commitment to reducing the impact of floods. To further enhance resilience, major blocked canals, river outlets, and drainage systems are being cleared, and higher grounds have been identified in all 8 local government areas to provide safe havens during floods. While the government is dedicated to ensuring the well-being of Bayelsans, residents also have a crucial role to play by cooperating with government agencies, staying alert to flood warnings, maintaining a clean environment, clearing blocked drainages, and reporting challenges to relevant authorities for prompt action. Through collective efforts, we can bolster our resilience and effectively combat the challenges posed by climate change. Stay safe. Courtesy, Office of the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Environment, Honorable A.B. Ben Olulu.
Every ripple starts with a single drop. In Bayelsa, that drop is the Education Development Trust Fund Board (EDTF). From the moment a child sits down to a nutritious meal to the day a scientist steps into a brand new laboratory, EDTF is there, turning challenges into opportunities. 5,000 meals served daily in our model boarding secondary schools. Biological sciences laboratory equipment delivered to Niger Delta University. 1,000 teachers and school leaders trained with the British Council. Special education teachers graduating from Ignatius Ajuru University under EDTF. Scholarship research grants fueling innovation in our state-owned tertiary institutions. TVET, science labs, water facilities, culinary kitchens, and clinical labs springing up across Bayelsa. Vocational scaffolding trainings and a computer-based testing center at UAT Tororua. These are not just projects, they are ripples that spread across classrooms, communities, and the entire state. But a ripple grows stronger when more hands join the water. So whether you're an organization, or a corporate partner, or an individual who believes in education, you can be part of this ripple. Support EDTF and help us expand Ripple. Donate, partner, or volunteer today. Together, let's transform our educational landscape. EDTF, building futures and putting smiles on faces.
is on. Yes, so Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) Resurgence Mission 2026 don come o. Na tested leader, a seasoned administrator, and strong voice for Ijaw Nation. Barrister Ayibakro Igbeta, PhD, former legal advisor of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide, former SA Media and Publicity to MD CEO of NDDC, former SA on Youth Affairs to Deputy Governor of Bayelsa State, and now he currently Secretary General Bayelsa State Center for Youth Development. In vision, they very clear: unity for the council and protection of Ijaw people rights for all Naija Delta. The support for Tantisa Security Initiative and make government put better money for Naija Delta agencies, plus opportunity for all Ijaw youths for inside job matter and development. Yes, so time is for us to select the correct secretary. We go pilot the affairs of the Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide (IYC) 2026. Oh yeah, we make we quick vote Barrister Ayibakro Igbeta, PhD, for Secretary General Ijaw Youth Council Worldwide. Vote wisely. Ado Alua Onua.
One of the problems we have in Nigeria is that it's difficult to have solid metals for creative engineering. So what you basically have in this country are tubes for building of houses and erection of structures and all that. But when you come to real metals that you can carve to engine block, metal that you can carve to a shaft or gear, there is nowhere to get in this country. So a country that does not have a shop for metals to cut can never develop. If we had shops where you can go and buy all kinds of grades of metals, it would be easier for the young to get the metals and come to a place like us, and then we will carve it for them, cut, bend, and then do all that. This country will develop, but we don't have. We have to look at China or any of those countries to bring those things to us. So that is the story of Nigeria.
Z10 for high-tech precision engineering. A technology and heavy-duty industry. Original spares for automotive, locomotive, aviation, marine and agriculture. Research and development for automotive engines and electric cars. Heavy-duty off-road equipment. Reverse engineering. Technological development. Academy for innovators and impressionable minds.
People, as the second phase of nationwide continuous voter registration don't end, so INEC go begin display the preliminary register of voters from Wednesday 29th April go reach Tuesday 5th May 2026 for all INEC local government area office where the registration happen. Once the display start, chance go open for we country people to check whether their informate correct or any mistake they for how they take spell their name, date of birth or address. It never finish. People say if you see something, say something. People still fit do amebo give INEC if dem see name of person wey don die or foreigner wey im name don enter the preliminary register of voters, make INEC fit take comot dem. Make una join hand with us make our national voter register for better well. Now INEC dey bring una this message. Now we dey make una vote count. Now we dey make our democracy stand gidigba.
Bayelsa State, home of peace, yo. We are for the peace.
Dear esteemed community leaders and people of Bayelsa State, the Doiduri-led prosperity government is committed to transforming our rural communities into thriving hubs of development. We believe that every community deserves access to absolute peace and quality standard of living. To actualize this vision, we need your support and partnership. Join forces with us to improve rural infrastructure, enhance quality education, boost healthcare, and foster economic growth. Together, we can create opportunities for youth empowerment and employment, promote cultural heritage, and ensure food security and strengthen community social services. How you can support: participate in community engagement forums and collaborate with local government authorities and the Ministry of Community Development. Come, let's build a prosperous Bayelsa together.
Let there be peace, all for peace.
Courtesy, Honorable Alfred Belamonte Watson, Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Community Development. The impacts of climate change are upon us, necessitating adaptation and resilient building. In Bayelsa.
Hello, good day, and welcome to Sports Clinic on Naija Live TV. My name is A.B. Appa, and today is a special edition because we'll most likely or just be talking about the Isaac Boro Under 15 Teens Tournament that is going on in Kayama. And I'll not be alone. It's the Appa's edition because I have a big uncle. Yes. Before I continue, he bought me food, so please, more than respect and well. But a very humble guy.
Food and juice.
Yeah, food and juice. You have to add that. But I have to tell you that.
No, by the way, the food came from the Caritana Smokehouse.
Okay, you've heard that. So in case you want good food, he has already told you where you can get it. But his name is Engineer Gabriel Appa. Good to have you, sir.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here again one more time.
Yes, one more time, because it's not the first time he has been here. But another thing I like is the fact that it's not just about sponsoring the tournament. Engineer, you've always been around it. You don't just let me just sit. At least you've known what is happening. You followed it, and it's very much commendable. But we have up to the semi-final stage. I know there have been so many challenges, so many calls, so many this and that. Even the other time off camera, you had to say that there are some people that will call, and because you don't want to be biased, you don't want to, you just allow the people that are supposed to do their work. It's none of your business. So I really like that. But we've gotten to the semi-final stage, and I'll reel out the semi-final fixtures. We'll talk about the semi-finals, and we'll also talk about the tournament more proper. But semi-finals that we will see, the first one we'll see would come up on Wednesday, and that one is between Future Stars of Kayama versus Citizens FA of Azikoro. Let's see if Future Stars can get a revenge, because this Citizen FA, they've already removed one side from Kayama already. So let's see if they can still do it, or Future Stars will say no, I haven't done too much. And the second semi-final will be King Warriors of Igbedi. And I told you the other time that I'll be sentimental on this one because my mom is from Igbedi, so I'm rooting for this Igbedi side. But they will be taking on the Kings International FA of Port Harcourt. So Engineer, these are the matches that we'll be seeing in the semi-final.
Yeah, okay, so the truth is there is no bias in this game.
Yeah.
Let it be played for the beauty of football.
Yeah.
These guys are young guys, so they just enjoy their game. So I don't want any. The emotions are very high. Somebody sent me a long voice note after one game. I just listened. Now I said sorry. They decided what they want to decide at the pitch, and that's the correct. In fact, the coach of the Port Harcourt team sent me a long. I told him, "See, guy, don't worry yourself." I was at the field. The officiating was good, right? It was good. The guy worked properly with the referee, so there's no need to argue. You even won the match. It was because it was good. So the guy just said, "Okay, thank you very much," and make adjustments. These guys are playing now. We are playing Igbedi.
Yes.
Against Port Harcourt.
Yeah, Igbedi against Port Harcourt and Kayama against Azikoro.
Then we are playing Kayama against Yanagwa.
Yeah, Yanagwa.
Now we have just one Kayama team remaining. Funny enough, the Port Harcourt team gets more home support than any other team in that pitch.
Wow.
Even against the Kayama team.
Why is it like that?
Because they play fine football.
That's true.
They take their time, but their last semi-final game was a big test for them. If you have to beat,
that's their quarter-final match.
Yeah, quarter-final match. Yeah. So if you have to win the trophy, then you must win the champions to get the trophy. So they were playing these guys, and they scored them first, and the entire pitch, the emotions were so high. Eventually, they came and equalized just when the second half started, and then now scored the winning goal. The winning goal was I had to post that goal so many times from the back, just 2 players. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2 into the post, and it was the entire field was agog. But that's the beauty of what we're doing. We just want to enjoy the game. Let these young people play this football and enjoy it. If you win, fine and good, you go with your money. But now what we've done, even if you don't win, There are always compensations for teams, you know. We try to do the basic things. If you come for the first game and you play and you don't win, we'll give you some money for transport.
That's nice.
Right? So come again for the next game. We'll do that again for you, so that even if you lose out completely, you never lost your money. You will have gained the experience, you know, and other, like I told you before, that Arsenal was going to win Atletico.
Yeah, you did. You did.
See, you are growing small.
But also there was another thing that you mentioned that day, and when you said you guys will upgrade to the level that you don't have to come to Kayama to start picking forms before they'll start checking, do screening and all that from a website, that you can do that. So you spoke mostly about the next edition, but now today you came into the studio and I had to bring that up, and you're like, it's already there, it has already been done.
So this is the truth. If you want to make good progress, don't keep ideas for long, especially when you can fund them. And for me, most of the times, I've grown with a lot of guys. So I will just say, Bless, I want 1, 2, 3, 4 done. Go to this site, pick the videos, call this person, get all the things you need. And then they'll tell me, just give us card details to make payment of domain and the rest. And trust me, in like a week, you will see what you are asking for already out. So it's just egappa.com. www.egappa.com. It's supposed to be very simple. I don't want any complication, because of course engineer Gabi. Yeah, so E for the engineer, G for the Gabi, then appa.com. And then you go there, you see even other trainings that we have done for youth. And you see the football part where you see the goals, the games, as it were, and then the plans for the future. So you don't need to do anything. Just go there, you check. Once it's time, we'll open the space for you. You fill your forms and we'll see from the back end, then tell you, okay, because for me now, we are doing proper accountability. You must upload every player's passport. For this one, we came to take them pictures by ourselves. We came with our team, just to be sure that there is no infiltration.
Yeah, no foul play.
Yeah, so because before the game, they'll just go and do some screening and check. Your face is not here in this group photograph. No, you're not. There was a team that was disqualified because they fielded the wrong player. The side that lost petitioned the organizers that this team brought in 1, 2, 3, 4, and they reviewed it and it was true. Just okay, sorry, and it was the Kayama team that they disqualified.
Wow.
They called me and explained and said, Kayama said there's no Kayama.
There's nothing like Kayama.
Did you bring a player that is not supposed to be in the pitch? They said yes. Then I said, even the other people too, I say his story. You know, so we have to just stick to what we've made the rules of the game, you know, and then enjoy the game. So we will not stop. Whatever we think about, we'll do it. Somebody, while we were discussing some days back, somebody tapped me and said, I like to give people their credit. It's Professor Jerry. He tapped me and said, this is what you guys can also do. Try to buy players from teams that have lost, that are very good.
Yeah, like a window.
That if we want the best of guys to play, because one of my problems has been, you can be very good, but out of the 7 players on the pitch, you are the best, but all the rest are not so good.
Not up to your standards.
So if your team loses, you are out of the game.
Yeah.
But we can have a window to buy back that guy. The modality we are going to check is not expensive by anyway. It's just something to say, okay, and exchange officially we have signed up this player that was in this team to join our own team, so that we can have all the good players, so to speak, play till the end of the tournament. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So that the good guys are not leaving.
Yes.
So we can actually have everybody. So if you bring scouts from semi-finals, they are still playing in the semi-finals, so you can still see all the good guys and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll keep improving on what we've done, and trust me, we are going far.
This is just the starting. But also another this thing is the fact that this whole online thing. I know the other time you spoke about the age thing. You said already these are people that we know ourselves, and there's a team set up to counter this age cheating something, because it has been a problem in this part of the world, not just Nigeria, not just Bielsa. So with this going online, how can you be sure that this person registering is not Ibiapa? This is someone that is much younger. This is someone that is under 15 or 15 years before the said date or so. How can you be so sure about that?
Okay, so you know, first things first is documentation. if you want to apply for a job, the first thing you do is to send the documents in.
Yes.
And they will now match you the real person alongside maybe any of your national passports, NIN or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So if you send your documentation, your name, your passport, and your ID card to us, we are going to see. And we still retain our screening team. That's the professional coaches that we use in screening. I am not involved. I just get to see them and then gist with them and move on. Just to bring some light into the activity. But I don't get involved at all. So they will still come for screening. That one is now a lot more easier. So we can just say team A, B, C, D. It's not crowd screening now. What we have, sometimes you see as much as 500 persons in a particular place sitting down around the podium. We're just waiting to be screened. Now it will not be a team. We're already coming as a team.
Yes.
So you just see everybody and say, no, look at your documents. It's an age declaration, birth certificate. But of course, if you tell me that you are 15, if your age is 15 and document is saying it's 15, or you are very big, but it seems we think that you are 25, and your passport says it's 15, it will be difficult to argue because you'll be arguing against what is actually a proper government document. But it should make logical sense to say this person looks this way, but we will have to go by documentations, because even if you want to send people abroad for anything, you have to show documents to show that these persons are this. So it's screening first, now the documentations before you go to the real physical. We're not doing bone marrow scan and all that. It will be too much. What are we trying to catch?
Yeah. MIRO scan. We are not doing that. Yeah.
So it will be just first send your documentation with your team players. When you are done, then we can now do the physical assessment and all that, and then I think we should be good.
Okay, that would be very nice because we've seen age cheating. I've been to some national tournaments for junior players, and you look at some people just because of the sole aim of, I want to be the one to win this. I want my state to win this. I want my country to win this. You see them fielding players or athletes that are not eligible when you talk about age, but you see them, most of them going to reduce their age, and you want to ask, how can this person, I know in terms of growth it's different. You see some people that are 15 looking 20 already. These things happen, we understand that, but there are some cases that you look at it and you cannot explain it. You're like, no, if this cannot be explained, the documents does not tally. How come there was a change, there was an alteration in this and that? I think those ones, they have no choice than to be left out.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, because national team too, team want to always mention his name, but I always like using the Taiwo situation where there were reports then that his twin brother was older than him. So I was now wondering, is it that his twin was being given birth like 2 years ago before? I could not even explain, but these things happen. You see players play under 17 with other players, like maybe other Europeans. I'm not trying to say it's only Africans that do it, but Macaulay Chrysanthos played the under 17, was it 2017 under 17 World Cup? That was the last time I saw him. You don't see him anymore, because if you falsify, I'm not saying that he did, but if you falsify, maybe you're already 29. I came across someone that according to him, he played in one of these big leagues in Africa. Then he was 29 years old, but his football age was 17 years old.
No, so that's what the problem is. You cannot lie for too long.
Yeah.
If you are, the human body will always give into age.
Yes.
If you are 30 and you are claiming 17, when you are supposed to be 27 years old at your peak, you are already 40. You'll be getting tired of the football.
Yes.
So why I don't like the cheating thing is this: you cannot be there for a long time. We want young children that if eventually, when we put them together, they can play for a long time, right? So they are growing and then they are playing together for a very long time. So for me, I'm particular about the ages. I just want to see little children playing for the passion of the game. Yes. Of course, because of growth size, some persons are fed. Yeah. You still have some big people, some small persons in the game. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
But I want to stick to the fact that there has to be the correct age, so that you see there's a guy I saw, he was 9 years old the last game. I just said, these are the guys that should be playing this game, and then you see the real passion, in the game. So I don't want to allow age cheating. I always try to push the bar slowly. This year we are more strict. Now that we're going online, which is we are doing the first part of the screening online before we now come to the physical venues to do, because now what they do is a team will just come, for example, with 20 players. So the coaches will now begin to look at them, ask questions, and then now pick maybe 10 out of them take, the other ones to go out. Some teams, everybody's going out.
Wow.
Yes, nobody's qualified.
Wow.
the team that came, they picked only 3 or 4 of them. They say go back and get more players to complete your squad and all that. And then this also goes to those who are playing around the Kayama side. They get too many teams playing. I don't blame them anyway. It was supposed to it started as inter-compound games.
Yeah.
You know, so they get too many teams. Zado Stars, Jeps, these are clubs that are playing continuously together. The King Warriors, they are playing together. The Port Harcourt guys are playing together. So whenever they come to play, you see the difference. They are not playing tournament now and then going to sleep onto the next games. No, they are playing. Yeah. So the teams around Kaima now will not need to sit down together, pick out teams, then train them like that for the next tournament, stuff like that. You know, so we need to work around the age. We are working around the age thing, and we'll continue to improve on what we've done.
Yeah, we will definitely. But also, is there any fee attached to these forms? Okay, in terms of okay, this is what you pay to get the form also, so that people watching would know.
I leave a lot of things to the organizers, the LOC.
Okay.
You cannot make money from these games, so to speak. You cannot make money from selling forms. The game is too expensive. It's too expensive to make money. To think like the last time I said, you asked, is anybody signing the contract documents with these players? And I said, if we can put up these games, spending so much money to put up these games, why do you think that is on one player's head that I want to make money? The game is bigger than trying to make money. This is a game for our people, right? Let young people who do not know anybody get to play, get to be showcased. We are showing always live on the internet. This particular here, every game we have at least 2 or 3 reels of the games, and they are all stored. So when the tournament is over, we will now sit in the studio in Port Harcourt and begin to release the tournament games one after the other. We will, like Premier League, put all the goals of the tournament. Wow. Take our time to start doing these things until we get to the next game, because we have just about 1 or 2 months break. We're going to start discussing the next edition, because the next season we are now, like I told you, we want to play at Akwa Ibom. We want to play in River State. We want to play in Delta State. So these guys will need to travel to all these states, play 1 month here, 1 month here, and then when they are done, we'll now come and play in Bayelsa first before we now come to the tournament. So it's going to be a long journey, you know, and then of course, big money spending involved in it as well. Yeah.
But you're doing a very good job, because you look at it, and most people would always want to ask, why would he just want to spend his money or put his efforts or make sure that he sources for funds to make sure every year this thing keeps improving? What is behind that? You've already told them your answer. You've already heard it from him that he likes seeing children come and have fun.
I had plenty of I wish.
Okay.
I wish. I wish I had this thing when I was growing up. I wish I had this when I was growing up. You know. So I say this repeatedly. Life is not just about you. Life is about you, your family, your community, and the church. That's what life is about. Church is for a Christian.
Yeah.
If you have another faith, your faith.
Yeah.
You know, but your community. I said the last time, I said we fence the streets and drive out, quote and unquote, bad children. Those ones that could not go to school because their parents cannot afford it. And they will now go and wait for us in the bush.
Yes.
So that we cannot even pass the bush again. Things have changed. Why don't we try to change this culture? I say it all the time. I have stopped complaining about Nigeria. I want to do what I can do as an individual. Yes. When I do and my time is up,